Section 20 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Nienaber. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Hunting. From the first ages of the world, man has passionately loved the exercise of hunting. The dangers he then encountered inflamed his courage. It was glorious to struggle with the terrible inhabitants of the forest or the desert, to conquer them, to bring home their bleeding spoils, to furnish an heroic name for the songs of poets and the admiration of posterity. The sacred writings have handed down to us the name of the first mighty hunter before the Lord. They inform us that Ishmael, in the solitude of Arabia, became skillful in drawing the bow, and that David, when yet young, dared to fight with lions and bears. Fable, that veiled light of truth, through which it sometimes glimmers, caused Hercules to be ranked with the gods when he had overthrown the lion of Nemea, the hydra of Lerna, and the wild boar of Erymanthus. Diana descended to the earth and pursued in the forests the timid stag. The Greeks raised altars to her, and the centaur Chiron learned of her the noble art of venery, which he, in his turn, taught to illustrious disciples, among whom are mentioned Aesculapius, Nestor, Theseus, Ulysses, and Achilles. Pollux trained the first hunting dogs, and Castor accustomed horses to follow the track of wild beasts. From that time, heroes, when resting from real conquests, sought diversion in games nearly as formidable, and imitative of their combats, which often placed their lives in danger. Ulysses, for example, always bore the scar of a wound inflicted by a wild boar. The most grave philosophers and the most illustrious poets have bestowed praises on the chase. Aristotle advised young men to apply themselves to it early. Plato finds in it something divine. Horace looks upon it as healthful exercise, strengthening to the body and preparing the way for glory. And indeed, this heroic and royal exercise always possessed irresistible attraction for the greatest men of antiquity. The warriors of Homer, Pelopidas, Alexander of Macedon, Philopaemen, seemed to derive from it fresh warlike ardor. The ancients hunted in the open country, in forests and in parks. Mounted on fiery steeds, armed with javelins and long cutlasses, or with swords and lances, they excited their indefatigable hounds and promised to desecrate to Diana the stag's horns or the tusks of a boar, which might become their prey. The Greeks and Romans reared hunting dogs with extreme care, and they began to make use of them from the age of 8 or 10 months. These animals had names, short, sonorous, and easy to be pronounced, such as lance, flower, blade, strength, ardent, etc. The strongest and most courageous came from England and Scotland. Crete, Tuscany, and Umbria were the nurseries of the most expert. The Gallic dogs surpassed all others by their agility and astonishing swiftness. Females were generally preferred to the males, either because they were more docile or pursued the game with more ardor and persistence. It may be as well to remark, too, in this place, that the Greeks thought much more of mares than of horses for chariot racing. The dogs were always chained. Their liberty was only given them at the moment of starting for the chase. Their fire and ferocity were then incredible. They dashed off with fury, and when they succeeded in coming up with their prey, some would suffer their legs to be cut off rather than lose their hold. The Indian dogs, trained for lion hunting, often gave this proof of obstinate and implacable rage. The ancients also took game by means of pits, covered over with brushwood, in snares, with traps, and with nets. Moreover, they often made use of bows and arrows, and understood the art of training falcons and hawks. Eastern princes amused themselves by hunting in parks, where a great number of wild beasts were kept. The Romans had too much taste and money, and too great a desire to spend it, not to imitate this expensive and royal luxury. Fulvius Hirpinus possessed a park of 40 acres near Viterbo in Tuscany. Lucius Lucullus and Quintus Hortensius hastened to create more beautiful ones, and they did not fail to have a host of imitators. By the Roman law, hunting was unrestricted. only no person could pursue game on another's land without the owner's permission. Besides the pleasure which this amusement afforded, the ancients, like ourselves, discovered profit in it, and the produce of their chase became one of the finest ornaments of their feasts. Isaac ordered his son Esau to go out with his weapons, his quiver and bow, and to prepare for him savory meat such as he loved, venison. Solomon had stags, roebucks, and wild oxen served on his table every day. Cyrus, king of Persia, ordered that venison should never be wanting at his repasts. Is it necessary to add that it was the delight of two nations the most gastronomic in the world, of the effeminate Greeks, and more especially those Romans for whom the animals of the earth, ocean, and air were only to be valued in proportion to the impossibility of obtaining them in Europe, Asia, and Africa, an immense inheritance, conquered by noble ancestors, by which their degenerated sons ransacked for their satisfaction and insatiable gluttony. The English have always loved hunting, the favorite pastime of their kings. Alfred the Great was not 12 years old when he had acquired the reputation of being a skilful and indefatigable hunter. The noble and the wealthy differed from the serfs by their singular taste for this royal diversion, and, in their pursuit of it, they spared neither pains nor expense in procuring those famous dogs of pure race which the ancient Greeks and Romans prized so highly. When Athelstan, Alfred's grandson, had subdued Constantine, king of Wales, he imposed an annual tribute. The vanquished monarch had to give him gold, silver, cattle, and, which is remarkable, a certain number of hawks and dogs possessing a quick scent and capable of unkenneling wild beasts. Edgar, the successor of Athelstan, changed the tribute of money into an annual tribute of 300 wolves' skins. Notwithstanding his great piety and the extreme reserve of his habits, Edward the Confessor took great delight in following the hounds and exciting their ardor by his cries. King Harold never appeared anywhere without his favorite hawk on his hand. Neither was the approach of the British Nimrod announced otherwise than by the joyous barking of the royal pack. Indeed, at that epoch, every person of distinction took the prince as his model, and gave himself up, heart and soul, to what people are pleased to call the noble exercise of hunting. This aristocratic taste became so extremely prevalent under the domination of the Norman kings that a writer of the 12th century has judged it with great severity. In our time, he says, hunting is considered as the most honorable occupation, the most excellent virtue. Our nobility show more solicitude, sacrifice more money, and make a greater parade in favor of it than they would if the question were war. They are more furious in the pursuit of wild beasts than they would be if they had to conquer the enemies of Great Britain. As a necessary consequence, they no longer retain any sentiment of humanity. They have descended almost to the level of the savage animals they are in the daily habit of tracking and unkenneling. These uncomplimentary observations of John of Salisbury did not prevent James I from pursuing the cherished diversion of his predecessors. That prince, being one day at the hunt in the environs of Bury St. Edmunds, remarked, among the persons composing his suite, an opulent citizen magnificently dressed, whose rich costume eclipsed that of the lords the most renowned at court for the elegance of their attire. The king asked who the hunter was. Someone replied that it was Lamb. "Lamb, say you?" rejoined the king, laughing. "I don't know what sort of lamb that may be, but what I know well is that he's got a superb fleece on his back." The Stag. Roman ladies of the highest distinction arrived at that age when, in making an estimate of life, it is found that the largest portion belongs to the past. These ladies, we say, failed not to have the flesh of this animal served on their tables, and to eat as much of it as possible. Perchance it had but a slight attraction for the worthy matrons, and yet they preferred it to every other, for this reason, that the stag, being free from maladies and infirmities, at least so it was thought, prolongs its existence far beyond the bounds which nature has assigned to other beings. The noble patrician ladies would not have been sorry to survive their great-grandchildren, and they took the means which appeared to them most likely to ensure longevity. If the celebrated Galen had lived in their time, he would have told those credulous Roman ladies that this kind of food could not fail to be hurtful to them, that this indigestible and heating meat is more likely to provoke disease than to destroy its germ, and that, consequently, death finds in it an auxiliary rather than an enemy. True, the Oracle of Pergama wrote nearly all this a century later, and yet his medical authority was powerless to persuade, although it may have convinced the obstinate Epicureans of his period. In point of fact, whatever Galen may say, what dreadful accidents can a piece of stag properly cooked produce? Moses, so attentive to the health of his people, allows them the use of it. Solomon, the wisest of men, ate it every day. Do we find that the Jewish monarch and his people were any worse for preferring this food? At Athens, at Rome, and in all Italy, whoever possessed the intelligence of appreciating good cheer took care to offer to his friends the shoulder or fillet of stag. Nevertheless, gastronomists by profession, who so generously devoted their fortunes to the service of the culinary art, abandoned the whole animal to their slaves, and only reserved for themselves the most tender shoots of the horns. These were for a long time boiled, then cut into very small pieces, and this strange dish, seasoned with a mixture of pepper, cumin, savory, rue, parsley, bay leaves, fat, and pine nuts, sprinkled with vinegar and fried, passed for an exquisite and dainty treat, worthy of the most flattering praises. Quarter of stag, roast à la Neméenne. Put into a saucepan pepper, alisander, carrots, wild marjoram, parsley seed, benzoin root, and fennel seed. Add garum, wine, cooked wine, and a little oil. Boil over a slow fire. Thicken with fine flour, pour on the roast stag, and serve. Shoulder of stag à la Hortensius. Cook in a saucepan carrots, alisander, with pepper and parsley seed. Add honey, garum, vinegar, and lukewarm oil. Thicken with fine flour, and pour this sauce on the shoulder of stag when roasted. Fillet of stag à la Persane. Roast it, and at the moment of placing it on the table, cover it with a seasoning of pepper, alisander, scallions, wild marjoram, onions, and pine nuts, previously mixed with honey, garum, mustard, vinegar, and oil. The roebuck. The flesh of the roebuck, according to Galen, has none of the bad qualities which he attributes to that of the stag. Aesculapius and Comus for this once agreed, which very seldom happened, in praising the beneficial properties and the delicious odor of these timid quadrupeds. The Greeks thought much of the roebuck. They obtained the best from the island of Melos, and served them at their most sumptuous repasts. They were, perhaps, more rarely seen on Roman tables. Roebuck with spikenard. Pound in a mortar pepper, parsley seed, dry onion, and green rue. Add spikenard and then honey, vinegar, garum, dates, cooked wine, and oil. Mix well the whole and cover the roast with it. Roebuck aux prunes. Mix pepper, alisander, and parsley after having pounded them. Add to this a good quantity of Damascus plums, which you have soaked in hot water. Then add honey, wine, vinegar, garum, and a little oil, and lastly leeks and savory. Serve the roebuck with this sauce. Roebuck à amande de pin. Bruise pepper, alisander, parsley, and cumin. Mix it with a great quantity of fried pine nuts, and add honey, vinegar, wine, a little oil, and garum. Pour it over the roebuck. The deer. Little need be said with regard to this charming animal, whose slender and graceful form was the admiration of those who visited the parks of Lucullus and Hirpinus. Its flesh was thought to be less wholesome than that of the roebuck, because it was found to be less succulent. Apicius has consecrated to it 4 culinary recipes, all very similar. Deer à la Marcellus. Put into a saucepan pepper, gravy, rue, and onions. Add honey, garum, cooked wine, and a little oil. Boil very slowly, thicken with flour, and pour the whole on the deer when roasted. The wild boar. It was in the year 63 before the Christian era, The consul Marcus Tullius Cicero had just accused and convicted Catilina, and Rome, free from present danger, had forgotten all transitory solicitudes of the past to welcome joyous banquetings. A worthy citizen, excellent patriot, distinguished gastronomist, and possessor of an immense fortune, of which he made the best use, at least so said several choice epicures, his habitual guests, Servilius Rullus, such was his name, thought of celebrating by an extraordinary banquet the triumph of the illustrious consul and the deliverance of the country. His cook, a young Sicilian slave of the greatest promise, and whose mode of cooking a dish of sow's paps procured him one day a smile of approbation from Lucullus, succeeded especially in those eminent performances which command the admiration of the guests, and give new strength to their exhausted appetites. Rullus sent for him, and spoke thus: "Recollect that in 3 days Cicero will sup here. Let the feast be worthy of him who gives it." The Sicilian even surpassed himself. As soon as the guests had tasted the enticing delicacies of the first course, the hall echoed with an unanimous concert of applause, and the proud amphitryon, intoxicated with joy, was going to ask that a crown may be presented to his beloved slave, when the cook appeared, followed by 4 Ethiopians, who gracefully carried a silver vase of prodigious dimensions, in the shape of a large mortar. This extraordinary dish contained a wild boar. Baskets of dates were suspended to his tusks, and charming little wild boars in exquisite pastry, no doubt, for never was there a more tempting culinary exhalation, artistically surrounded the enormous animal. Every voice was hushed. The guests waited in silence the most profound. The tables of the second service were placed round the guests, who raised themselves on the couches with greedy curiosity. The blacks deposited the precious burden before another domestic, a skilful carver, who opened the wild boar with incredible dexterity and precision, and presented to the astonished eyes of Rullus and his friends a second entire animal, and in this a third. Then came fresh delicacies, all gradually diminishing in size, until at length a delicious little fig-pecker terminated this series of strange viands, of which Rome, wondering and astonished, long preserved the gastronomic remembrance. Man seldom prescribes himself to reasonable limits in the vast field of vanity and ostentation. At first it was thought an enviable boldness to have dared to serve an entire boar of a large size. Everyone did the same thing, and at length it became quite common. It was necessary, then, to do better. One thought of having 3 at the same time, another had 4, and soon the extravagant, and they were not few, caused 8 wild boars à la Troyenne to appear at a single repast. The Macedonian Carinus, a man of spirit and of merit, placed himself at once on an eminence which baffled rivalry. He invited 20 guests to his wedding, and he had 20 wild boars served. It must be confessed that such magnificence rather resembles folly. But, alas, has not every nation its failings? Besides, the flesh of the wild boar enjoyed an astonishing reputation in Rome and Greece, and no one could, with credit to himself, receive his friends at his table without presenting them with the fashionable dish, the animal appointed by nature to appear at banquets. At length, however, they began to tire of this enormous dish. They divided it into 3 portions, and the middle piece obtained the preference. Ultimately they served only the fillet and head, the latter of which was more particularly esteemed by the Romans. The Greeks tried their appetites by tasting the liver, which was served at the first course. The Romans sought to deprive the wild boar of its terrible ferocity. They raised them on their farms, and sometimes they acquired enormous proportions. These immense beasts weighed no less than 1,000 pounds. But delicate connoisseurs always had the wisdom to prefer the dangerous inhabitant of the forest to these bloated victims of enervating domesticity, whose insipid and degenerate flavor hardly betrayed their origin. The wild boar was generally surrounded by pyramids of fruits and lettuces. Wild boar à la Pompée. Clean and salt a wild boar. Cover it with cumin. Let it remain in salt during 24 hours. Then roast it. Sprinkle with pepper, and serve with a seasoning of honey, garum, sweet and cooked wine. Quarter of wild boar à la Thebaine. Cook it in sea-water with bay leaves. When very tender, take off the skin, and serve with salt, mustard, and vinegar. Fillet of wild boar à la Macedonienne. Pound pepper, alisander, wild marjoram, skinned myrtle leaves, coriander, and onions. Add honey, wine, garum, and a little oil. This seasoning must be submitted to a gentle fire. Thicken with flour, and pour the whole over the wild boar as you draw it from the oven. Wild boar's liver à la grecque. Fry it, and serve with a seasoning of pepper, cumin, parsley seed, mint, thyme, savory, and roasted pine nuts, to which add honey, wine, garum, vinegar, and a little oil. Wild boar's head à la Cantabray. Make the seasoning in the following manner. Mix well pepper, alisander, parsley seed, mint, thyme, and roasted pine nuts. Add wine, vinegar, garum, and a little oil. Afterwards onions and roux. Thicken with whites of eggs, boil over a slow fire, and stir gently. Green ham of wild boar à la Gauloise. Insert a long and narrow blade at the joint, and carefully separate the skin from the flesh, so that the latter may be well covered with the following seasoning: pound pepper, bay leaves, rue, and benzoin. Add to it some excellent gravy, cooked wine, and a little oil. Fill the ham. Close the opening, and then cook it in sea-water, with some tender shoots of laurel and dill. Under the Norman kings, the wild boar's head was considered a noble dish, worthy of the sovereign's table. This, we are told, was brought to the king's table with the trumpeters, sounding their trumpets before it in procession. For, says Holinshed, upon the day of coronation of young Hendrie, King Hendrie II, his father, served him at table as sewer, bringing up the boar's head with trumpets afore it, according to the ancient manner. A very small consumption is made of the old wild boar. The flesh is hard, dry, and heavy. The head only is good. The young wild boar is a fine and delicate game, also when a year old. The ancients submitted those that they could take away from their mother to castration, and left them afterwards to run about the woods, where these animals became larger than the others, and acquired savour and flavour which made them preferable to the pigs we rear. The hare. Plutarch contends that the Jews abstained from eating the hare, not because they thought it unclean, but because it resembled the ass, which they revered. This is only a pleasantry on the part of the celebrated writer, with no other foundation than the fabulous tale of the grammarian Appian, who asserts in his book against the Jews that they preserved in Jerusalem an ass's head, which they adored. We know that a sanitary motive was the cause of this animal being interdicted to the Israelites, and it has also been remarked that the ancient Britons abstained from it. This mammifer, everywhere very common, swarmed in the east, if we are to believe Xenophon, who saw a great number of them when marching with his troops to join young Cyrus. Greece was abundantly stocked with them. The inhabitants of islands of the Aegean Sea had more than once to deplore the ravages which hunger caused these timid animals to commit, and whose fecundity they cursed. Hagasander relates that, under the reign of Antigonus, an inhabitant of the island of Anaph brought 2 hares into the neighborhood. Their posterity became so numerous that the people were obliged to implore the gods to preserve the harvest, and to annihilate their formidable enemies. As the immortals turned a deaf ear to these complaints, recourse was had to Apollo alone, and the Pythonissa deigned to return this oracle: "Train hunting dogs, and they will exterminate the hares." The advice was good, and deemed worthy of being adopted. The Greeks esteemed highly the flesh of this quadruped, which was served roasted, but almost bleeding, or made into delicious pies, much in vogue in the time of Aristophanes. Hippocrates had, however, forbidden the use of it. "The hare," said he, "thickens the blood, and causes cruel wakefulness." But Epicurism will always think lightly of Hygeian precepts which do not accord with its own ideas. At all events, Galen was not of the same opinion as his colleague, and Galen must be right. The Emperor Alexander Severus eat a hare at each of his repasts. Perhaps that prince shared the opinion of the Romans, who thought that a person who fed on hare for 7 consecutive days became fresher, fatter, and more beautiful. A lady named Gillian had a large share of that unfortunate gift of nature which we call ugliness. She resolved to make a trial of this regimen, and submitted to it with a regularity really exemplary. She showed herself at the end of the week, and we are informed that no one thought her any the prettier for it. The epicures of Rome contented themselves with eating the shoulder of the hare, and left the remainder to less fastidious guests. The rabbit. The conies are but feeble folks, yet make they their houses in the rocks. They taught mankind, it is said, the art of fortification, mining, and covered roads. These skilful engineers come originally from warm climates, from Africa, perhaps, whence they were brought to Spain. They there became so numerous, and dug so well their holes beneath the houses of Tarragona, that city was completely overthrown, and the greater part of the inhabitants buried beneath its ruins. Catullus calls Spain Caniculosa Celtiberia, Celtiberian rabbit warren, and 2 medals, struck in the reign of Adrian, represent that peninsula under the form of a beautiful woman, clothed in a robe and mantle, with a rabbit at her feet. This animal was called in Hebrew Saphan, of which the Phoenicians have made Spania, and the Latins Hispania. Strabo relates that the inhabitants of the Balearic Islands, despairing of being able to oppose the extraordinary propagation of rabbits, which nearly rendered their country uninhabitable, sent ambassadors to Rome to implore assistance against this new kind of enemy. Augustus furnished them with troops, and the Roman arms were once more victorious. Aristotle says nothing of the rabbit, which probably was then little known in Greece. It afterwards became common enough, and that of Macedonia in particular found favor at tables renowned for delicacies. The Romans, those bold innovators in cookery, so desirous of strange and unheard-of dishes, would only consent to eat rabbits on condition of their being killed before they had left off sucking, or taken alive from the slaughtered mother to be immediately transferred to the ardent stoves of their kitchens. It was certainly reserved for that people to frighten the world by all kinds of culinary anomalies. The fox. A young fox, fattened on grapes and roasted on the spit, is a tidbit for a king during the autumn. Such was the idea of the Roman peasants, but we must be allowed, however, to differ from their opinion. The hedgehog. The Greeks willingly eat the hedgehog in a ragout, a dish the Romans never envied them. The squirrel. This charming little animal, which ought never to please, but when alive, often appeared at Rome among the most elegant dishes of the feast. At first it was only eaten by caprice. Unfortunately for the little animal, it was found to be very nice. The camel. Aristotle gives the greatest praise to the flesh of this useful animal, and places it without hesitation above the most delicate viands. The Greeks, his countrymen, thought it worthy of being roasted for the table of sovereigns, and the inhabitants of Persia and Egypt partook of the same enthusiasm. Rome thought the camel fit for the solitude of the desert, but not for the ornament of banquets, and really, for this once, Rome appears to have been right. The flesh of the young dromedary is as good as that of veal, and the Arabs make of it their common food. They preserve it in vases, which they cover with fat. They make butter and cheese with the milk of the female. Desmarest. The ancients, in their wars, made use of dromedaries. The soldiers, when upon these animals, formed a particular militia. In the Egyptian expedition, Bonaparte renewed this ancient custom, and that cavalry caused a great deal of injury to the Bedouins and Arabs. Besides the rider, each dromedary carried provisions and munitions of war. The elephant. Certain wandering tribes of Asia and Africa were thought formerly to be very fond of grilled elephant. The Egyptians went so far in their pursuit of this delicacy that the king, Ptolemy Philadelphus, was forced to forbid them, under pain of the most severe laws, to kill one of these animals whose number diminished every day. The law was disregarded, and the elephant only possessed greater attractions for them. In our days, also some semi-savage nations partake of the same taste. Le Veillon, a celebrated traveler and a most distinguished gastronomist, tells us that the first time he partook of an elephant's trunk, which was served him by the Hottentots, he resolved that it should not be the last, for nothing appeared to him of a more exquisite flavor. But he reserves his greatest praises for the foot of the colossal quadruped. We will let him speak for himself. They cut off the 4 feet of the animal, and made in the earth a hole about 3 feet square. This was filled with live charcoal, and covering the hole with very dry wood, a large fire was kept up during part of the night. When they thought that the hole was hot enough, it was emptied. A Hottentot then placed within it the 4 feet of the animal, covered them with hot ashes, and then with charcoal and small wood, and this fire was left burning until the morning. My servants presented me at breakfast with an elephant's foot. It had considerably swelled in the cooking. I could hardly recognize the shape, but it appeared so good, exhaled so inviting an odor, that I hastened to taste it. It was a dish for a king. Although I had often heard a bear's foot praised, I could not conceive how so heavy, so material an animal as the elephant could furnish a dish so fine and delicate. And I devoured, without bread, my elephant's foot, while my Hottentots, seated around me, regaled themselves with other parts, which they found equally delicious. The Romans never evinced fondness for the flesh of the elephant. This animal, with its gigantic proportions and rare intelligence, was found to be so amusing to the nation of kings, when dancing on the tightrope or in the terrible combats of the circus, that they hardly thought of roasting it, or making it into fricassees. We cannot, however, affirm the gastronomic eccentricity of some Roman epicure did not dream of a monstrous feast, in which he may have offered to his guests an elephant à la Troyenne on a silver dish made purposely for the occasion. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gloria Keawe, March 2018. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Feathered Game. Moses permitted his people to eat game, with the exception of birds of prey and some other species whose flesh appeared to him hard and unwholesome. The Egyptians piously offered to their priests the most delicate birds, which they willingly accepted and eat in order not to weaken their intelligence by the use of more simple and heavy food. Among the Greeks, at the commencement of the repast, little birds were served roasted, on which was poured a boiling sauce composed of scraped cheese, oil, vinegar, and silphium. Feathered game appeared in Italy only at the second course. The Romans were very partial to it, and many Epicureans possessing strange tastes found means to ruin themselves by eating pheasants and flamingos. The celebrated comedian Aesopus, whom Cicero thought worthy of being his master in the art of declamation, had one day the fancy to regale himself with a dish of birds, the whole of which when living had both learned to sing and speak. This gluttony of a new kind cost him very dear, and the supper of the barbarian was not any the better for it. Some modern nations, the French among others, formerly eat the heron, crane, crow, stork, swan, cormorant, and bittern. The first 3 especially were highly esteemed, and Taillevant, cook of Charles VII, teaches us how to prepare these meager, tough birds. Bellon says that, in spite of its revolting taste when unaccustomed to it, the bittern is, however, among the delicious treats of the French. This writer asserts also that a falcon or a vulture, either roasted or boiled, is excellent eating, and that if one of these birds happened to kill itself in flying after the game, the falconer instantly cooked it. Libo calls the heron a royal viand. These same men who eat vultures, herons, and cormorants did not touch young game. They thought it indigestible, and, for instance, abstained from leverets and partridges. The internal parts being the first to corrupt, the ancients carefully drew the game they wished to preserve. That done, they filled the inside with wheat or oats, and then placed it in the midst of a heap of flour or grain, with the feathers or hair on. Thus protected from the contact of the air or insects, the game kept remarkably well. The pheasant. The Argonauts discovered this magnificent bird on the shores of Phasis, a celebrated river of Colchis, and introduced it into Greece, where it was unknown. This tradition, sung by the poets, has only met with one contradictor, Isidorus, who pretends that the pheasant is a native of an island of Greece called Phasis. All nations soon hasten to receive it with the favor its rich plumage and the exquisite delicacy of its flesh deserve. Carried in cages composed of precious wood, it adorned the triumphal march of Ptolemy Philadelphus at his entry into Alexandria. Ptolemy Evergetes, successor to that prince, caused pheasants to be sent from Media, which he destined for his aviary. And he never eat them, so much did he dread the idea of diminishing their number. But, alas, custom and time, those jealous enemies of the greatest glories, eventually put an end to that. The unfortunate creature was stripped of its feathers and roasted. Gluttony, an insatiable monster that never says enough, rejoiced at being able to count it among the number of its conquests. The Greeks had coops for pheasants as we have for fowls, not to please the eye, but to ornament the table. And a foolish prodigality caused a whole pheasant to be served to each guest in those luxurious repasts, which the Athenians gave to display their pomp and ostentatious hospitality. Among the Romans, Pliny is the first, or we are mistaken, who mentions this bird, then very uncommon in Italy, since they went in quest of it to the banks of the Phasis. Its rarity did not prevent Vitellius from having a ragout of pheasant's brains, mixed with other viands of an unheard-of delicacy, in the immense dish called by him the Shield of Minerva. Pertinax willingly partook of pheasant, but on condition that they cost his miserly sensuality nothing. Heliogabalus would only eat them 3 times a week. Alexander Severus reserved them for solemn occasions. They were sacrificed each morning to the statue of Caligula, at the foot of which the vile troop of courtiers prostrated themselves at the very time even when Caesar, in a fit of sanguinary monomania, wished that the Roman people had but one neck, that he might sever it at a blow. It is especially from the commencement of the 14th century that the pheasant, better appreciated in Europe, has resumed in banquets that remarkable place, constantly assigned to it throughout this new era, in which our taste maintains it, and from which our posterity will never remove it, if they inherit that wonderful sentiment of the good and beautiful which so eminently distinguishes the epicures of the present day. Let us add, for the comfort of weak stomachs, that the medical light of Pergamo, the illustrious Galen, recommends them the use of the flesh of pheasants, that he prescribed it for himself, and found it a most delightful remedy. Quote, Mingrelia, or the antique Colchis, is the cradle of pheasants, that species of birds being stronger and finer there than anywhere else, but it is seen, however, all over Europe, in Africa, and Asia, even in the cold countries of the north. This beautiful bird forms an article of commerce with the Chinese, who sell them frozen in the market of Keawe. Closed quote. Sonini. The partridge. The Greeks and Romans were acquainted with partridges, and eat them. The red, at first very rare in Italy, were, however, advantageously replaced by the white, which true amateurs procured at a great expense from the Alps. The Athenians were fond of seeing them fight, and raised them for this cruel sport. Alexander Severus also sought in these sanguinary struggles relief from the cares of royalty. Aristippus, a more humane, perhaps a more luxurious philosopher, gave as much as 14 shillings for a fine fat partridge, which, passing from the aviary to the kitchen, escaped the fatal vicissitudes of a desperate combat. In Greece, people who knew how to enjoy life thought much of the leg of this warlike bird. It was fashionable not to touch any other part. At Rome, when politeness was not of so much consequence, they sometimes ventured on the breast. We barbarians eat the entire partridge. The quail. The dead may be raised by the means of a quail, said the ancients. Now for the proof, Hercules, having been killed in Libya, Aeolus took one of these birds, which fortunately happened to be at hand, and placed it beneath his friend's nose. The hero no sooner smelt it than his eyes opened to the light, and Acheron was forced to give up his prey. The learned Bocart denies this prodigy. He affirms that Hercules was subject to epileptic attacks, and that during a fit they caused him to smell a quail, whose odor quickly cured him. The Phoenicians insisted that he was quite dead, and they all cried out, "A miracle!" The reader must decide between them and Bocart. In the desert, the Israelites fed on quails, and this food reserved for them by divine goodness caused no discomfort among the fugitive tribes. The Greeks served them on their tables with partridges. They raise them in aviaries and eat them all the year round. Aristotle speaks most highly of them and does not attribute to them any dangerous property. However, quails were banished from all Roman tables. They were no longer carefully fattened. They were cursed and accused of causing epilepsy in those who partook of their fatal and seductive flesh. The authority of Galen confirmed this strange prejudice, and these innocent birds, having lost all reputation in Italy, no doubt easily consoled themselves for the happy ostracism which delivered them from a too expensive glory. At all events, it is probable that Rome had wickedly calumniated quails. 2 skillful men devoted to the cause undertook to defend them. They were called Hippolochus and Antiphanus. Their eloquent pleadings caused a sensation. The Epicureans were moved, and some of these birds were recalled, fattened, and roasted. Quails, like cocks and partridges, seem born to fight to excess. The Grecians encouraged their warlike ardor and threw them into the arena, where they contemplated their furious attacks with as much pleasure as they experienced at the sight of gladiators murdering each other in order to amuse them. Solon, the wise Solon, required that young men should be trained to courage at the school of these bold champions, and learn from them to despise danger, pain, and death. We know that sensibility was little thought of in the plan of education formed by the great legislator. Long after him, however, the Areopagus gave a dreadful proof of this, by condemning to death a little boy who had amused himself by pulling out the eyes of all the quails unfortunate enough to fall into his hands. This precocious monster was too promising. The thrush. The immortal author of the Iliad did not disdain, it is said, to compose a poem in praise of thrushes. These verses were so beautiful that the Greeks learned them all by heart in their infancy. The singular love of the ancients for this bird renders these poetical honors tolerably probable. More than once, Comus has borrowed the lyre of Apollo. In Greece, children were not allowed to eat thrushes, because it was feared that their delicious flesh might cause them to contract too early habits of gluttony and effeminacy. Young girls received them as presents from their betrothed on the day of their marriage. They were served at the most sumptuous feasts, and Attica enriched with its gold the bird-catchers of that Daphne, so celebrated for her luxury and scandalous voluptuousness. Rome inherited this gastronomic rage. One of Varro's aunts reared thrushes in the country, and sold 60,000 of them every year to the numerous epicures of the metropolis of the world. She derived an immense revenue from this speculation. Magnificent aviaries were soon seen in all rich Roman villas. They were filled with thrushes, and the multitude of these birds became such that they furnished a plentiful manure for the land. They were fed on crushed figs, mixed with wheaten flour. They had also millet, and great care was taken to preserve in the aviary a current of fresh and pure water to slake their thirst. On days of triumph and rejoicing, 8 dozen of these tempting thrushes cost no less than 27 shillings. On those solemn occasions, more than one generous citizen, consulting his prodigality more than his purse, ruined himself for love of his guests. More than one obsequious dependent spent his last sesterces in composing ingenious crowns of thrushes, which his haughty patrons deigned to receive as an homage. It is true he was sometimes allowed to become a spectator of the repast which his gift was to embellish, certainly a most flattering recompense for his gratitude and servility. Heliogabalus eat only the brains of these birds. This dish appeared to him most excellent, for it was very costly. The extreme delicacy of this volatile, which poetical connoisseurs have celebrated in their verses, recommends it to those with weak stomachs and to convalescents. Pompey being ill, his physician ordered him a thrush, but it was impossible to find one in Rome. Someone advised the celebrated general to apply to Lucullus, who fattened them throughout the year. "What?" cried Pompey ill-humoredly. "Shall I have to thank Lucullus's pompous luxury for life?" He refused to eat the thrush, and he recovered. The blackbird. What has been already said of the thrush precludes the necessity of writing much on the blackbird, for both these kinds of birds were equally dear to the gastronomists of Greece and Italy. They were fattened in the same manner, served on the same tables. The blackbird, in fact, like the thrush, re-established the strength and health of the rich. The poor were compelled to have recourse to less expensive remedies. Quote, "The flesh of the blackbird, so delicate in the time of gathering grapes, acquires at that period a savor which makes it as precious as the quail, but becomes bitter when they feed on the juniper berries, the ivy, or other similar fruits. Some medicinal properties are attributed to it. The oil in which the blackbirds have been cooked is recommended to persons afflicted with sciatica, and the soil of these birds dissolved in vinegar is, we are informed, a certain specific for removing the freckles of the face or spots on the skin." Closed quote. Vieillot. In 1468, Louis XI ordered one of his authorized ruffians, named Perdriel, to seize all the tame blackbirds he could find in Paris. These poor birds were sent to Amboise, where a register was kept of what they said or sung. It appears that the king intended to punish those citizens of his capital who taught these innocent volatiles to repeat abuse of the sovereign, after which he would have wrung the necks of the too intelligent birds. Louis XI could not carry out this singular idea, because he himself was shortly after the Duke of Burgundy's prisoner at Péronne. Blackbirds and citizens had a narrow escape. The starling. Drusus and Britannicus, sons of the Emperor Claudius, had a starling which spoke admirably the Greek and Latin. Alone he studied his lessons and afterwards recited them to the astonished princes. Science protected the learned bird from the fate reserved by the Greeks and Romans for the rest of its family. less distinguished by their erudition than by their culinary qualities. Starlings roasted in the kitchens honorably associated with partridges, blackbirds, and thrushes, and the disciples of Galen recommended them to their patients, who willingly submitted to so nourishing and light a food. The flamingo. A profound study of the art of good cheer caused the Romans to discover that the thick tongue of the phenicopter, or flamingo, presents towards its root a rather considerable adipose appendage. They tasted this lump of fat, and Rome was enriched with another dish. It has been asserted that the glory of inventing this refinement in gluttony is due to Apicius. Italy possessed 3 gastrophiles of this name. The first flourished a short time before the dictatorship of Julius Caesar. The second, Marcus Gabius, held a school of sensuality at Rome, under the reigns of Augustus and Tiberius. The third, Caelius, was contemporary with Trajan, and poisoned himself for fear of dying of hunger. We possess under the name of this last a Latin work in 10 books, from which we have borrowed largely, as the reader may have already remarked. It would be difficult to decide to which of the 3 Apicii it belongs. The author speaks of the flamingo, but does not mention its tongue. The treatise then is not the work of M. Gabius, who would doubtless have indicated the preparation of a dish of which Pliny assures us he was so fond. As to Caelius, if he were the compiler of this curious volume, as it is thought, how comes it he has forgotten a dish so justly celebrated in this magiric catalogue, in which no detail, however minute, seems to escape him? It would appear that this contested paternity rightfully belongs to the first Apicius, unless some of the learned contest it on the ground that the style of the work nowise agrees with the Latinity of his century. May one of the learned societies of Europe some day take up this arduous question, and restore the ancient masterpiece to its admirable author. In the meantime, the writer of the present work will continue to venerate the memory of Caelius Apicius, and offer him crowns of smallage, roses, and parsley, for his name embellishes the frontispiece of those pages which reveal to us the secrets of Roman cookery. And we repeat with Saucy, Le véritable amphitheron est l'amphitheron où l'on dîne. Honor is due also to the other Apicius for his ingenious sauce of flamingo tongues. True, we have never tasted it, for this expensive fancy can only be satisfied in the marshes of the Nile. It is still little known in Europe, but the most fastidious of the Romans regaled themselves with it. 3 emperors, Caligula, Vitellius, and Heliogabalus, immortal triumvirate of incomparable polyphagists, carried to indigestion their gastronomic delirium, their love for this famous ragout. These great authorities are conclusive. The traveler, Dampier, wished to try the flesh of the flamingo, and he thought it very good, though lean and very black. Quote, "The flesh of the phenicopterus is a dish more sought after in Egypt than in Europe. However, Catesby compares it for its delicacy to the partridge. Dampier says it has a fine flavor, although lean. Du Tertre finds it excellent notwithstanding its marshy taste. The tongue is the most delicious part." Closed quote. Vieillot. Fig pecker, or becafico. The Duke of C had received from nature one of those culinary organizations which the vulgar assimilate with gluttony, and the man of art calls genius. Greece would have raised statues to him. The Roman Emperor Vitellius would have shared the empire with him. In France, he gained the esteem of all parties by inviting them to sumptuous banquets. This rich patrician brought up with tender care a young chef de cuisine, whom his major domo had bequeathed to him on his deathbed, as Mazarin did Colbert to Louis XIV. The disciple profited by the learned lessons of the Duke. Already the young chef's head, eye, and hand possessed that promptitude and certainty whose union is so rarely combined. There remained for him only the instruction of experience. One day, in the month of September, some guests of the highest class, all professed judges in the order of Epicureans, met together at the residence of the noble Amphitryon, who often claimed the authority of their enlightened judgment. The learned Areopagitae had to pronounce on certain new dishes. It was necessary by dint of seduction to captivate the favor and patronage of these judges by disarming their severity. Everything was served to the greatest nicety. Everything was deemed exquisite, and they only awaited the dessert, that little course which causes the emotion of the great culinary drama to be forgotten, when the young chef appeared and placed in the center of the table a silver dish containing 12 eggs. "Eggs!" exclaimed the Duke. The astonished guests looked at each other in silence. The cook took one of the eggs, placed it in a little china boat, slightly broke the shell, and begged his master to taste the contents. The latter continued to remove the white envelope and at length discovered a savory and perfumed ball of fat. It was a fig pecker, of a golden color, fat, delicate, exquisite, surrounded by a wonderful seasoning. The good old man cast on his pupil a look full of tenderness and pride, and holding out his hand to him, "You are inspired by Petronius," said he. "To imitate in such a manner is to create. Courage! I am much pleased with you." This classic dish, a revival from the feasts of Trimalchio, enjoyed only an ephemeral glory. Europe was on fire, a warlike fever raged everywhere, and Paris soon forgot the eggs of Petronius. The fig pecker merits the attention of the most serious gastronomists. The ancients reckoned it among the most refined of dishes. The Greeks made delicate pies of this bird, which exhaled an odor so tempting that criticism was disarmed beforehand. The Romans gave it their entire esteem and prepared it with truffles and mushrooms. Among them, men who knew what good cheer means thought there was nothing worth eating in birds but the leg and lower part of the body. Fig peckers were the only exception to this rule. They were served and eaten entire. Quote, "In the southerly parts of France and in Italy, all the different species of lingot and almost all birds with the slender beak are commonly called beccafico, because in the autumn they attack and eat the figs, and thereby the flesh of these birds becomes then fat and exquisite. But that, really known as the beccafico, is remarkable for its delicacy. Therefore, it has at all times been recherché as an excellent eating. It is like a small lump of light fat, savory, melting, easy of digestion, and in truth an extract of the juice from the delicious fruits it has fed upon." Closed quote. Vieillot. The ortolan. Florence and Bologna sent to Rome cases of ortolans, the enormous price of which irritated instead of discouraging gluttony. They arrived in the metropolis of the world, picked and separated one from the other by layers of flour to prevent decomposition. Each of these little birds furnished only a mouthful, but this incomparable mouthful eclipsed everything else, and produced a sort of Epicurean ecstasy which may be called the transcendentalism of gastronomy. Ortolans were submitted to the same treatment as fig peckers in their preparation. The ostrich. There were tribes formerly in Arabia who fed on ostriches, and who for this reason were called strutiophagists. Marmot asserts that in his time they were eaten in Africa, although their flesh was gluttonous and had a bad smell. When the people of Numidia took any that were young, they reared and fatted them, and led them to feed by flocks in the desert. And as soon as they were fat, they killed and salted them. The Arabs of the present day abstain from them, but it is said they seek much the fat which they use plentifully in cooking. They were served at Rome on a few tables. This was nothing but a deprivation of taste. Heliogabalus, who understood good living better, contented himself with the brains of ostriches. 600 of these animals furnished enough for one meal. The devastation was great, but the emperor had made a good supper. The ostrich's eggs are very hard, very heavy, and very large. Their weight often equals 3 pounds. The color is of a dirty white, with light yellow veins. They are good to eat. In Africa, they are sought after as a friandise and cooked in various ways. The commonest and the best is after breaking to mix and cook them with a good deal of butter. They are large enough and sufficient for a man's meal. When the Arabs have killed an ostrich, they open its throat and make a ligature under the opening. 3 or 4 men take the bird and shake it, the same as rinsing a pouch. After which, the ligature being undone, a considerable quantity of a greasy substance comes out, mixed with blood and fat as thick as coagulated oil. One ostrich produces as much as 20 pounds of it, and it is used for the preparation of dishes, for the cure of rheumatism, humeur froide, and paralysis. The Romans used this grease for the same purposes, and believed it possessed the most precious qualities. The stork. In spite of the religious respect of the Romans for this bird, the emblem of peace and domestic virtues, Sempronius Rufus, an ancient praetor, caused his cook to dress some young storks, and this brought into fashion a dish which caprice alone could introduce at feasts. The sea swallow. Among the ancients, the swallow, joyous herald of spring, possessed little attraction for those men whom their gluttony has rendered so justly celebrated. Alas, they knew not the Salangan swallow, Irondo esculenta. They never tasted those birds' nests which Europe still envies the East. The inhabitants of the Philippine Islands give the designation of Salangan swallow to a little coast bird, the halcyon or kingfisher, celebrated for the singular construction of its nest. These nests have been compared to those which the Greeks and Romans call halcyons' nests. But this comparison is false, since the marine productions to which they give this name are not birds' nests, but polypuses, or the cylindrical covering of the polypi, the halcyonium, a kind of medicament, of which there were several varieties. All travelers agree that the Chinese and other Eastern nations have an extreme partiality for the salangan's nest as a delicious seasoning for their viands, and that they value it excessively. But they differ strangely as to its nature, its form, and the places where it is found. According to some, the material of these nests is a froth of the sea, or the spawn of fish, and strongly aromatic. Others say it has no taste. Some pretend that it is a juice gathered by the salangans from the tree called salambuk. Some maintain that it is a viscous humor that they give out from the beak at a certain period of the year. And lastly, many affirm that these birds compose it entirely from the remains of fish zoophytes. With respect to the form, some say that it is hemispherical, others that it resembles a shell valve. As to the places where the salangans build their nests, some observers assure us that it is fixed on the rocks a little above the level of the sea, in the hollows of those same rocks, and lastly, that they conceal them in holes which they burrow underground. According to Kempfer, these nests, as far as they are known to us, are nothing more than a preparation concocted from the flesh of the polypi. The celebrated traveler Poivre, while occupied one day in picking up shells and coral near Java, penetrated a rather deep cavern at a short distance from the seashore, and found the sides of it covered with little nests, in the form of a deep shell, firmly fixed to the rock. These nests were taken on board, and several persons who had been in China immediately recognized them as being identical with those that the Chinese seek with such avidity. The birds which had built them were true swallows, of about the size of the hummingbird. Poivre adds that in the months of March and April, the sea from Java to Cochin China is covered with spawn, which has the appearance of half-dissolved glue, and that he had learned from the Malays and the Cochin Chinese that the salangan builds its nest with its spawn. All agreed on this point. The bird picks it up as he skims the water, or from the rocks where the spawn coagulates. It is at the end of July and the commencement of August that the Cochin Chinese collect the nests, and as the young birds are hatched in March and April, the species do not suffer by it. By the subsequent examination of these nests, it was found that they presented the form of the half of a hollow, lengthened ellipsoid. They are composed externally of very thin laminae, nearly concentric and laid one over the other. The interior presents several layers of irregular network, superposed one over another, and formed of a multitude of threads of the same matter as the external laminae, which cross and recross in every direction. Their composition, which has a slight taste of salt, is of a yellowish white and demi-transparent. It softens in warm water without dissolving and increases in volume. It is a substantial food and would be excellent for persons suffering from exhaustion, whose debile stomachs ill perform their functions. Poivre declares that he never eat anything more fortifying than a pottage made with these nests and some good meat. The salangan nests are of two sorts, the white and the black. It appears that the white nests are those of the same year, and that the black ones belong to an epoch less recent. The birds are engaged about 2 months in preparing them, and the Chinese do not take them away until the young ones are feathered and begin to be pretty strong on the wind. This nomenclature would be incomplete did we not briefly mention some kinds of game which appeared with more or less favor on the tables of the ancients. The wood hen, dear to the Greeks, was not common at Rome in the time of Varro. The curious reared them in aviaries with other rare birds. The bustard, the water hen, and the teal found many admirers. The Romans reared the last named and judged it worthy of notice among the most delicate morsels of the feast. The woodcock, which is thought to be the rustica perdix of Martial, and the snipe do not appear to have obtained from the gastrophilus of antiquity that attention they deserved. This delicious game was ill appreciated in Italy and at Athens. History, that conscience of posterity, reproaches them with this oversight, and is astonished that the curlew should have usurped, particularly in Greece, a preeminence which it certainly does not deserve. Quote, "The fat of the snipe is of a most delicate savor, which it acquires only after the first appearance of the frosty season. It is cooked like the woodcock without being drawn." Closed quote. Vieillot. The gourmets have a way of knowing when the flesh of the woodcock is arrived at the degree of flavor required to be sought after. The bird is suspended by the beam feather of the middle of its tail. When the body gets loose and full, then is the time to eat it. Quote, "The woodcock is cooked with the entrails in, which, being pounded with what they contain, form its own and best seasoning." Closed quote. Sonini. The crow, an object of superstitious worship among the Egyptians, offered to the less scrupulous inhabitants of Alexandria a dish unequaled in delicacy, but which never seems to have tempted the nations of the West. The turtle-dove, whose timid innocence caused it to be revered in Assyria, had a less glorious destiny at Rome. It was roasted, and epicures greedily devoured the legs. The lark joined to the delicate flavor of its flesh a more precious quality. Either roast or boiled, it infallibly cured persons attacked with a colic. We cannot say whether it possesses this useful property at the present day. Quote, "The common lark, which is called at Paris mauvillette, is generally looked upon as a wholesome, delicate, and light game. It is dressed in various ways, and the gourmets appreciate the value of the excellent lark pies which have established the reputation of the town of Pithiviers in France." Closed quote. Sonini. The Romans went to almost fabulous expenses in order to procure game. What enormous sums, may we not imagine, were given for those dishes of flamingos' tongues and ostriches' brains already mentioned? What must have been the cost of the 7,000 birds which the brother of Vitellius served to the voracious emperor? And yet all these follies fall far short of those they committed through their love of fish. The inventive genius of the Greeks discovered in ichthyophagy strange refinements, though always impressed with we know not what kind of propriety, which seems to palliate their excesses. The Romans at first imitated, and soon afterwards surpassed them. Their frightful gluttony was revived by crime, and exalted in barbarity. The sea eels, conger, or Murena helena, will not eat. Let a slave be thrown to them young and healthy, his flesh will be more tempting and alive, that his struggle against unspeakable tortures may the better irritate the devouring ardor of these beloved fish. And a few days afterwards, the grave patrician or the noble knight again offered them this human food, and no remorse, no doubt, no gloom ever clouded his brow. No thrill of horror crossed his mind while he feasted on those sea eels he had fattened so well. More than 2/3 of the inhabitants of the most civilized countries were plunged in slavery, and employed solely to gratify the sensuality of the other third. That alone gives a terrifying idea of the contempt in which man was held by his fellow man, of the power of egotism, and of the vast corruption resulting from it. And what cruelties were committed in the face of heaven sanctioned by the law and by the manners and customs of society! The masters had absolute power over their slaves, and could punish them with blows or death at their own will and pleasure. If an unfortunate servant happened to taste a sauce or the remains of a fish, this unpardonable crime was often punished by crucifixion. The virtuous Cato sold his old slaves at whatever price they would fetch, rather than feed useless beings. The senator Q. Flaminius put one of his domestics to death as a new spectacle for one of his friends who had never enjoyed the pleasure of seeing a man killed. If the father of a family was assassinated in his house, and the murderer was not discovered, all the slaves were subject to the capital punishment. One of the grandees of Rome, who possessed 400 of them, having been killed by one of the number, they were all put to death. At the funeral of rich persons, a certain number of slaves were often slain as victims agreeable to their manes. And what is remarkable is that these things, which we can hardly believe, were not viewed as excesses, not even as an abuse of power, but simply as the exercise of a natural right. Such scenes were witnessed daily, without exciting the least censure or the slightest protestation on the part of those numerous writers and sophists who passed their whole lives in declaiming against the manners of the age. It is true that legislation had taken the lead by applying to slaves this dreadful aphorism. They are still more null than vile. Non tam viles quam nulli sunt. Such were the conquerors of the world. Such were those Romans who invented dreadful crimes through love of good living. End of section.
Section 22 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corrinne LePage. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Fish, Part 1. Fish. Perhaps it has not been sufficiently remarked that the science of ichthyophagy is generally developed in a direct ratio with the civilization of a people. Man began at first by satisfying the imperious necessities of his stomach. He then eat to live, and all was good to him. Experience by degrees gave rise to eclectism, choice. It was then discovered that a coarse and solid food might be replaced by a delicate and savory alimentation. Joyous appetite and sensuality, its effeminate companion, took the place of hunger, and this happy couple gave birth to the more amiable of fairies who, under the name of gastronomy, was soon to govern the world and to prescribe to it imperishable laws. It is asserted that the art of preparing fish was one of the first boons of this powerful sovereign, and that, instructed by her, Thetis rendered Ichthyophagous the god of light and the fine arts. The Jews, an agricultural people living far from the borders of the sea, attached but very little importance to fishing and the researches necessarily attendant on it, so much so that we hardly perceive any trace among them of this kind of food, which Moses did not entirely interdict, since that wise legislator was satisfied with prohibiting fishes without scales or fins. What an immense wealth remained unexplored! Let us pity them for not having known how to profit by it, notwithstanding the goodwill of the Phoenicians, inhabitants of the coast, who brought them the produce of their maritime excursions. Let us say it. The Hebrews were tolerably bad cooks. They possessed most admirable laws, a fertile country, courage, and many virtues, but their sobriety would never allow them to understand the art of good living. In that, they are to be pitied. We must agree that the Egyptians had better taste. Worshippers of certain fish, they used to embalm them as a means of preservation, and what is still better, they eat others in spite of the example of their priests, who never touched them. In fact, the preparation of those dishes required the trouble of a little study and culinary labor. Therefore, to avoid it, they eat the fish raw when very hungry. The epicures dried them in the sun, and they were served salted on great solemnities. But it was left to a woman to understand this wholesome and delicate food, and to raise it to the rank it ought always to have occupied. Gatis, let her be named with admiration, Queen of Syria, and no doubt a beautiful woman, was so fond of fish that, in order to be continually supplied with the choicest quality, she ordered all caught in her kingdom to be brought to her, and that none shall be eaten without the royal permission. This law, for it really was one, created great dissatisfaction, but she very sensibly allowed them to complain, and continued to treat herself and those of her privileged subjects, whom she condescended sometimes to admit to her table, with the most exquisite dishes of fish, such as the tunny, conger eel, and carp. It is much to be regretted that the chroniclers of that time have forgotten to transmit to us the name of the cook of this illustrious queen, and the recipes of the sauces she preferred. With great pleasure, we turn to the Greeks, that charming people who had only to set their foot on the most barren soil to cover it with flowers, and who laid the foundation of ichthyophagy as well as other sciences. It appears, however, that, at first, they thought but little of fish as an aliment. None had ever been served to the heroes of Homer and Ulysses. Relating that his hungry companions had partaken of some fish seems to excuse them by saying, "Hunger pressed their digestive organs." To be sure, a celebrated philosopher, and also an amiable Epicurean, attributed this grievous abstinence of those warriors to the fear of being enervated by dishes too delicious. And then, the terrible Achilles and the impetuous Ajax could not, perhaps, make up their minds to degustate under their tents a sole au gratin, or a fried herring, with the slow precaution more humble mortals willingly submit to. But shortly after that, fresh and salt fish became one of the principal articles of diet with the Hellenes. Aristophanes and the gastrophilist Athenus allude to it 100 times in their writings, and various personages are the subjects of biting sarcasms on account of their excessive partiality to the mullet, scar, and turbot. We may name, among others, Philoxenes of Cythera, who, learning from his doctor he was going to die of indigestion for having eaten too much of a most exquisite fish, "Be it so," he calmly exclaimed, "but, before I go, allow me to finish the remainder." Everyone knows the witty jokes of Lucian, who informs us that he knew a philosopher who examined with most serious comicality the nature of the soul of an oyster. Highly favoured by the neighbourhood of the sea, the Greek population applied themselves, with that particular taste which characterized them, to distinguish the best species, and skilful cooks knew how to give to fish the most refined flavour, thanks to the numerous combinations of ingredients which we too have learned from the ancient authors who have written on dietetics. They possess various ways of preparing them with salt or oil or aromatics. Athenus has transmitted to us some very important precepts upon their seasoning. Aeschylus and Sophocles were not above lowering their tragic muse by sometimes introducing remarks on fish sauce. The productions of the sea had for Athens such an irresistible interest that a law of police forbade all fishmongers to sit down until they had parted with the whole of their stock, so that the uncomfortable position of standing made them more submissive and induced them to dispose of the fish at a more reasonable price. This regulation in the Billingsgate of Athens was very rigorously observed, and the purchasers were highly delighted with it. They also required that the fish should always be out of the water, and this wise law, consequently, did not allow its being preserved or the price to be increased. And finally, as soon as any fish was brought to the market, they were required to call the customers together immediately by a kind of market bell, which was a sort of invitation to come and make their purchases. Some would-be philosophers, members of the opposition of that period, thought of raising their voices against common taste. Symmachus, Polycrates, and Lamprias tried to prove in their writings that those who eat fish were the most cruel and ferocious of men. These tender ichthyophilists were laughed at, and their works had no sale. The Romans inherited the predilection of the Greeks. For the dumb companions of the fair Amphitrite, but, excited by the love of the marvellous, they stocked the sea with imaginary beings, and they saw whales of 4 acres, fishes of 200 cubits, and even that eel or that serpent which veridical navigators have seen again in our days. It was then 30 feet in length, but now it is much longer. Pliny, who believed so many things, swore to these by the 12 great gods of Olympus. At all events, we are much indebted to that laborious naturalist for very precious information. He has made us acquainted with the scare, which the Roman epicures preferred to every other species. After the scare, the eel pout or lotus's liver enjoyed a great reputation. The red mullet, which is still much esteemed, was considered as one of the most delicate of dishes, and the Romans in fashionable circles employed it in a refinement of pleasure of a singular kind. It is well known that this fish, when the scales are removed, still remains a fine pink colour. The fops of Rome having remarked that, at death, this colour passed through a succession of the most beautiful shades, the poor mullet was served alive, enclosed in a glass vessel, and the guests, attentive and greedy of emotions, enjoyed this cruel spectacle, which presented to them a gradation of colours which insensibly disappeared. The greatest sensualists killed it in brine, and Apicius was the first who invented this kind of luxury. The brine most in use in such cases was made with the blood of mackerel, and that was one of the varieties of that famous garum, so highly praised by the Latin authors, and which was to them, at that period, what the fish sauces of the English are now. We will give in this work the various preparations of this so celebrated condiment, and the reader will then be able to judge for himself. Apicius, the man of culinary progress, proposed a prize to anyone who could invent a new brine made with the liver of red mullets. History has not transmitted to us the name of the fortunate conqueror, but Juvenal informs us that Asinius Celer offered 60 pounds for one of these fishes, which weighed 6 pounds. This was, after all, but a trifling folly, in the midst of so much extravagances which several writers have carefully registered. Lucullus, the most ostentatious of the patricians, had a mountain cut through the neighbourhood of Naples, so as to open a canal and bring up the sea and its fishes to the centre of the gardens of his sumptuous villa. The love of fish became a real mania. Turbots excited a furore of admiration. The Murrania Helena was worshipped. Hortensius, the orator, actually wept over the death of one he had fed with his own hands. The daughter of Drusus ornamented hers with golden rings. Each had a name, and would come with speed when it heard the voice of the master, whose happiness depended on his fish. Sometimes, in a moment of over-tenderness for his dear Murrania Helena, Vadius Pollio, a Roman knight of the highest distinction, and one of the intimate friends of the Emperor Augustus, could find nothing better to do than to feed them with the flesh of his slaves, who were thrown to them alive. It is true that these wretched creatures generally deserved this terrible chastisement. For instance, Seneca speaks of one who had the awkwardness to break a crystal vase while waiting at supper on the irascible Pollio. This unfortunate slave, having managed to escape from the hands of those who were conducting him to this horrible death, he went and fell on his knees at the feet of Caesar, whom he implored to inflict some less frightful torture. Augustus, moved to the very soul, granted him his liberty, had all of Vedius's vases broken, and ordered that the pieces should be used to fill up the reservoir in which the barbarous knight fed his Murrania Helena. Having given this rapid sketch of the principal periods of ichthyophagy among the ancients, little remains to be said of later ages in which we find few traces of any particular or excessive predilection of this kind of alimentation. If we are to believe Dio, the first inhabitants of Great Britain never eat fish. The English have not thought it expedient to imitate their ancestors in this respect. Under the reign of Edward II, certain fish, especially the sturgeon, never appeared in England except on the table of the king. It was prohibited to all others. In 1138, Stephen wanted to modify this interdiction, but after his reign it was again in vigour and considered as a royal prerogative. In France, anybody could eat fish, of any and all kinds, but every fishmonger was obliged to obtain permission from the king to sell it. The sumptuary laws of that kingdom inform us of nothing very interesting on this essential of gastrology. We find, however, by the Edict of 1294, that Philippe le Bel allowed, on fast days, 2 herring pottages and only 1 sort of fish, a meagre dinner, if ever there was one, and which, thank heaven, has fallen into complete disuse. Louis XII was very fond of good cheer, and consequently he appointed 6 fishmongers to supply his table with freshwater fish. Francis I had 22, Henry the Great 24. Under the reign of Louis XIV, fish acquired a singular vogue in the city as well as at court, owing to the marvellous talent of that prince's cook, who discovered the art, supposed to be lost, of giving to the delicate flesh of the pike, the carp, and the trout the shape and flavour of the most exquisite game. At this period, we have celebrated Vatel, one of the most illustrious officers of the household that ever flourished in the palace of the princes of Condé. This inimitable major domo understood that a dinner without fish was a cheerless one. One day, when his noble master entertained Louis XIV at a royal banquet at Chantilly, which the genius of Vatel rendered more brilliant, the fish from the coast failed. He sent everywhere, but none could be found. He was completely bewildered. He met his august master, whose kind words, full of benevolence, only served to increase his desperation. He left him, ran to his chamber, took his sword, and 3 times pierced his heart. Shortly after, fish arrived from all quarters. Vatel was called. No Vatel. He was sought for, and at last discovered. Vatel was no more. It appears that, in former times, there was a remarkable consumption of fish in England on the 4th of July, the festival of St. Ulrich. The following verses by Barnaby Gouge prove it. St. Huldrych. Wheresoever Huldrych hath his place, the people there brings in, both capes and pikes and mullets fat, his favour here to win. Amid the church there sitteth one, and to the altar nigh, that selleth fish, and so good cheap, that every man may buy. Nor anything he loseth here, bestowing thus his pain, for when it hath been offered once, 'tis brought him all again, that twice or thrice he sells the same, ungodliness such gain, both still bring in, and plenteously the kitchen doth maintain. Whence comes the same religion new? What kind of God is this? Same Huldrych here, that so desires and so delights in fish. An ordinance of King John informs us that, in the 14th century, people eat porpoises and even seals. In the days of the troubadours, they fished for dolphins and whales in the Mediterranean, and the flesh of these sea monsters was considered excellent. Sturgeon. This enormous cartilaginous inhabitant of the ocean, the Mediterranean, the Red, Black, and Caspian seas, received from the Greeks after its death honours in which none of the most delicate or renowned fish participated. It was announced to the guests by the sound of trumpets, and slaves, magnificently dressed, placed it on the table in the midst of garlands and flowers. Joy brightened every face. A more generous wine filled fresh goblets, and some flatterers, for the sturgeon possessed many, with eyes fixed on the noble accipenser, compared its flesh to the ambrosia of the immortals. The high price of sturgeon contributed in no small degree to such brilliant praise. This king of banquets would have ruined a modest citizen of Athens, and hardly did the exiguity of its proportions to permit its figuring among the expensive rarities of an Attic supper, when it had cost only 1,000 drams, or about 16 pounds sterling. The Romans, imitators and emulators of the luxury of the Greeks, were almost equally fond of this fish, and, like them, reserved it for princely tables, or aristocratic opulence. It would seem, however, that the enthusiasm excited by the sturgeon somewhat cooled under the reign of Vespasian. Perhaps at this period it became more common, or was sold at a more moderate price. Nothing more was requisite in Rome to deprive a dish of its most brilliant vogue and most powerful patronage. However, the poet Martial, by nature no great flatterer, passes a pompous eulogium on the monstrous fish, and judges it worthy of being placed on the luxurious tables of the Palatine Mount, that West End of Rome, rendered illustrious by the presence of kings, nobles, and emperors. We have before observed that the sturgeon was formerly a royal dish in England. A celebrated traveller assures us that, at the present day, the Chinese abstain from it, and the sovereign of the Celestial Empire consigns it to his own kitchens, or dispenses it to a few of his greatest favourites. This gigantic accipenser, which often weighs 200 pounds, is quite common in Siberia, where they even catch some of a much larger size, since some of the females have been found to contain 200 pounds weight of eggs. In 1750, one was caught in Italy which weighed 550 pounds. There are some in Norway, the head alone of which yields a ton of oil, and whose immense proportions would formerly have astounded the most intrepid gastrophilists of Athens, Syracuse, and Rome. An alimentary substance called caviar, furnished almost exclusively by Russia to the rest of Europe, is prepared from the spawn of several kinds of sturgeons. The spawn of the large sturgeon produces caviar of an inferior quality. That of the common sturgeon and the sterlet is prized as being more delicate, when it is carefully separated from the vessels and membranes with which it is intersected, well impregnated with brine, pressed and slightly dried. White caviar, it is said, is the best of all. It is reserved for the court. There are two sorts of caviar, granulated caviar and sack caviar. The manufacture of the first named is performed by pressing the spawn on a sieve and rubbing it in every direction to remove the pellicles which adhere to it, after which it is put into strong brine for 1 hour, then drained in a sieve and finally pressed close into barrels so as to entirely fill them before the head is fastened down. The manufacture of the other kind of caviar only differs in two particulars. The spawn is manipulated while in the brine in order to soften it, and is put in small portions of about ½ a pound each into linen bags, which are powerfully twisted to extract all the brine before it is pressed into the barrels. The workmen employed in these operations make a third kind of caviar with the refuse. This sort, used only by the poorest classes, deserves no notice. For some years past, they have introduced the method of salting the roes as they are taken from the fish and packing them into barrels, where they remain 7 or 8 months, after which they are again salted and then dried in the sun. Caviar occupies a very distinguished place in Russian, Turkish, German, and Italian gastronomy. The Greeks in particular live upon it almost exclusively during the long Lent fasts prescribed by their church. Red mullet. Philoxenes of Cythera supped one night with Dionysus, tyrant of Sicily. It happened that the prince was served with a magnificent mullet, whereas a very small one was presented to his guest. The philosopher took his fish in his hand and, with a very serious air, held it to his ear. Dionysus asked him what he was doing. "I am busy with my Galathea," replied Philoxenes, "and I am questioning him on the subject of Nerea, but I can obtain no answer from him because he was taken at too early an age. I am certain, however, that the other, evidently much older, which lies before you, is perfectly well acquainted with what I wish to know." The tyrant, who happened that evening to be in a good humour, laughed at the joke, and offered the larger mullet to the witty gastronomist. The unbridled and cruel luxury of ancient Rome required that this fish should be cooked by a slow fire, on the table and under a glass, that the guests might gloat on its sufferings before they satiated their appetites with its flesh. It is true that this barbarous gratification was very expensive, and it was necessary to be very rich to indulge in it. Consequently, it was decidedly very fashionable, quite natural, and in the very best taste. Ordinary mullets weighed about 2 pounds. These hardly deserved that their dying agonies should for an instant amuse the guests. They were worth only about 15 pounds or 20 pounds each. But sometimes fortune threw their way much larger ones, and the opulent amateur esteemed himself only too fortunate when he could obtain a fish of 3 or 4 pounds for a much higher sum than he had paid for the slave, tutor of his children. Crispinus was fond of mullets. He obtained one weighing 4 or 6 pounds, for which the fishmonger asked only 60 pounds. This was giving it away, and certainly the man did not understand his trade. Crispinus, on becoming the possessor of this wonderful treasure, was astonished at his good fortune, and the whole of Rome long refused to believe it. In the reign of Tiberius, 3 of these fish were sold for 30,000 sesterces, or 209 pounds, and this emperor was one day generous enough to give up to P. Octavius for the low price of 5,000 sesterces, a very fine mullet which had just been presented to him. And yet some persons of culinary authority paid but little attention to the flesh of this delicate fish. They sought only the liver and the head, and if they paid for it so dearly, it was solely to find some few mouthfuls more than these 2 parts. To which caprice, enthusiasm, that fever of admiration, and we know not what extraordinary gastronomic rage gave an inestimable price, which at the present day excites only a smile of incredulity. Pliny speaks of a mullet caught in the Red Sea, which weighed 80 pounds. At how much, adds this great naturalist, would it have been valued had they caught it in the environs of Rome? We may suppose, without the least exaggeration, that many a senator would have offered 1,500 pounds to become its possessor. It is thus that the mistress of the world foolishly dissipated in ephemeral whims the immense treasures poured into her lap by tributary kings, conquered and spoliated nations. Each day her patricians, knights, and nobles, tired of their importunate opulence, solicited new diversions and invented new excesses. The mullet, for a moment, satisfied their prodigality and amused their barbarity. But Heliogabalus appeared, and he imagined prodigies of gluttony which excited at once admiration and envy. The liver of this fish appeared to him too paltry. He took it into his head to be served with large dishes completely filled with the gills. Now, we know that the mullet possesses only 2. This dish, whose price would have enriched 100 families, was worthy of the Sardanapalus of Rome, who, at the age of 18, had exhausted the treasures of the empire and whom a violent death seized most apropos, at the moment when he had attained the extreme limits of crime and infamy. The Romans served the mullet with a seasoning of pepper, rue, onions, dates, and mustard, to which they added the flesh of the sea hedgehog, reduced to a pulp, and oil. When the liver alone was to be eaten, it was cooked, and then seasoned with pepper, salt, or a little garum. Some oil was added, and hare's or fowl's liver, and then oil was poured over the whole. The Greeks knew how to appreciate the mullet. They thought highly of those who caught on their own shores, and placed them in the first rank of the most exquisite dishes of their delicate cookery. It is with the eggs of mullets, when salted, pressed, washed, and dried, that the preparation known as botargo or botarcha is made. It is very recherché in Italy and other southern countries as a seasoning. Dr. Cloquet. Sea eel. The sumptuous abode of L. Crassus echoes with his sighs and groans. His children and slaves respect his profound sorrow and leave him with intelligent affection to solitude. That friend of great grief, so grateful to the afflicted soul because tears can flow unwitnessed. Alas, the favorite sea eel of Crassus is dead, and it is uncertain whether Crassus can survive it. This sensitive Roman caused his beloved fish to be buried with great magnificence. He raised a monument to its memory, and never ceased to mourn for it. This man, who displayed so little tenderness towards his servants, had extraordinary weakness concerning his fine sea eels. He passed his life beside the superb fish pond, where he lovingly fattened them from his own hand. Ornamented with necklaces of the finest pearls, and earrings of precious stones, all, at signal, swam towards him. Several fearlessly took the food he offered them, and some, as familiar as their absent and regretted companion, allowed their master to caress them without seeking to bite or avoid him. This singular passion, which at the present day we can hardly believe, in spite of the respectable authority of most serious writers, was very common at Rome, amongst those who were rich enough to rear such fish. C. Hirtius was the first to construct fish ponds on the seashore, to which many visitors were attracted by their magnificence. The family of Licinius took their surname of Murena from these fish, in order thus to perpetuate the most silly affection and the remembrance of their insanity. Sea eels necessarily pleased men cloyed with pleasures, and who substituted a kind of cold and cruel curiosity for the terrible emotions which beings peculiarly organized hope to find in evil-doing. Gladiators murdering each other, lions or tigers lacerating the bestiary, all these agonies of the amphitheatre had long since lost the attraction of novelty. It was a much more exciting spectacle to witness a swarm of sea eels tearing to pieces an awkward or rebellious slave. Besides, it greatly improved the fish. The atrocious Vidius Pollio, who understood these matters, never failed to have sea eels served him after their odious repast, that he might have the pleasure of eating some part of the body of his victim. Thank heaven, however, some amateurs of this dreaded fish were not so barbarous. They fattened them very well without having recourse to such criminal food. Veal was cut into thin slices and steeped in the blood of the animal for 10 days, after which the fish greedily regaled themselves with it. It was, doubtless, in this manner that the skilful speculator, Hirtius, the same already mentioned, nourished his sea eels, which produced him an immense revenue. His fish ponds contained so great a number that he was able to offer 6,000 to Julius Caesar on the occasion of the public feast that general gave the day of his triumphal return from the conquest of Gaul. The greater part of the Roman emperors were exceedingly fond of sea eels. The greedy Vitellius, growing tired of this dish, would at last only eat the soft roes, and numerous vessels ploughed the seas in order to obtain them for him. This exquisite rarity again appeared too common to the maniac child, who dismayed and astonished Rome for the space of 3 years. Heliogabalus brought the soft roe of the sea eel into disrepute by ordering that the peasants of the Mediterranean should be gorged with it. This folly amused him, and only cost several millions. That was a trifle when compared to the blood which almost always flowed to satisfy his whims. The Greeks and Latins thought much of the sea eels caught in the Straits of Sicily. They were sometimes served surrounded with crawfish, but more frequently they were dressed with a seasoning much in fashion, composed of pepper, alisander, savory, saffron, onion, and stoned Damascus plums. These various substances were mixed together, and to them were added wine, sweet, sun-made wine, old wine reduced by boiling, garum, vinegar, and oil. At Rome, the fish market was abundantly supplied with sea eels from the Tiber. Connoisseurs thought nothing of them. They were sold at a low price, and their disgrace became complete directly they appeared on plebeian tables. The Egyptians venerated this fish and always esteemed it sacred. Among the Sybarites, just appreciators of its culinary qualities, the fishers and sellers of sea eels were exempt from all taxes. They often procured some of such enormous size that we should be tempted to accuse the old chroniclers of exaggeration if we were not aware that this animal attains considerable dimensions. In the year 1786, a sea eel was taken in the Elbe, weighing 60 pounds. This extraordinary fish measured 7 feet 2 inches in length and 25 inches in the girth. Lamprey. In spite of its soft and viscid flesh, this fish occupied in Rome a most honourable rank among the multitudinous dishes which intemperance was ever augmenting, and preference was given to that species caught by the enterprising speculators in that strait which separates Sicily from Italy. These good people averred that lampreys which rise to the surface of the sea are immediately dried up by the sun and cannot any more descend to the depths of the ocean. This little story did no harm to their sale. On the contrary, they became on that account more curiously interesting. It was also said, and the serious Gesner himself has repeated this fable, that if the fish fastens its mouth to the side of a vessel, it immediately stops, and that the combined power of the wind and the efforts of the rowers are unavailing. The fact is, by means of a kind of suction, it can fasten firmly on any bodies, and one weighing only 3 pounds has been seen to sustain in the air with its mouth a stone weighing 12 pounds. The lamprey has not always been the fashion, but it has had brilliant and glorious epochs. In 1135 it caused so great a fit of indigestion to Henry I, King of England, that prince died in consequence of it. Since then, in the 16th century, it has been honoured with the reputation of having caused more than one death. It was sold at a very high price, 3 pounds at least, and at certain periods the Roman nobles even paid as much as 20 pounds for one of these fish. The ancient metropolis of the world had sometimes strange reminiscences of her former grandeur. The Italian epicures of that remarkable era used to kill the lamprey in candy and wine. A nutmeg was placed in the mouth, and a clove in each of the openings of the gills. They rolled them around in a saucepan, and after adding crushed almonds, breadcrumbs, candy and wine, and spices, the whole was cooked over a slow fire. Sea-wolf. Hicasius, one of the most estimable ichthyophagists of antiquity, does not hesitate to place the sea-wolf above all the fish which by their excellence were dear to Greece, and the great Archestratus says that the lubridan, a species of the sea-wolf, is a child of the gods. The Romans, touched no doubt by these magnificent praises, granted to the sea-wolf that favour which a high reputation commands. The immense sturgeon itself was eclipsed by it, and the sea-wolf had the glory of throwing this powerful and renowned rival into oblivion. Their love for its white and tender flesh knew no bounds, and the fishermen of the Tiber were no longer equal to the task of supplying them for the impatient gluttony of the rich inhabitants of the Palatine Mountain. Still, this fish only fetched a high price when taken in certain part of the river. From any other place it hardly commanded a few pence. Between the Sublicius and the Sanatorius bridges, a deep, black and fetid water announced the presence of the continual flood of filth which the giant city poured into it night and day. It was in the midst of these impurities that shoals of sea-wolves were seen disporting. They fattened on that shocking slime, and thence passed to the delicate tables of Lucullus and Caesar. The Greeks contented themselves with lubridans taken in clear water, and preferred the head to any other part. Scarus, or parrotfish. The scarus, its modern name is still problematic, furnished the Greeks with one of those exquisite dishes the remembrance of which never dies. The Romans were not yet acquainted with it when Octavius, the commander of a fleet, brought on board the vessels a great quantity of this fish, which he ordered to be thrown into the sea along the coast of Campania, and which soon became the delight of the epicures of Rome. History has shown too much disdain by neglecting to say more than a few passing words on the subject of this great service. May a tardy homage of gratitude be paid to the memory of the benefactor of his country. The scarus was prepared without being emboweled, and epicures found it impossible to satiate themselves with the entrails, which obtained for it a gastronomic vogue it long enjoyed without a rival. It was asserted that the fish ruminates, that it feeds only on herbage, and that, far from being mute like the other inhabitants of the water, it not only emits sounds, but is able to express by its cries the different sensations it experiences. These anomalies, either real or supposed, had, perhaps, as great a share in rendering the scarus celebrated as the delicacy of its flesh and the exquisite flavour of its intestines. Merit the most real can so rarely keep the field unsupported by cajolery. Turbot. Rome and Italy were indebted to the praetor Sempronius, or to Rufus Rutilius, for the turbot, which they taught their countrymen to appreciate. This fish quickly obtained the success which it merited, and was compared to the pheasant, as soles were likened to partridges, lampreys to quails, and sturgeons to peacocks. Some preferred turbot from the Adriatic Sea, others that of Ravenna, but all united in declaring that there was not a more delicious food, and that a feast loses all of its charm when this delicacy is wanting. In the reign of Domitian, a monstrous turbot was taken. Such a one had never been seen in the imperial kitchens. The emperor convoked the Senate, and deferred to them to decide in what dish it should be cooked, in order that it might be served whole. The deliberation was long and stormy. All Rome was in a state of expectancy, and the august assembly strove to prove itself worthy of the high confidence reposed in it by Caesar. At length the illustrious old men were tolerably unanimous in their idea that the best way would be to make a dish expressly for the fish, since there was none large enough ready-made, and also that a stove should be constructed vast enough to allow the dish to be placed commodiously upon it. The emperor, the city, and the court applauded the profound wisdom of this decision, and le turbot fut mis à la sauce piquante. Aristotle does not mention this fish, but his compatriots esteemed highly the turbots of Attica. Tunny. The Greeks greatly praised the tunny fish of Pacanum. Persons who prided themselves on their knowledge in the art of good living eat only the belly part, and never touched the remainder. The Sinopians formerly gained immense sums by the tunny fishery along their shores, the effigy of which, perhaps in gratitude, they stamped on their money. This fish came from Palus Meotides, and passed thence to Trebizond and Pharnacia, whence it followed the coast of Sinopus, and at length reached Byzantium, where they took nearly all those which escaped the fisheries of the two first named stations. The Romans offered tunny fish in sacrifice to Neptune, in order that god might deign to prevent the Xiphias fish from tearing their nets, and forbid the two officious dolphins to assist in their escape. They sold it at a very good price during the autumn and winter, but it fetched less in the summer because it was thought to be unwholesome during that season. The jowl and belly were thought the most delicate parts. They were either fried or boiled with pepper, alisander, cumin, onion, mint, sage, and dates, to which was added a mixture of honey, vinegar, oil, and mustard. Archestratus, who, on account of his gastronomic voyages, was looked upon as a high authority, asserts that Sicily and the neighbourhood of Constantinople furnished excellent tunny fish, but that the best were those from Samos. These latter were much renowned among the Greeks, who carefully prepared the entrails and feasted on this dish. Athenus relates on the subject a witticism of the poet Dorio, a keen and caustic spirit of the period of Aristotle and Philip of Macedon. Being at supper with that prince, a guest ridiculously praised a dish of tunny fish intestines, just placed on the table. "They are certainly excellent," said Dorio, "when eaten as I eat them." "How then do you eat them?" rejoined the gastronomic courtier. "With the firm determination," replied the poet, "of thinking of nothing better." The fish abounds in certain seas, and Pliny avers that it obstructed the navigation of the Indian Sea to such an extent that the fleet of Alexander the Great was obliged to change its course in order to avoid this impassable barrier. Tunny fish sometimes attain an immense size. Father Sati tells us that some were caught in Sardinia weighing no less than 1,000 pounds, and sometimes even 1,800 pounds. Conger eel. Near Sicyona, a city of the Peloponnesus, they formerly caught conger eels of such immense size that it required a wagon drawn by oxen to carry a single one. The body, the whole of the head, and even the intestines were eaten. This dish, worthy of being offered by Neptune to his divine colleagues, was capable, like ambrosia, of bestowing immortality on those who had the good fortune of tasting it, and the dead would return to life had it been possible to serve them with a piece of this exquisite fish. These childish exaggerations have not prevented Galen from treating the conger eel with very little respect. He affirms that nothing is more hard or indigestible, and indeed Epicureans of some repute allowed only the head to appear on their tables, and then only at rare intervals. and under the auspices of a relishing sauce which assured its reception. The Romans had still less esteem for this too highly praised fish. However, sometimes a fried conger eel occupied on the sigma an obscure place, in the midst of a seasoning flavored highly with pepper, alisander, cumin, wild marjoram, dried onion, and the hard yolks of eggs, with which a skilful hand carefully mixed to the whole vinegar, sweet wine, garum, and cooked wine. Eel. In some parts of Egypt, the eel was not eaten because it was thought indigestible. In other places, it received religious worship. They were ornamented, whether they liked it or not, with silver, gold, and precious stones, and priests daily offered them the entrails of animals and cheese. The Greeks thought highly of eels. "Behold the Helen of feasts," cried Oedicastes at the moment when one was served. "I will be her Paris." And the glutton seized and devoured it immediately. Boeotia, where this fish was immolated to the gods, the Straits of Sicily, and the Copian Lake furnished eels remarkable for their delicacy and size. These were served fried and enveloped in beet leaves. They enjoyed a high reputation among the Sybarites, a choice nation, who would have invented cookery if the art had not already existed, and among whom a repast was so serious a matter that a whole year was not thought too long in order to meditate upon it and get it ready. But Hippocrates did not like the eel, and he forbade it to his patients, and to persons attacked with a pulmonary affection, so that this queen of luxury, as Archestratus calls it, met with as many enemies as partisans. Egypt adored it, Greece was enamored of it, Rome despised it, and the plebeian alone reserved it to the humiliation in his brutal orgies. Apicius, however, has condescended to notice this fish. "Mix," says he, "pepper, alisander, parsley seed, dill, and dates. Add to this honey, vinegar, garum, oil, mustard, and cooked wine. Serve this sauce with the eel." Nations have their ages of splendor. Viands have their epochs of celebrity and glory. This one seems to us fast falling into decay, in spite of some isolated efforts in order to make it flourish. When Rockingham was named Member of Parliament, he ordered 13 barrels of eels to be brought to London for the banquet he gave on that occasion. No one to our knowledge has since prepared so gigantic a matelote. Travellers formerly saw in the Ganges beautiful eels 300 feet long, a magnificent species never seen in Europe. The eel, so much despised by the Romans, is rather in favour in several countries. Certain species are much esteemed. That named Gousseau, among others, deserves the preference it always obtains in Rouen. Pike. The pike was very little esteemed by ancient gastronomists, who viewed it only as an ignoble inhabitant of muddy water, and the implacable enemy of frogs. It was received opinion that this despotic ruler of ponds lived for several centuries, and it may be correct. Among the examples of longevity of this fish, the most remarkable is that of the pike of Kaiser's lantern, which was 19 feet long, weighed 350 pounds, and lived at least 235 years. It is reported that the Emperor Barbossa himself threw it, on the 5th of October, 1262, into the pond where it was caught in 1497, and that this enormous pike wore a golden ring, which was made so that it would expand, and on which was engraved the date when the fish was spawned. Its skeleton was for a long time preserved at Mannheim. The multiplication of pikes would be immense if the spawn and pickerel, in the first year of their existence, were not the prey of several other fishes, for it has been calculated that in a female pike of middling size, 184,000 eggs were found. In the north, and particularly in Siberia, the pike is preserved, salted, and smoked. The largest only are used, those weighing about 2 pounds. When they have been drawn, cleaned, and washed, they are cut in pieces, stratified with salt in barrels. A brine is formed in which they are left for 3 days, then they are dried or smoked for 1 month. After this time, they are put in another barrel with fresh salt, wetted with vinegar. Carp. The carp occupied a very honorable rank with the Greeks and Latins, but only as a fish of that second order. At Athens, they picked out the bones and stuffed it with silphium, cheese, salt, and marjoram. The Romans boiled it and mixed it with sow's paps, fowl's flesh, fig peckers, or thrushes, and when the whole was made into a kind of pulp, they added raw eggs and oil. Then they sprinkled it over with pepper and alisander, after which they poured wine, garum, and cooked wine over it, and when the culinary combination was completed in the stewpan, by the assistance of a slow fire, it was then thickened with flour. In several countries it is known at what period the carp was naturalized. Peter Marshall brought it to England in 1514, Peter Ox to Denmark in 1560. A few years after, it was introduced into Holland and Sweden. The fecundity of this fish is surprising. No less than 621,600 eggs were found in a carp weighing 9 pounds, and it is very long-lived. Several have been seen in the moats of the castle on Pontchartrain, which were proved to be 150 years old. Carp are capable of acquiring considerable dimensions. The most gigantic on record was that caught at Bischofshaus, near Frankfurt, on the Oder. It weighed 70 pounds. Eel pout. The liver of the eel pout, also known by the names lota, lote, and lotus, is particularly large and so delicate that a certain Countess of Büchlingen squandered a large portion of her income to gratify her taste for them. That lady, worthy by her refined and antique taste of the proudest period of Roman extravagance, was, perhaps, not aware that the most fastidious Epicureans of Italy, enthusiastic admirers of the liver of this fish, had it served with a sauce composed of vinegar, grated cheese, and garlic, to which they added leeks and onions, chopped fine. Trout. Ælian speaks of a fish found in the river Astraeus in Macedonia, which Gesner believed to be identical with the trout. It does not appear, however, that the Greeks knew the real value and merit of this fish, but on the other hand, the Romans assigned it to the foremost rank, next to the sturgeon, red mullets, and the sea eel, especially when they had been fattened to the thick waters of the Tiber, on the very spot where the Labridans acquired their plumpness and value. The trout was dressed like the preceding fish. Goldfish. This fish, dear to the Greeks, had the honor of giving its name to the celebrated ichthyophagist, Sergius, who was passionately fond of it, and who took the name orata from orata goldfish, to preserve in his family the remembrance of his gluttony or his affection. His compatriots, the Romans, highly valued the goldfish, and sought with eagerness those which had fed on the shellfish of the lake of Lucrin, that precious reservoir between Baiae and Cumae, which never deceived the hopes of the gastronomist nor the greedy expectations of the fisherman. The goldfish was served with a gravy composed of pepper, alisander, carrots, wild marjoram, rue, mint, myrtle leaves, and the yolks of eggs, mixed with honey, vinegar, oil, wine, and garum. The slow cooking of these various ingredients gave them the required homogeneousness. End of section 22. Recording by Corrinne LePage. Section 23 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corrinne LePage. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Fish, Part 2. Whiting. The flesh of this gadou is so light that, according to an old French proverb, the merlan mangé ne pèse non plus dans l'estomac que pendu à la ceinture. Whitings weigh no more when eaten than when hung to the girdle. Nevertheless, the Greeks did not think much of it, and they said that the whiting was only good for those who could not obtain more delicate fish. The Romans, less severe or not quite so particular, cooked their whitings with a sauce composed as follows. Put with the fish in a stewpan some garum, chopped leeks, cumin, savory, and a sufficient quantity of cooked wine, and some wine slightly diluted. Cook it on a slow fire. Codfish. The codfish supplied the ancients with the most exquisite dish next to the sturgeon. The only fault found with it was that it cost less than others. The Greek cooks sprinkled it with grated cheese, moistened with vinegar, then they threw over it a pinch of salt and a few drops of oil. Persons with delicate stomachs did not scruple to partake of this aliment, which Gillian warranted as being excellent. The average size of this fish is about 3 feet in length, but some are found of 10 feet. The common weight is 15 pounds, and some have been seen weighing 60 pounds. Leeuwenhoek has said that 9,344,000 eggs had been found in one fish. It is probable that he made a mistake, as a codfish of our days weighing 50 pounds produced only 3,686,000 eggs, a number sufficiently prodigious and which shows pretty well its great fecundity. It is supposed that the discovery of the great and small banks of codfish is due to the Basque fishermen, who arrived there in pursuit of whales 100 years before Columbus's voyage. Others give that honor to James Cartier, a native of Falkland Islands. As early as the 14th century, the English and the inhabitants of Amsterdam busied themselves with cod fishing, and later the Irish, Norwegians, French, and Spaniards competed with them more or less successfully. In 1533, Francis I, having sent J. Verrazzano and afterwards Jacques Cartier to explore the neighborhood of Newfoundland, the French fishermen followed them and brought back also this fish from those distant countries in the beginning of the 16th century. Man annually seizes upon a prodigious quantity of cods, and were it not for the immense extent of the means of reproduction allowed to it by nature, the species for a long time past would have been annihilated. It is even hardly conceived how it has been possible to preserve it, for it is well known that as early as 1368, the inhabitants of Amsterdam had brought up fishermen on the coast of Sweden, and in the first quarter of 1792, according to a report presented to the minister, Roland, at the National Convention, that from the ports of France only 210 vessels, forming together 191,158 tons, went out for the cod fisheries, and that every year more than 10,000 vessels of all nations employed at this trade throw in the commercial world more than 40 million of salted and dried cod. If we add to this enumeration the havoc made among the legions of these fishes by the great squales, sharks, and others, besides the destruction of a multitude of young ones by the other inhabitants of the seas and sea birds, together with the myriads of eggs destroyed by accident, it really is extraordinary to see this fish in so great a quantity now. But who can wonder, since each female can every year give birth to more than 9 million of young ones? Dr. Cloquet. Perch. The Greeks were acquainted with the perch. Diocles used to give the flesh to the sick, Xenocrates extolled those from the Rhine, and Ausonius, the poet, has sung the praises of those fed in Moselle. With the Romans, this fish obtained a renown almost equal to that bestowed on the trout, and all eyes bespoke its welcome at supper, when it appeared on the table covered with a seasoning in which pepper, alisander, cumin, and onions were artistically combined with stoned Damascus plums. Thanks to the clever use of wine, vinegar, sweet wine, oil, and cooked wine, this ingenious amalgamation acquired over a slow fire the requisite consistence and cohesion. Skate. The ancients liked or disliked skate according to the places where they eat it. So now this fish is rejected in Sardinia, and thought excellent in London and Paris. The Greek gastronomists of fashion sometimes partook of the back of the skate. The remainder seemed unworthy of their attention, and a certain poet maintains that a piece of stuff, boiled, offers to the palate a flavour quite as agreeable. Italian gluttony always gave a cold reception to this dish, which they owe to the Greek cooks, which their magiric writers have not sufficiently studied. Aristotle knew of 2 species of skate. Pliny speaks of them. Lacépède enumerates 39 species. That celebrated naturalist, Buffon's pupil and competitor, assures us that several Eastern nations consider the smoke arising from the eggs of skates, thrown on burning coals and inhaled by the mouth and nostrils, as an excellent remedy against intermittent fever. It would cost but little to make the experiment. Salmon. It is reported that the salmon was thus named on account of its frequent leaping. It has been sung by Ausonius. Its absence left a chasm in the delights of Greece, and it was late before it became known in Rome. Pliny is the first of Latin authors who name it. Ichthyophagy will cherish the memory of this laborious author. He speaks with praise of the salmon taken in the Garonne and Dordogne. He extols those of Rhine, but he seems to give a decided preference to those magnificent fishes covered with a silvery mail, which disport in the limpid waters of that picturesque and beautiful Aquitaine. 2 centuries ago, there was such a great quantity of salmon taken in the rivers of Scotland that, instead of being considered a delicate dish, it served commonly as food for servants, who it is said stipulated sometimes that they should not be obliged to eat that common, tasteless aliment more than 5 times per week. Sepia, or cuttlefish. Pliny has extolled the consistency of conjugal affection in the cuttlefish, and the courage with which the male defends his companion in the moment of danger. The poet Persius describes its flight, protected by the thick black liquid with which it blinds its enemies. Apicius, struck more by its succulent qualities, opens this fish, empties it, and stuffs it with cooked brains, to which he adds raw eggs and pepper. He then boils it in a seasoning of pepper, alisander, parsley seed, and cooked wine, mixed with honey, wine, and garum. Thus prepared, the cuttlefish passed at Rome as an estimable dish, and which might be offered at an unpretending repast. Swordfish. The Greeks were fond of the swordfish, and often partook of it with a sauce of which oil was the basis, and with which were mixed yolks of eggs, leeks, garlic, and cheese. The Romans thought very little of this fish, and prayed Neptune to send it far from their nets. Shad. The shad was caught during the summer and sold to the people, who boiled it and dished it up with strong herbs and oil. This plebeian fish was excluded from all respectable banquets. Modern taste has allowed this estimable fish to reappear on the table, where it is always seen with pleasure. This fish caught in most of the great rivers of Europe, Asia, and northern Africa. Bosc. Rhombo, or rhombus. The rhombo claimed the attention of the discriminating ichthyophagists of Rome by the delicacy of its flesh, and few fish would have been preferred to it had it not been feared that it rendered digestion difficult. Some intrepid stomachs, however, greeted this dish without much repugnance when presented to them fried and sprinkled with pepper in the midst of a seasoning in which pepper, cumin, coriander, benzoin, wild marjoram, and rue, heightened by a little vinegar, were mixed with dates, honey, cooked wine, and oil. This boiling sauce was poured over the rhombo, but not before it had been enriched with garum, which we had almost forgotten, that inevitable brine which the ancient magiric genius placed everywhere, and whose prodigious renown ought to have preserved it from oblivion. Mugill. This fish, singular instrument of a punishment invented by Rome, entered into the bill of fare of a fashionable supper, but one without that magnificence which a feast of parade exacts. It was prepared with pepper, alisander, cumin, onion, mint, rue, sage, and dates, mixed with honey, vinegar, mustard, and oil. The Greeks also esteemed mugills, and gave preference to those sold by the fishermen of Sciathus. Mackerel. Commentators do not agree on the origin of this word. Scaliger, who perceived Greek in everything, says it is derived from makarios, happy. But then, in what does the facility of this fish consist? The old writer Bellon, more wise in his conjecture, thinks this word comes from the Latin macularelli, little spots, because it is marked on the back with black stripes. Let the etymology be what it may, the Epicurean cares very little about it. Mackerel was much liked in Greece, where it was believed to be a native of the Hellespont, and throughout Italy, where it was supposed to have come originally from Spain. It is very probable that from the mackerel was obtained one of the varieties of garum, known by the name of garum sociorum. Further on, we intend to devote a special chapter to the subject of this celebrated condiment. Neither the size nor the weapons of mackerel make them formidable. They have, however, a violent appetite, and on account, perhaps, of the confidence they feel in the number of each shoal, they are bold and voracious, frequently attack fishes larger and stronger than themselves, and even dart with blind audacity upon the fishermen who bathe where they happen to be. Thus Pantropheon relates that a sailor bathing in the port of Carcool in Norway, missing one of his companions, saw him a few minutes afterwards dead, the body mangled and covered with a multitude of mackerel, tearing his remains to pieces. Dr. Cloquet. Haddock. The haddock, like the sturgeon, was surrounded with the ridiculous honours of almost divine pomp. It was served interwoven with garlands, and trumpeters accompanied the slaves who, with uncovered heads and foreheads crowned with flowers, brought the guests this dish, the merit of which was perhaps exaggerated by capricious fancies. Tench. Ausonius, who lived in the 4th century of the Christian era, is the first who has spoken of the tench in his poem of the Mostella. It was abandoned to the common people, who alone feasted on it. This fish, long the victim of an unjust disdain, ultimately conquered from the great esteem which they at first refused to it. Dragon weaver. The dragon weaver traversed unseen the long and brilliant gastronomic period of the Romans. Greece rendered it more justice, but its too modest qualities were not able to preserve it from forgetfulness and indifference. Loligo. At Rome, the loligo, a species of cuttlefish, was sometimes served with pepper and rue, mixed with garum, honey, sweet wine boiled, and a few drops of oil. Sole. This fish, which the Greeks caught on the coast, was much sought after on account of the delicacy of its nourishing and light flesh. The flounder, the brill, the diamond, and the Dutch plaice, which together with the sole were known under the general name of passers, enjoyed an equal esteem, and had attributed to them the same qualities. Angelfish. In Holland there are angelfish of enormous size, and Aldro van Doos relates that some have been seen which weighed as much as 160 pounds. In the time of this naturalist the common people did not eat them very willingly. Filefish. The flesh of this species of the ballistas is only good when fried, according to Margrave. Columella thinks as much of it, and Pliny ranks it among the saxatiles, the most esteemed by connoisseurs. Pilchard. Among the Greeks, this fish was considered only as fit for the people. Those from the environs of the Phaleres were much esteemed, when left only an instant in boiling oil. The Romans, who gave them the first rank among the salt fish, stuffed them in order to render them better in the following manner. They bruised the pennyroyal, cumin, pepper, mint, and pine nuts. These they mixed with honey, and with this paste they filled the anchovy after having carefully boned them. They then wrapped them in paper and cooked them in bain-marie, or saucepan, immersed in boiling water. They were served with oil, dregs of fish brine, and cooked wine. Loach. The Greeks liked loaches, but many abstained from eating them lest the Syrian goddess, the protectress of these fishes, should gnaw their legs, cover their bodies with ulcers, and devour their liver. The inhabitants of Italy, free from this singular superstition, cleaned the loaches, left them some time in oil, then placed them in a saucepan with some more oil, garum, wine, and several bunches of rue and wild marjoram. Then these bunches were thrown away, and the fish was sprinkled with pepper at the moment of serving. Gudgeon. The gudgeon, thought excellent by everyone, but which no one mentions, appeared with honour in the most magnificent repasts at Athens. At Rome it was served fried at the beginning of supper, and it disposed the guests to attack boldly the culinary corps de réserve. which took up the position as soon as the skirmish with the gudgeon was over. This fish is in abundance, principally in France and Germany. It is very good and easily digested. They are served either fried or stewed. When done as last mentioned, they must be drawn and wiped dry, put in a flat stewpan with butter, salt, pepper, good red wine, spring onions, mushrooms, shallots, thyme, bay leaves, and basil. These last plants chopped very fine, stew the whole a quarter of an hour, and serve. Bosc. Herring. Herrings were known in Greece and Rome. Bosc says it is a manna that nature doubtless reserves for the northern nations, which they, however, have only turned to account in modern times. The first herring fishery known in Europe was on the coast of Scotland, but that nation knew not how to profit by the treasure that the sea offered them. All the Scotch historians mention this fishery, the produce of which was bought by the Dutch. This transaction took place under the reign of King Alfred, about the year 836. After some time, the Scotch quarrelled with the Dutch, who undertook the herring fishery themselves. As they caught a great many more than they could consume, they salted them and sold them in foreign countries. Such was the origin of that immense commerce, which had its rise, according to Adis, about the year 1320, a short time after the Teutons had established themselves in the Baltic. It is said that we owe the art of salting and barreling herrings to a Dutch fisherman named William Beukels, who died in 1449. The Dutch nation raised a mausoleum to his memory, and it is asserted that Charles V, who visited it in 1536, ate a herring upon it to render homage to the author of a precious discovery. In the year 1610, Sir Walter Raleigh gave a statistical account of the commerce carried on by the Dutch in Russia, Germany, Flanders, and France, with the herrings caught on the coast of England, Scotland, and Ireland. The sale of this fish amounted in 1 year to the sum of £2,650,000. It has been erroneously thought that the herring was the helek or alec of the Romans. This name was given by them to a kind of brine. It was not the name of any particular fish. There are two prevalent methods of preserving herrings, and fishmongers sell them under the denominations of salted herrings and red herrings. The process employed for the first named is as follows. As soon as the herring is out of the sea, a sailor opens it, removes the gills and the entrails, washes the fish in salt water, and puts it into a brine thick enough for it to float. After 15 or 18 hours, it is taken out of the brine and laid in a tub with a quantity of salt. It remains in this tub until the port is reached. There, the herrings are placed in barrels, where they are artistically arranged one over another, with fresh salt between each layer. Care is always taken to employ fresh brine. Red herrings are prepared by leaving the fish at least 24 hours in the brine, and when they are taken out, little twigs are run through the gills, and then they are suspended in a kind of chimney made on purpose, under which a small fire is made with wood, which produces a good deal of smoke. The herrings remain in this state until they are sufficiently dry, that is to say, about 24 hours. In Sweden and Norway, they are somewhat differently prepared. The Icelanders and Greenlanders simply dry them in the air. Anchovy. Sonini thinks that the garum was simply composed of anchovies cooked and crushed in their brine, to which was added a little vinegar and chopped or pounded parsley. The fishermen of the Mediterranean and the coasts of the ocean salt almost all the anchovies they take. They cut off their heads, which are thought to be bitter, take out the entrails, wash them in soft or salt water, and stratify them in barrels with salt. The fishermen of Provence think it is essential to the good preservation of anchovies that the salt be red, and, consequently, they color it with ochreous earths. Moreover, these fishermen do not change the brine which is formed in the barrels, they simply fill them up when any is lost by evaporation or leakage. The fishermen of the north only use bay salt, and they change the brine 3 times, whence it results that their anchovies keep much longer, but the greater acridness of those which have remained in the same brine is esteemed a good quality by most consumers, and therefore they are much sought after. In seaports, anchovies are eaten either fried or roasted. Salted anchovies are to be preferred when they are new, firm, white outside, vermilion-colored inside, and free from all putrid smell. After having taken out the backbone and washed them well, cooks commonly make use of anchovies in salads and to flavor sauces made with butter, cullis, etc. In this case, they are employed raw. They are not unfrequently fried, after having been deprived of the salt and surrounded with an appropriate paste. Some persons toast slices of bread, cover them with strips of anchovies, and serve them with a sauce composed of oil, vinegar, whole pepper, parsley, scallions, and eschalots, all in abundant quantities and chopped very small. Shellfish. The Emperor Caligula had made immense preparations to invade Great Britain. He set off, and when he arrived in the sight of that Albion he was going to attack, he commanded his troops to form in close array along the shore, the trumpets to sound the charge, and sat himself on the quarter-deck of his galley, from whence he might have directed the action. For a short time he contemplated his warlike cohorts, and having thus gratified his pride, he ordered his troops to pick up the shells which abounded on the strand and return to Rome, where he showed the spolia opima the ocean had delivered up to him. Caligula expected to receive the honours of a triumph, but the Senate, having some sense of modesty left, would not award them, and the implacable Caesar, from that moment, swore the ruin of the senators. The inhabitants of Greece and those of Italy thought a great deal of shellfish, which was always served at the beginning of the repast, just as they came from the sea. Others cooked under the ashes or fried. In most cases they were seasoned with cumin and pepper. The purveyors of fish in Rome gave the preference to those taken in the lake of Lucrinus. The Greeks esteemed those from the promontory of Polaria. The city of Baiae, in Campania, celebrated for its charming position and the unreserved lax manners of its inhabitants, was not less renowned for its culinary labours, and the nicety which presided over their joyful banquets. Apicius has left us the recipe of a most exquisite stew, amphranctum, which the Epicureans of Rome often went to degust among their rivals, the Campanian gastronomists. Cut up oysters, mussels, and sea hedgehogs. Let the pieces be rather small. Put them in a stewpan with pine almonds fried and chopped, some parsley, rue, pepper, coriander, and cumin. Add, with proper care and discretion, some cooked wine, garum, and oil. Cover and boil the whole for a long time on a slow fire. We will point out the shellfish most in vogue in Italy, and for which the seasoning was generally composed of a mixture of pepper, parsley, dried mint, alisander, a great quantity of cumin, and a little of the decoction of spikenard. Oyster. The pontiffs of pagan Rome, men of exquisite delicacy and matured taste, caused oysters to be served at every repast. This little piece of epicurism was very expensive, and it was necessary for these grave personages to carry the whole of the devotion which characterized them in their love of good cheer to the highest degree, to dare eat of a fish still uncommon a century before the Christian era. At this epoch a baroche, a sort of breakfast, of oysters was worth 100 sesterces, or 9 pounds. It is unnecessary to remark that the poor never tasted them. The Greeks and Romans, like ourselves, were remarkably fond of this delicious shellfish and eat them, French fashion, at the beginning of a banquet. For this reason, Athenian epicures called oysters the gastronomic prelude to the supper. They were often served raw, and were then dexterously opened by a slave on the table, in presence of the guests, whose experienced eyes greedily sought the light purple net which, according to them, surrounds the fattest and best. The inhabitants of Italy preferred large oysters, and exacted that this dainty manna of the sea should always be fresh and abundant at their feasts. This displayed wisdom on their part. This delightful fish excites the appetite and facilitates digestion. To add to its delicate flavour, the Roman Club of Epicureans, a useful association, which modern Europe envies antiquity, caused to be sent from Spain, at a vast expense, that precious garum, the recipe of which seems to have been lost, and the condiment itself forgotten by the whole of the peninsula. The magiric genius of Rome did not hesitate to demonstrate that oysters do not form an exception to the law of perfectibility which governs all beings, and that it is possible to render their flesh more succulent and delicate by transporting them from their damp cradle into reservoirs exposed to the mild influence of the sun. Sergius Orata, or perhaps Fulvius Hirpinus, was the first who received this happy inspiration. He caused to be constructed, near Puzzol, a short time before the civil war of Pompeii, a fish pond, where be stowed oysters, which he fattened with paste and cooked wine worked into the consistence of honey, sapin et fer. This worthy Roman enriched himself by the sale of them, and bequeathed a name to posterity, a twofold happiness for the gastronomist Fulvius, whose good fortune the poet Homer did not partake. Apicius esteemed highly oysters from the lake of Lucrinus, from Berindis and Abydos, and studied deeply the succulent qualities of this shellfish. He knew how to preserve them fat, fresh, and alive during long and fatiguing journeys, and, thanks to a delicate attention on the part of this immortal bon vivant, the great Trojan was enabled to regale himself with oysters sent from Rome while carrying on a distant war against the Parthians. This present of the king of Epicureans to the master of the world was worthy of both the giver and the receiver, but it completed the ruin of the generous Apicius. The Roman ladies shared their husbands' taste, and eagerly partook of oysters from the lake of Lucrinus, brought into fashion by Sergius Orata, and when their fatigued stomachs struggled painfully with gluttony, this delicacy soon obtained an easy triumph by disposing the appetite to fresh exertions. The means of defense, however, were not very formidable. Sometimes a little warm and limpid water, oftener a dazzling plume from the bird Juno, hastened the struggle and, without effort, decided the victory. This ingenious method was very much relished by polyphagists, and the Emperor Vitellius particularly honored it. Cape Pelorus furnished the Greeks with highly prized oysters, which were eaten alone, fried, stewed, or nicely dressed with marshmallows, dock leaves, and with some kind of fish. The Romans at length became disgusted with those found on the coasts of Italy or in the Dardanelles. An instinct of greediness caused them to prefer oysters from the Atlantic Ocean, and especially from the shores of Armorica, now called Brittany. Bordeaux supplied imperial tables, and this distinction is sufficient for its praise. It may not be useless to remark here that no sooner had Ausonius praised this fish in his lines than it was forgotten, and did not reappear till the 17th century on the table of distinguished personages. May our descendants be more just than our forefathers. At Rome, oysters were served with a seasoning of pepper and alisander, mixed with the yolk of eggs, vinegar, garum, oil, wine, and a little honey. They were preserved in a vase smeared with pitch, washed with vinegar, and hermetically closed. Oysters of a fine quality are generally of easy digestion, but not very nourishing, particularly when eaten raw. They are sought for to open the appetite, which is the case owing to the nature of the water, agreeably salted, contained in them. Some mention is made of persons who can eat from 15 to 20 dozen without being ill. It is not the same when cooked. Then they become hard, more tough, and consequently indigestible. They are also eaten pickled with vinegar and sweet herbs. In this state, they are sent to countries distant from the sea, piled upon one another, without the shell, in small barrels. De Blainville. Sea hedgehog. Under this denomination were classed all animals more or less orbicular, whose envelope bristles with calcareous points, on which account they were compared to hedgehogs. The Greeks thought them delicious when caught at the full moon and prepared with vinegar, sweet cooked wine, parsley, and mint. Oxymel often replaced vinegar. The Romans also esteemed highly this dish, which was recommended to sluggish appetites under the auspices of the faculty, and Apicius furnished the following recipe for the preparation of it. Procure a new saucepan, thus says the great master, place it in a little oil, garum, sweet wine, and pepper. When the mixture begins to boil, stuff the sea hedgehogs, then submit them to the action of a slow fire, add a large quantity of pepper, and serve. Mussel. The two great nations of antiquity have granted uncommon praise to mussels, and partook of them at their most sumptuous feasts. At the wedding repast of the graceful Hebe, Jupiter wished the inhabitants of Olympus to exchange for this shellfish their celestial though monotonous ambrosia. Epicharmus, who records the fact, does not inform us with what the sauce the chef de cuisine of the gods dressed the flesh of those mussels. The reader must thus content himself with the seasoning invented by simple mortals, and which appeared good to them. It was composed of a suitable mixture of pepper, alisander, parsley, mint with a quantity of cumin seed, a little honey, vinegar, and garum. With this mixture they covered the boiled and widely opened mussels, and the guests found it impossible to satiate themselves with this dish, so much more digestible and nourishing than oysters. Scallop. The effeminate inhabitants of Tarentum, the abode of luxury, delighted in good living, and boasted of possessing the finest scallops of Campania, and of the whole empire. The infallible authority of this voluptuous city in the matters of taste gave a surprising vogue to this fish. Rome, and all the population of Italy, believed it was forced to eat the scallops of Tarentum prepared with oysters, and at other times with mussels. It now remains to be mentioned that some kinds of testacea appeared worthy of the reputation they acquired among the ancients. Tortoise. The Greeks and Latins speak with admiration of the enormous size of certain tortoises in their time, the whole species of which were comprised under the generic word testudo. The Indian Sea produced some so large that the shell of one only amply served to roof a comfortable and elegant cottage. The inhabitants of the shores of the Red Sea never troubled themselves with building sloops. Large shells of tortoises spared them the trouble by supplying them with charming little barks, which lightly floated on the water. And lastly, in the Ganges, tortoise shells were found capable of containing no less than 20 amphorae, or about 560 pints. The inhabitants of Peloponnesus did the tortoise the signal honor of representing its image on their money. The blood cured diseases of the eye, and the flesh, in great request, was thought excellent eating. It was cut into pieces of a middling size, and placed in a saucepan with pepper, rue, and scallions, crushed in the same mortar. Over this was poured honey, garum, raisin wine, common wine, and a small quantity of good oil. At the moment of ebullition the whole was thickened with flour. Sometimes the tortoise was boiled and covered with a seasoning, for which the following is the recipe. Mix pepper, alisander, parsley, mint, and wild marjoram. With the yolks of eggs, honey, garum, wine, cooked wine, and oil, add mustard and vinegar. Sea crawfish. Apicius sought relief from his culinary studies at Minturnus in Campania, where that great master regaled himself with delicious sea crawfish, in order to keep up his gustatory powers. Genius reposes amidst studious leisure. Being told that Africa produced some of these testacea of an immense size, immediately the worthy Roman tears himself away from the sweet solitude he had created. He freights a vessel. Aeolus smiles on the undertaking. Neptune protects him, and he arrives in the sight of the African shore. Scarcely was he disembarked when some fishermen brought him a few sea crawfish. He examines, rejects them, and demands finer ones be brought. He is informed that it will be impossible to procure any larger than those before him. At this Apicius smiles disdainfully, and commanding the presence of his pilot, orders him to steer back for Italy. Decidedly, magiric genius never revealed itself by a more sublime action. However, Pliny somewhere mentions certain magnificent sea crawfish, which he describes as being 4 cubits in length, very large ones certainly. Roman tables often presented to the sight of guests boiled sea crawfish, peppered and garnished with asparagus, but they were generally covered with a gravy composed of honey, vinegar, wine, garum, oil, and cooked wine, to which were added scallions, chopped small, pepper, alisander, carrots, cumin, and dates. Mustard was then mixed with the whole. Lobster. Antiquity rendered justice to the lobster, and the taste for it did not change, being founded on truly estimable and sterling qualities. It was opened lengthwise and filled with gravy, into the composition of which entered both pepper and coriander. It was then slowly cooked on the gridiron, and every now and then basted with the same kind of gravy, with which the flesh became impregnated. River crayfish. The Greeks were remarkably fond of this fish, especially when obtained from Alexandria. They were not less esteemed in Rome, where they eat them boiled with cumin and seasoned with pepper, alisander, parsley, dried mint, and a great quantity of cumin, the whole carefully and well ground, and mixed with honey, vinegar, and garum, to which was sometimes added some liquid perfume. Crayfishes can be preserved several days, not too warm, in baskets with some fresh grass, such as the nettle, or in a bucket with 3/8 of an inch of water. If there were enough water in it to cover them, they would die in a few moments, because their great consumption of air does not allow them to live in water unless it is continually renewed. Bosc. Crab. Would you like to eat crab sausages? Boil some of these animals, reduce them to a pulp, mix with this some spikenard, garum, pepper, and eggs. Give to this the ordinary shape of sausages. Place them on the stove or gridiron, and you will by these means obtain a delicate and tempting dish. Apicius assures us of the fact. Apicius was a connoisseur. A crab may also be served whole, boiled, and accompanied by a seasoning of pepper, cumin, and rue, which the cook skillfully mixes with garum, honey, oil, and vinegar. Is it preferred stuffed? Then fill it with a skillful mixture of cumin, mint, rue, alisander, pine nuts, and pepper, the whole long soaked in garum, honey, vinegar, and wine. Frogs. The ancients thought nothing of frogs, which they left at liberty to propagate. There was such a great number among the Abderites that these good people gave up to them their native soil and left the place in search of another spot. At the present day, in some countries, frogs are sought for as a most agreeable and wholesome food. In other parts, England in particular, they are disdainfully shunned. But in France there is a great consumption of them, especially in the spring. About a century since, they were greatly in fashion at Paris, and it is stated that a countryman from the province of Auvergne, named Simon, made a considerable fortune by feeding and fattening them in one of the suburbs of that city, which were sent to him from Auvergne. In Germany, the various parts of the frog are eaten, the skin and intestine excepted, but in France they are satisfied with the hind legs, which, by the size of their muscles, are themselves equivalent to all the rest. They are dressed with wine as fish, with white or brown sauce, fried or roasted. When tender and properly done, it is a most delicate dish. Bosc. Before the conclusion of this article, we may as well mention the frightful dish which modern good taste has banished from our tables, but which the ancients allowed to reappear at theirs. It is the polypus, highly esteemed in both Greece and Italy, when caught at a certain period, and its numerous immoderate legs stretched far over the edges of the dish prepared to receive it. This monster was cut in pieces, and eaten with a sauce composed of pepper, garum, and benzoin. It will be easily understood that ancient nations must have early accustomed themselves to fishing, the origin of which, doubtless, goes back to the first ages of civilization. The holy writings often mention fishermen, fishhooks, and nets. Homer speaks of them, and the poet Hesiod, who flourished 30 years before Homer, places on the shield of Hercules an attentive fisherman ready to throw his net over some fish pursued by a dolphin. The Egyptians also practiced this occupation, of which the following anecdote is a proof. Antony, being in Egypt, the beauteous Cleopatra sought to amuse him by inventing for his entertainment each day new kinds of pleasure. But the Roman general, seized with a violent love of fishing, fled from the society of his numerous courtiers, and alone on the borders of the sea or an isolated lake, vainly waiting for the smallest gudgeon, he forgot long hours of vain expectancy and useless patience. The queen undertook his cure. She commanded a diver to plunge into the water, and there hook a fish to the line of Antony. He, seeing it agitated, joyfully withdrew it from the water and unhooked a salted sardine. Cleopatra then exclaimed, "Leave to the Egyptians the task of fishing." Romans should take only kings, cities, and emperors. The inhabitants of Italy fished exactly in the same manner as we do this day, but Roman luxury, always greedy of extravagant profusion, invented those celebrated fish ponds which cost immense sums both to build and maintain, and to which Lucilius, Hortensius, and Philippus, whom Cicero surnamed the Tritons of fish pools, consecrated almost entirely their anxiety and fortunes. This folly was carried to such a height that fish ponds were constructed on the roofs of houses. More reasonable persons contented themselves with bringing river water into their dining rooms. The fish swam under the table, and it was only necessary to stoop and pick them out the instant before eating them. These expensive habits could only suit the most opulent and the least numerous class of Romans. The honest citizen modestly provided himself at the fish market, and the part not eaten by him the first day was submitted to a very simple process, which assured its preservation. For this it was only necessary to cover it with boiling vinegar as soon as it had been fried. Fish was also well preserved by surrounding it with snow and placing it at the bottom of an ice-house. End of section 23. Recording by Corrinne LePage.
Section 24 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elanor in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Section 24. The Cook. The author of a rare and very curious work, which no one at present has time to read, formed the charitable project of reconciling medicine and gastronomy. This was a noble enterprise, worthy of a true philanthropist, and which assuredly presented less difficulties than people may think. In effect, what was the moot question? To agree de forma without interfering with the substance, to examine whether culinary preparations poison, as has been said, the food which nature gives us, and unceasingly paralyze the salutary action of the dietetic which the faculty describe. For many centuries, cooking has been exposed to these odious reproaches, the gravity of which we do not pretend to attenuate, and yet, ever pursuing its brilliant career amidst revolutions and ruins, the magiric art, endowed with internal youth, embellishes each new era of civilization, receives its most constant homage, and survives it when it fades away. Let us speak plainly. Mankind has thrown on cooks all the faults of which they ought to accuse their own intemperance. It was no doubt easier than to avoid the fatal abuse of pleasure and the evils it brings with it, but there was the crying injustice, which we do not hesitate to denounce. There lay the obstacle it was necessary to overcome, in order to bring about a peaceful understanding between the disciples of Galen and the followers of Apicius. Gourmandise would never have rebelled against the kitchen if all Polyphagus had obtained from the good Ceres the gift she granted to Pandaria, a celebrated eater, who could pass days and nights at table without experiencing the slightest indigestion. But, say you, Seneca, the philosopher, perpetually combats with the authority of his virtuous language those dangerous men who are busied with a single stomach, and who lay the foundation for a train of maladies. To reply to this is, that Seneca, the pedant, should have thundered against the stomach, which alone is guilty. He has sometimes done so. That this atrabiliarious preceptor of Nero, attacked with an incurable consumption, could only eat very little, which much enraged him, and that his imprecations on the subject of the excessive riches and prodigious luxury of the Romans of his age neither hindered him from possessing and unceasingly increasing a more than royal fortune, nor from feeding, well or ill, several thousand slaves, nor from pompously displaying in his palace 500 tables, only 500 of the most elaborate workmanship, of the rarest wood, all alike, and ornamented with precious incrustations. How often have people extolled the Lacedaemonians and their legislator Lycurgus? Well, Lycurgus mercilessly commanded poor little children to fast when they looked fresh and fat. Strange lawgiver of a strange people, who never learned to eat, and yet who invented the celebrated black sauce, the jus nigrum, for which the entrails of the hare served as the foundation. So true it is that cookery always preserves certain imprescriptible rights over the most fervent disciples of frugality. Moralists do not cease to repeat that Rome would never have had sumptuary laws had it not been corrupted by cooks from Athens and Syracuse. This is an error. All the ordinances of the consuls prescribe profusion, excess, in a word, all the ruinous expenses of a passionate and ridiculous gastrophagy, at the same time respecting the magiric art itself. That is to say, that industrious chemistry which composes, decomposes, combines, and mixes, in a word, prepares different substances which gluttony, delicacy, the fashion, or luxury may confide to it for the space of a few minutes. Why render the cook responsible for the extravagant tastes and follies of his age? Is it for him to reform mankind? Has he either the means or the right? What is asked of him, and what can be asked? To understand exactly the properties of everything he employs, to perfect and correct, if necessary, the savours on which he operates, to judge a true taste, to degustate with a delicate palate, to join the skilful address of the hand, and the prompt and comprehensive glance, to the bold but profound conceptions of the brain, and above all, it cannot be too often repeated, to identify himself so well with the habits, the wants, even the caprices and gastronomic eccentricities of those whose existence he embellishes, that he may be able not to obey them, but to guess them, and even have a presentiment of them. Such is, to use an original expression of Rabelais, tout l'art de gueule, which the cook can master. It is the sum total of what has been bequeathed to us by some great men, whose scattered instructions, lying here and there in books of morality and philosophy, there are numerous analogies between the act of eating and the art of living well, have been collected with scrupulous care, classed with all the attention we can command, and will serve, we hope, to beguile the studious leisure of the lovers of antiquity and the culinary science. Mankind had long obeyed that imperious and periodical necessity which has been called hunger when it announces its presence with its brutal exigencies, before any one thought to form a code of doctrine calculated to guide a sensation which, by its energy and duration, procures us the most thrilling and lasting pleasures. The primitive nations no doubt gave themselves up to their native gluttony. They eat much, but they fed badly. They did not yet possess gastronomy, and consequently they had no cooks in the serious and complete acceptation of the word. The heroes of Homer prepared their repasts with their own hands, and what repasts, gods of taste, and prided themselves on their culinary talents. Où la vanité va-t-elle se nicher? Ulysses surpassed all others in the art of lighting the fire and laying the cloth. Patroclus drew the wine, and Achilles very carefully turned the spit. The conquerors of Troy shone more in combat than under the tent which served them as a kitchen. At length the aurora of the magiric ages began to dawn. It is not a revolution, it is a creation which is preparing to appear. Man has only known hunger, he shall now become acquainted with the charms of an appetite. The king of Sidon learns how to eat, and it is Cadmus, the grandfather of Bacchus, the future founder of Thebes, who takes upon himself to instruct this august mouth. And since that time, how many illustrious followers have descended into the arena? How many glorious names will not culinary annals have to register? Somebody will, perhaps, one day publish a chronological history of celebrated cooks. In the meantime, it may not be amiss to recall to memory a few illustrious men whose services and genius an ungrateful posterity has too soon forgotten. Thimbron, among the Greeks, took the culinary art from its cradle. He watched devoutedly over its development, and only descended into the tomb after having won the heart of the whole of Greece, for his favorite science. Timachidas of Rhodes, cook and poet of the highest renown, composed an epopee on the art which he professed in the midst of emanations from the stoves and the spit. His verses, glowing with the sacred fire which inspired him, lighted up the magiric vein of several of his disciples, among whom Numenius, Hegemon, and Metrius are still cited. Artemidorus collected and commented on all the words in use in the kitchens of his time. Greece owed to this patient terminologist the possession of a culinary language, subject to certain unchangeable rules. Mythicus gave the Sicilian cook a remarkable type of multitude of tiresome and insipid imitations. At length Archestratus appeared. He was of Syracuse, and passed all his life in profoundly meditating on the functions, strength, anomalies, and resources of the stomach. He discovered the laws which govern that organ, and presented to the world his magnificent treatise on gastronomy, an inestimable masterpiece of laborious investigation of which time has deprived us, together with the works of his useful predecessors. We must not omit the names of some celebrated theoricians to whom the art owes its rapid progress. Philoxenus of Leucadus devoted himself to the difficult study of degustation and practiced several experiments, which were, however, ill appreciated by his contemporaries. Thus, in the public baths, he accustomed his mouth and hands to the contact of boiling water, in order to be able to seize and devour burning viands the instant they were placed on the table. He recommended cooks to serve everything very hot, so that he alone exercised mastication and deglutition, while other guests less injured were obliged to content themselves with looking at him. Pytholus invented a sheath that covered the tongue and protected it without paralyzing its action against a caloric dangerous to its delicate tissue. This ingenious cuirass was not appreciated, and history in its thoughtlessness has not even transmitted to us a description of it. It was then the good time of Athens. Gluttons had made way for Epicureans. Hunger, to a less fierce and gross sensation, already subjected to examination and discussion. The magiric art possessed its rules, its various partisans, its professors and disciples. Great masters studied deeply the appetite, indispensable basis on which will always rest the culinary exegesis, and they finished by classing it definitively, according to the 3 degrees of intensity which observation discovers in it. The bold appetite, said they, is that which is felt when fasting. It reflects but very little. It is not squeamish about viands, and loses all reserve at the sight of a very indifferent ragout. The indolent appetite requires to be encouraged. It must be enticed, pressed, irritated. At first, nothing moves it, but after having tasted a succulent dish, it rouses, is astonished, its ardor becomes animated, and is capable of performing prodigies. It is this appetite which has consecrated the trivial but true proverb, l'appétit vient en mangeant. The eclectic appetite owes nothing to nature. It is the child of art. Happy, thrice happy, the skillful cook to whom it says, "Thou art my father." But how difficult is this creation, how rare! It is the work of genius. But listen. Some guests, chosen amidst veteran Epicureans, seat themselves round a table covered with culinary offerings worthy only of the god of feasts, and a small number of the faithful. Their indolent appetite examines, compares, judges, and at length abandons itself to the incomparable dainties from which it unceasingly seems to draw new ardor. But alas! Pleasure, like pain, has its limits here below. Strength grows less and becomes extinguished. The eye loses its greedy covetousness. The palate languishes. The tongue becomes paralyzed. The stomach sinks, and that which before pleased now creates only fatigue and disgust. It is then that a Cuisinier or Lynne tries a bold diversion, which must never be risked if the artist does not feel in himself that force of generous efforts which is no other than genius. By his orders, 3 or 4 dishes, prodigies of science and of luxury, appear on the altar, which the sacrificers no longer heed. At this sight, their looks brighten, desire revives, the smile reappears, the magiric facies shine forth with all its splendor. The chest dilates, and you no longer distinguish your former guests. A man has transformed them. Each one chooses, tries, tastes, is silent and lost in wonder. The appetite is perhaps tired, but not satiated, and the skillful cook at length enjoys a deserved triumph. In this solemn moment he received among the ancients a crown of flowers, sweet and noble recompense of his arduous toil. Nay, a more substantial proof of gratitude often greeted his new dishes. In Greece, the inventor alone had a right to prepare them during a whole year, and drew from it all the honor and profit. It was necessary, in order that these culinary preparations should fall into the public domain, that some one of his colleagues should succeed in surpassing him. At this epoch, the best cooks came from Sicily. Trimalcio was one of the most celebrated. Athenaeus tells us that when he could not procure rare and highly esteemed fish, he understood so well how to imitate their form and flavor with common fish, that the most cunning epicures were always entrapped. This reminds us of a certain cook of Louis XIV, who, on Good Friday, served the king with a dinner apparently composed of poultry and butcher's meat, which in reality offered nothing but vegetables, and prepared to Aumègue. The Romans, inheritors of the luxury of Asia and Greece, did not erect a temple to the greedy Adiphasia, goddess of good cheer, who possessed altars in Sicily. But they thought it impossible to repay too highly those who knew how to extend the limits of the pleasures of the table, and a generous senator offered his chef at least 4 talents, or more than £800 a year. This is yet but little compared with the magnificence of Antony. He gave a supper to Cleopatra. That princess praised the delicacy of the feast, and immediately her lover called for the cook and presented him with a city in recompense. How times are changed! We, at the present day, treat all this as pompous and ridiculous prodigality. It is because our somewhat mean epoch judges the olden times by the narrow ideas of order, foresight, and economy. The ancients enriched their archimagiri, wasted their revenue in feasts, and then killed themselves. We have adopted a very different style of living. But at the same time, how far are our most sumptuous banquets behind the most modest collations of Greece and Rome? Lucullus caused to be served to Cicero and Pompey a little ambigu, which cost £1,000. They were only 3 of them to partake of it. The Emperor Claudius had generally 600 guests at his table. Vitellius did not spend less than £3,200 for each of his repasts, and the composition of his favorite dishes required that vessels should unceasingly ply between the Gulf of Venice and the Straits of Cadiz. It must be confessed that cooks of that gastronomic era had to fulfill an incessant and most laborious task. What was then more natural than to abandon to them some thousands of those cesters which the profusion of the master devoured by millions in the form of phenicopters' tongues, scarus or parrotfishes' livers, and peacocks' brains? We see that the Caesars encouraged this frightful gastronomic monomania. Tiberius gave more than £3,000 to the author of a dialogue in which the interlocutors were mushrooms, fig peckers, oysters, and thrushes. Galba breakfasted before daybreak, and the breakfast would have enriched 100 families. Elias Verus invented the pentapharmacum, a kind of Macedonine composed of sow's flanks, pheasants, peacocks, ham, and wild boar's flesh. Geta insisted upon having as many courses as there were letters in the alphabet, and each of these courses must contain all the viands whose name began by the same letter. These follies, which cooks were forced to obey, continued to astonish the world until the moment when Rome, with her gods, the monuments of her ancient glory, and of her recent turpitudes, crumbled beneath the invincible weight of that horde of barbarians, that mysterious and implacable scourge, which divine vengeance reserved for the punishment of unheard-of crimes. But, as we have before remarked, the magiric art always survives revolutions and ruin of empires. Modern Italy inherited the wrecks of Roman cookery, and thanks to her, Europe is at the present day acquainted with the delights of good cheer and the charm of joyous repasts. Under the reign of Louis XII, there arose a company of sauce manufacturers who obtained the exclusive privilege of making sauces. Their statutes, 1394, inform us that the famous sauce a la cameline, sold by them, was to be composed of good cinnamon, good ginger, good cloves, good grains of paradise, good bread, and good vinegar. The sauce, tense, was to be made of good sound almonds, good ginger, good wine, and good verjus. We find in Televiant, the celebrated cook of Charles V and Charles VI, besides the cameline, l'eau bénite, holy water, the sauce for pike, le sapiquette, le moustachion, la gelatine, la sauce à la os, almout, that of milk garlic, cold, red, and green sauces, sauce Robert, potavine, à Madame Rapet, and à la Dodine. Platina, a Latin author of the 15th century, speaks of other sauces, in the composition of which sugar was frequently employed, according to the proverb of those times, sugar never spoiled sauce. In the Middle Ages, poultry, butcher's meat, and roast game were never eaten dry, as they are now, any more than fried fish. There were different sauces for all those dishes, and even for the different parts of each animal. The cooks of those days strove to acquire a reputation by inventing strange and grotesque sauces, which had no other merit than that of being surprising and difficult to make, as, for example, eggs cooked on the spit, butter fried or roasted, etc. We recognize in some of our most common ragoûts those of which our ancestors were so fond in the Middle Ages, such as the boeuf à la mode, à la persillade, au vinaigre et persil, le miroton de bœuf, veau perce de gros lard, fricassee de poulet, blanquette de veau rôti, but we have lost the potpourri, composed of beef, veal, mutton, bacon, and vegetables, and the gamula-free, kind of a fricassee of fowl, seasoned with wine, verjus, and spices, and thickened with the famous sauce cameline. The cooks frequently placed on their masters' tables ragoûts and other dishes borrowed from foreign nations. They had a German brouet, a Flemish chaudeau, eggs à la Florentine, and partridges à la Catalane. They knew the olla, a mixture of all sorts of vegetables cooked with different kinds of meats, which we owe to the Spaniards, as well as the ragoût of fowl, called à la chipolata, and the knefs, a kind of forced meatballs made of bread and meat, to which the Germans are very partial, and the pilau, a dish of mutton, fowl, and rice borrowed from the Turks. The art of cooking, with its innumerable paraphernalia of sauces, with gravy, pepper, cinnamon, garlic, scallion, brains, with its gravy, soups, milk pottage, and ragoûts, had a signal triumph at the wedding of Charles VI of France. On that occasion, a skillful cook covered the great black marble table of the royal palace with 100 dishes prepared in 100 different ways. The good physicians did not proscribe the art of cooking. Several of their number even deigned to write treatises upon it. A certain monkish servant, moved by an indiscreet zeal, wished not only to mortify himself but all the Franciscans of the monastery. Consequently, he prepared the repasts in the worst manner he could, but the community held a chapter, and he was condemned to receive 50 lashes. Many of the monks wanted to enforce a more rigorous discipline by giving 100. In the Middle Ages, the cook of a house of any note always seated himself in a high armchair to give his orders. He held a long wooden spoon in his hand, with which he tasted, without quitting his place, the various dishes that were cooking on the stoves and in the saucepans, and which served him also as a weapon with which to chastise the idle and gluttonous. The kitchen. Let us enter together one of those vast kitchens where 2,000 years ago the marvelous suppers of some rich senator were concocted. In every direction, slaves are coming loaded with meat, game, sea fish, vegetables, fruit, and those expensive delicacies of which the dessert of the Romans was principally composed. The slaves have been over the principal markets of the city, especially those of the Trigemina Gate, of the Metasudante, of the Suburb Way, and the Sacred Way. Each one lays his basket at the feet of the procurator or major domo, who examines the contents and registers them on his tablets. Then he is placed in the pantry contiguous to the dining room, those of the provisions which demand no preparation, but whose graceful and symmetrical arrangement is confided by 2 Aeolian servants designated under the name of structores. All these porters are under the immediate orders of a confidential servant, obsonator, charged with buying the provisions necessary for the household, and who is obliged to make himself acquainted with the taste of his master and also of each guest, that he may procure nothing which they dislike. The remaining comestibles are placed in an airy and spacious apartment adjoining the kitchen, and at the back of the house. There, around a table loaded with numerous wooden figures representing a variety of animals, some attentive young men are practicing under the direction of an experienced master the difficult art of carving game and poultry, whilst a melodious symphony accustoms their skillful hands to hasten or retard their graceful movements according to the time of the music. In this learned rehearsal, the eye and ear, alike charmed, pass alternatively from the peaceful emotions of the pensive adagio to the lively cadences of the rapid allegro, and from the harmonious and calm andante to the captivating and joyous accents of a frenzied prestissimo. In this spacious laboratory, the most delicious emanations invite us. The chief of the cooks, the archimagirius, seated on a raised platform, embraces at a single glance the series of stock pots and brick stoves, very similar to those in use at the present day, at which the silent crowd of assistants, ministers of his will, elaborate and watch the expensive dishes destined to form a splendid supper. As, at the moment of battle, the general, motionless on the height which commands a view of his army, hastens, orders, scolds his scattered battalions, absent and yet everywhere, animated with his own inspiration the warlike masses, and exciting them with the excitement of his own soul, he invokes victory, and victory replies, "Behold me!" The archimagirus has also his days of triumph, and in the evening perhaps the king of the feast will place on his head a crown of flowers, precious recompense of his talent and success. At some distance from the culinary autocrat, on the opposite side, an immense iron grate, carefully supplied with wood, which an unhappy slave unceasingly blows with his breath into a flame, throws around its lurid glare. The Lars, grotesque figures, roughly carved in stone, protect the spot. A cock is sacrificed to them in the month of December. Some learned men have supposed that the Greeks and Romans had no chimneys. It is, however, easy to prove the contrary. Philocleo, a character in the comedy of the Wasps of Aristophanes, hides himself in a chimney. A slave who hears him cries out, "What a noise there is in the pipe of this chimney!" Philocleo, being discovered, exclaims, "I am the smoke, and I am trying to escape." Appian, speaking of the proscriptions of the triumvirs, relates that several citizens fled into the pipes of the chimneys. These two examples will preclude the necessity of more ample citations. A vast cauldron of brass from Argos, or Dodona, placed on a tripod above the fireplace, furnishes the hot water required for the service of the kitchen. The frying pan, beside it, serves in the cooking of certain delicate cakes or fish. The magiric laboratory, to which the reader is invited, is very nicely decorated with a profusion of utensils similar in every respect to our own in point of shape, such as gridirons, colanders, dripping pans, and tart dishes. These objects are of tolerably thick bronze, plated with fine silver. Charming shells of the same metal serve to mold the pastry, which is afterwards disposed with order on the shelves of a country oven, or in the upper part of the authepissa, a kind of saucepan of Corinthian brass of considerable value, and made with such art that its contents cook instantly and almost without fire. This simple and ingenious vessel possesses a double bottom. The uppermost one holds the light delicacies destined for the dessert, and the fire is underneath. The diploma, or double vase, which has sometimes been confounded with the authepissa, does not in the least resemble the latter. It is thus they named the vessel called by us a bain-marie. The ancients made great use of this mild and gentle process of cooking, which is often mentioned in the treatise of Apicius. These brass boilers, which boil on the hearth supported by 3 feet, are precisely like those used by the French at the present day. Boilers, also of a rather different kind, are sometimes used, in which the operation of ebullition takes place sooner than in the first mentioned. They are closed with a cover in the form of a dome, and a large hollow cylinder fixed beneath hastens and keeps up the action of the caloric. The saucepans, around which a host of cooks are busily engaged, are for the greater part made of brass or earthenware, tolerably wide and deep, which they place on the stoves, and in which are concocted the delicate and scientific preparations. Some are of silver. The caprices of luxury have led them to suppose that certain expensive viands acquire greater perfection when cooked in this precious metal. A confidential slave, charged with the care of the plate, is cleaning and polishing near a dresser of large number of bronze chafing dishes, which are to be used at table to prevent the plates from becoming cold. It is in speaking of this useful invention that Seneca, the philosopher, says, "Daintiness gave birth to this invention in order that no viand should be chilled, and that everything should be hot enough to please the most pampered palate. The kitchen follows the supper." Each of these elegant utensils is supported by 3 geese. It measures about 7 inches from the extremity of one of the bird's heads to the opposite edge of the circumference. This kind of tray is 15 lines, or 1 1/4 inches deep, and the feet raise it about 2 inches above the plane. The 3 geese have their wings spread and terminate by neat's feet. The heads, raised on the breasts, form graceful handles. These chafing dishes, arranged systematically on the sigma, produce a delightful effect. Dishes of massive silver occupy another compartment of the vast cupboard. An opulent family could not possibly do without this luxury. Scylla had some which weighed 200 marks, and Rome would produce more than 500 of the same weight. It was, in fact, a perfect furor, which afterwards greatly augmented. In the time of the Emperor Claudius, one of his slaves, named Drusilianus Rotundus, possessed a silver dish weighing 1,000 marks, which was served in the midst of 8 smaller ones weighing 100 marks each. These 9 dishes were arranged at table on a machine which supported and placed them prominently in view. The patina, such was the name of these magnificent pieces of plate, served for ragouts and fish. The catinus, an immense vase of earthenware among the poor, and of silver with the rich, is more especially reserved for liquid dishes with much gravy, and what we call pottage. Those silver cups and saucers, of the same shape and size as those we employ for tea, have a destination very strange to our ideas. They are used to drink hot water. They are worked in relief with a taste and delicacy which we cannot too much admire. The Roman spoons, rather different from our own, end on one side by a point to pick shellfish from their shell, and at the other by the bowl of a spoon with which eggs were eaten. Doubtless forks were unknown to the Greeks, since Athenaeus relates that Pithyllus, surnamed the Dainty, did not content himself with covering his tongue with a species of net to appreciate the taste of the various dishes, but cleaned and rubbed it with a fish. He also enveloped his hands in a kind of glove to eat everything burning hot, a useless precaution if he had used a fork. This indispensable addition to a modern table was perhaps not common at Rome, but nevertheless it was to be seen at the residence of some wealthy families. The slave before mentioned holds several in his hand. These forks are remarkable for the beauty of their workmanship. The stag's feet, which terminate the handles, and the fillets with which they are ornamented, bear witness by their execution to the rare talent of the goldsmith. They are 5.5 inches in length, and have only 2 prongs. Other servants dispose the earthenware pails in which the wine is to be placed to cool, and to prepare the drinking cups and crystal flagons. One of them replenishes with vinegar, salt, and pepper little vases designed by the name of acebillum, vinegar cruet. These are so many models of the most exquisite elegance in bronze, silver, and sometimes gold. They are manufactured simply of earthenware for the use of the middle class of people. The knives, destined to serve at table, are of brilliant steel and carefully sharpened. They bear each on the handle some whimsical ornament, and seem to have served as models for those which were so much in fashion toward the beginning of the 17th century, and which were called Chinese knives. The most precious plate is arranged before the arrival of the guests on the abacus, or sideboard, which decorates the dining room. This splendid piece of furniture, which will be noticed hereafter, was introduced into Rome 180 years B.C. It was also called the Delphic table. However, the Archimagirus has drawn up a list of the repast, which contains the bill of fare of the dishes, and which, both in Greece and Rome, was always presented to the guests. He descends from his platform and goes to cast an inspiring glance on the work of each subordinate. Nothing escapes his learned investigation, from the peacock's eggs of the first service to the soft cheese commonly eaten at the third. Above all, he examines with minute attention the ovens, at which preside those second cooks of whose talents he is not certain, and who belong to that class of erratic artists who are to be met with every day at the forum, where they wait till some one comes to request their services. His remarks, full of sense and precision, proclaim profound study and consummate experience. Never will this depsititious bread, says he to one of them, obtain the necessary lightness by baking. The flour should have been passed through a Spanish sieve of linen thread. Use the Gallic sieve of horsehair for the autocrease, and one of papyrus or Egyptian rust for the coarser kinds of flour. The grasshoppers require great precaution, he exclaims an instant after, approaching a young Sicilian. Fry them so that they obtain only a light gold color. Then, passing to a third stove, he shows to one of his favorite pupils how to season highly and excellent sauce of snails, this hors d'oeuvre dear to the Romans, and by what marks to distinguish those fattened by art in particular enclosures from those which feed in gardens and are only fit for the common people. He then stops before a stew pan, where a cook is browning large worms of a whitish hue, which breed in the hollows of trees and are considered by the Romans a most delicious dish. The flour with which these cosi were fed was heated, says he. They will present to the teeth only a soft and insipid substance. We will not accompany this great master any further. His instructions are already known to us. An enthusiastic disciple of Apicius, he practices the lessons of that illustrious professor, and we should only hear from him precepts which we have already faithfully transmitted. When the moment of supper is arrived, we shall find the archimagirus presiding at that gastronomic order of battle on which depends the success of the day. May Vesta and Comus be propitious to him. In the 14th century, the refectories and kitchens of the numerous communities of Paris presented a curious scene. Immense coppers contained the pottage and boiled meat, and monster gridirons on 4 wheels covered vast braziers. All the utensils of these kitchens were of remarkable dimensions. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Section 25. Seasonings. The animal and vegetable kingdoms furnish us with an abundant and wholesome food, whose flavor gastronomic caprice unceasingly modifies by the aid of various substances which we denominate seasonings. It is, above all, the perfect knowledge of these ingredients, the manner of employing them, and their skilful mixture, which constitute the art of the cook. Labor and custom, and a kind of routine which the palate acquires easily, will suffice for those who content themselves with this calling, and who, carefully preserving the timid traditions of the past, view progress as ruin and devastation, and the fruitful boldness of inspiration as ridiculous and fatal innovations. Heresy, and even schism, pardon these expressions, should be allowed in cookery as soon as they receive the sanctions of the doctors as banquets. The sole judges competent in such matters. It is to the art professed by Apicius that the celebrated line of Voltaire appears more peculiarly to apply. Tous les genres sont bons, excepte l'aigneau. Innovate, then, studious disciples of the illustrious Roman. Consult only the measures of your strength, the conscience of your genius, and the infallible good taste of some chosen guests. Create for your seasoning unheard-of combinations, the strangeness of which shall strike and astonish, whose flavor shall subjugate and stifle criticism beneath the sweet efforts of a voluptuous mastication. Learn how to make your Areopagitae eat. This innocent seduction will ensure your triumph. Treat not with too much disdain these Roman recipes. For although the formidable list may excite a smile from the reader, and perhaps the scorn of the cook, a great and prolific idea slumbers beneath the cold ashes of the ovens of Apicius, which a breath may rekindle, and at the same time resuscitate some of those culinary wonders of a bygone civilization, and endow our modern age, so impatient of the future, so curious concerning the past. 2 Phoenicians, whose names are never mentioned by forgetful posterity, Selec and Misor, taught mankind the art of heightening the flavor of their food by mixing with it a certain quantity of salt. The science of seasoning has no other origin. Salt. The law of Moses commanded the Jews to mix salt with everything offered in sacrifice. This prescription sufficiently testifies the use of this condiment at an epoch which the uncertainty of profane writers appears to invade on all sides, and which the great Hebrew legislator alone enlightens with a ray invariably steady and pure. The asphaltite lake produced abundance of salt. It was sent even to Rome, and was considered by Galen as the most desiccatory and digestive of any kind. The Greeks placed this substance in the list of things which ought to be consecrated to the gods, and it is in this sense that Homer gives it the epithet of divine. Pagan superstition, of which some traces may still be remarked in the 19th century, threatened with some great misfortune any one who spilt salt, and it was deemed a signal impiety to forget placing salt cellars on the table, or to dare go to sleep before removing them. This strange superstition was common among the Greeks and the Romans. Those nations never failed consecrating their repasts by filling salt cellars, near to the vase in which they presented the gods with the first portion of meat and fruit. Certain nations, among others the Numidians, were not acquainted with salt, and in the greater part of countries where it abounded, cupidity almost invariably subjected it to a heavy tax, which rendered its use less practicable. The inhabitants of Troad provided themselves for a long time with salt from Tragase without cost. King Lysimachus one day thought of exacting a duty for every measure carried away. But wonderful to relate, hardly was the royal edict published when the salt springs were found to be so nearly dried up that they hardly furnished wherewith to season a small stew. Lysimachus comprehended the meaning of this prodigy and abolished the tax. The salt reappeared. At Rome in the time of her kings everyone was free to sell salt, and its price became excessively high. The republican government withdrew this right from private individuals, and from that time the common people easily procured all the salt they required, and which they willingly eat with bread. Ancus Martius was the first Roman who established salt works near Ostia towards the mouth of the Tiber. Afterwards others were formed not only in Rome but in the provinces. These were of two kinds, public and private. The first belonged to the republic and formed part of the emperor's domain. Malefactors were condemned to labor in the salt works, and it was generally women on whom this punishment was inflicted. Ancus Martius was also the first who placed a duty on salt. It was abolished after the expulsion of the kings, but was afterwards again established. Down to the 14th century salt was a commodity of trade open to everyone in France. Philip the Long and Philip of Valois were the first to impose a momentary tax on it. But after the fatal battle of Poitiers, in which John was taken prisoner, Charles, his son, in order to pay the ransom of that monarch, had recourse, among other extraordinary means, to the establishment of the salt tax. The idea was found to be good, and it has never since been given up. There are 4 sorts of salt which are employed to season dishes, obtained either from the evaporation of sea water, from certain lakes or salt marshes, and also from saliferous sources drawn out of the bosom of the earth in compact masses. Its particular savour is well known. It is soluble in water, and easily becomes damp. In the scientific language, this substance is called hydrochlorate of soda. Brine. This was water in which bay salt had been dissolved. At Rome it was served at table to be mixed with the meat precisely in the same manner as we serve salt in salt cellars. The Romans plunged in this muria any fish or meat they might wish to preserve. Strong muria dura was water so completely saturated with bay salt that no more could be dissolved in it. Olives were washed in it. The brine most sought after was that of Antibes, of Thurium, and of Dalmatia. It was prepared with the blood and other juices which after death escaped from the tunny fish, mixed with garum, which rendered it more fluid and less expensive. At the end of the repast, enigmas were often proposed to the guests. Some delicious dish served as a reward to those who were fortunate enough to guess them. The others were compelled to pour muria into their drink and swallow a cupful without taking breath. Digestive salts. The Romans were enormous eaters. Apicius, who was better aware of it than anyone, imagined providing against those accidents to which his countrymen did not fear to expose themselves once every day, by offering to them a preparation which our habits of sobriety would, doubtless, render useless at the present day, but which the curious will not be sorry to discover in these sketches of antique gastrophagy. Take a pound of common salt, which torrefy and pulverize, mix it with 3 ounces of white pepper, 2 ounces of ginger, an ounce of lemon, an ounce and a half of thyme, as much of celery seed, 3 ounces of wild marjoram, an ounce and a half of rocket seed, 3 ounces of black pepper, 1 ounce and a half of holy thistle, 2 ounces of hyssop, 2 ounces of spikenard, 2 ounces of parsley, and 2 ounces of anise seed. Take a small quantity of these salts after a too plentiful dinner, and the stomach will immediately defy the most eminent indigestion. Garum. When we have read all that has been written by the ancients on this famous preparation, we become convinced, in spite of the obscurities and continual contradictions of commentators, that if garum is no longer manufactured in the present day, it is not on account of the impossibility we find in discovering the recipe of the Greeks and the Latins, but solely because this rather strange brine has not the same charm for us that it had for them. Let us, however, scan the authorities. The Greeks called the shrimp garos, the Romans garus. It may hence be supposed that garum had originally for basis the flesh of shrimps, if Pliny had not taken the trouble to inform us of the fact. It was afterwards composed of other fish, but it always retained the name which recalled its origin. In like manner, the signification of certain words is now applied to things quite different from the original type. Chicory or succory is received under the mask of coffee. A certain pottage boldly usurps the honours due exclusively to turtle soup. Nothing more easy than to multiply these examples of catachreses. There are few figures which have become so common. Well, then, they macerated the intestines of fish in water saturated with salt until putrefaction began to show itself. They then added parsley and vinegar. A thick garum was also frequently obtained by allowing the entrails and other parts generally thrown away to liquefy in salt. In the time of Pliny, mackerel was preferred, of which they employed either the gills and intestines or only the blood directly the fish left the water, and while yet living. They thus obtained a precious liquid, in which the care necessary for its production rendered so dear that 8 pints of it cost no less than from 15 to 20 pounds. This expensive garum was especially esteemed when it came from Spain. It was then called garum of the allies, garum sociorum, because it was received from a nation allied with the Romans, or again, perhaps in allusion to the band of gluttons of Rome, a sort of fraternity of free livers who made great use of it. The blood and entrails of the tunny fish, mixed with salt in a vase, produced also a most elaborate garum. A hole was made in the vessel at the expiration of 2 months, and the rich seasoning flowed from it. This brine became exquisite, and obtained an exorbitant price when made from the liver of anchovies macerated in vinegar, pepper, salt, parsley, garlic, white wine, and sweet herbs. But Apicius attained at the first step the apogee of refinement of the most sensual gluttony, by inventing garum made from the liver of red mullet. What we have already said elsewhere with regard to this fish will enable the reader to appreciate the value of this new preparation. Amateurs who were more economical contented themselves with very little saxatile fishes, of which only the intestines were taken, or which were thrown whole into a vase with a great quantity of salt. These were exposed to the sun and the mixture long and often stirred. When heat had caused fermentation and the vessel contained only a kind of pulp, or paste almost liquid, a kind of willow basket was introduced, into which the garum alone could penetrate. The thick part, the dregs which remained at the bottom of the vase, was termed alec. The following method was also frequently adopted. Mackerel or small fish were placed in a small vase with a large quantity of salt. This was well stirred, and the mixture was then left quiet all night. The next day it was transferred into an earthen pot, which remained uncovered in the sun. At the end of 2 or 3 months it was hermetically closed, after having added a quantity of old wine equal to 1/3 of the mixture. When it was wished to obtain garum without waiting any length of time, they took brine, carefully filtered, and so saturated with salt that an egg would float on it. This was placed with the fish in a new saucepan. Wild marjoram was added, and the whole boiled over a gentle fire until the fish was entirely dissolved. Then wine, reduced to 2/3 by boiling, was added. It was left to get cold. The liquid was several times filtered till it became quite clear, and was then finally placed in an uncovered vase. Although fish was generally used, the flesh of several animals was sometimes employed in the formation of garum. It was, however, submitted to the same preparations as those already mentioned. Such was this wonderful seasoning, forming the chief delight of the ancients, whose praises poets have sung, and the composition of which formerly exercised the singularly mad intelligence of Maître François Rabelais. The reader will doubtless remark that the principal elements of garum are almost invariably the same: fish, salt, and a greater or less fermentation. But perhaps someone may exclaim, "This must be detestable." No doubt. But then no one ever thought of regaling himself with this liquid. It was never taken alone. It was but reserved as a seasoning for a host of dishes in order to heighten their flavor. It must also be observed that a skillful cook always took care to modify the garum before he sent it to the table by the helping of various ingredients, such as pepper, vinegar, Falernian wine, water, and oil, according to the use to which it was destined, or the degree of strength it was expedient it should possess. Hence that variety of seasonings with garum, sweet, sharp, mixed with water, wine, vinegar, and many other substances which changed or corrected the acid flavor of the primitive condiment, though without in the least depriving it of the qualities which fermentation had communicated to it. It results from the different citations of which this chapter is composed that the recipes for the making of garum are to be obtained more easily than people seem to think at the present time. Everyone may not be of the same opinion with regard to the kind of fish generally used by the ancients to obtain this liquid, although all difficulties would be removed by admitting, which certainly is nothing but right, that they chose at one time mackerel or tunny fish, at others gudgeons and small sardines, sometimes even the red mullet, in spite of its rarity and price. But it is evident that garum was prepared by either dissolving and liquefying these fish in their brine, either whole, their intestines, or their liver, and that to effect this it was only necessary to expose to the sun the vessel containing them, or that they simply put small fish into a dish with vinegar and parsley, placed it on a charcoal fire, and stirred it for some time when it was wanted for immediate use. It must have been remarked in reading this work that Apicius very frequently employs garum. He places it in every sauce, but never makes use of this seasoning unmixed, never does he serve it by itself as a special dish. This celebrated gastronomist has bequeathed us the recipe for a digestive garum. It is as follows: mix with some honey half an ounce of pepper, 3 scruples of eschalots, 6 scruples of cardamom, 1 scruple of spikenard, and 6 scruples of mint. Add vinegar to this mixture, and then pour in some garum. The hypotrimma, or stomachic condiment of the same master, merits also our attention. Mix carefully some pepper, benzoin, mint, pine nuts, dried raisins, and dates, with fresh, not salt, cheese, vinegar, oil, honey, and wine, reduced by boiling to 1/2. Add garum to this mixture. The moretaria appears to be a variety of the hypotrimma. It is a mixture of mint, rue, coriander, fennel, the whole fresh, with benzoin, pepper, honey, and vinegar. To this garum is added. Whatever may be the opinion the reader may form of this garum, of which mention has so frequently been made, and which has been alternately praised and despised by the moderns, it is certain that the most fastidious persons were madly fond of it, and that in the time of Pliny it was so much esteemed that its price equalled that of the most precious perfumes. At the present day this celebrated seasoning is forgotten in Italy, but in Turkey it is still in use. The innkeepers of Constantinople preserve in garum the cooked fish not consumed in the day. Bosc. Honey. What is sweeter than honey? What is more pure or more nourishing? It is the milk of the aged, it prolongs their existence, and when they descend into the tomb it still serves to embalm them. Pagan antiquity ascribed the honor of the discovery of this useful substance to the Athenian Aristaeus, who taught mankind to feed on it. This valuable service procured him a patent of nobility. He was made a descendant of Bacchus or Apollo. It is not necessary to say that honey was known in the East long before the rise of Athens. It is already mentioned in the first book of the Holy Writings. It is said that Spain owed its knowledge of this delicious aliment to Gorger, king of the Curetes, who was polite enough to take some on the occasion of a journey which he made into that country. The peninsula could afterwards furnish this delicacy for the tables of Rome and Italy. The Greeks esteemed honey most highly. They employed it in pastry and in ragouts. Their philosopher Pythagoras eat nothing else with his bread, and as he lived to be 90 years old, he recommended his disciples to follow the same regime. They profited by the sage's counsel, and found themselves all the better for it. A benevolent goddess protected bees, hives, and the honeycomb. She was called Melona, and a grateful piety offered her honey every New Year's Day. Theophrastus distinguished three kinds of honey: that which the bees extract from flowers, that which comes from the air, and lastly the honey from reeds. We clearly perceive that he means honey, manna, and sugar. Virgil thought that a gentle dew falls on the flowers, and became immediately the prey of bees, which deposited it in their cells. Pliny has adopted the same graceful error, and even Galen himself partakes of it. The ancients caused honey to be served at the beginning of a repast. It was used in lieu of sugar in the preparation of preserves and some kinds of beverages which will hereafter claim our attention. They preferred that of Attica, and insisted on its being thick, clear, granulated, transparent, fresh, and aromatic, with a somewhat sharp flavor. The faculty attributed to it great virtues. Honey served as a basis to the wonderful seasoning of Apicius, which we present to the studious investigation of modern gastronomy. Put 15 pounds of honey into a brass vessel containing 2 pints of wine. Warm at a very gentle fire, stir, and when it rises pour over more wine. Let the mixture rise 3 times, then take it from the fire and skim it the next day. Then add 4 ounces of ground pepper, 3 scruples of gum, a drachm of spikenard, a drachm of saffron, 5 drachms of dried dates after softening them in wine. Pour on the whole 18 pints of light wine. The oxyporon was another seasoning much in vogue 2000 years ago, and in which honey was the principal ingredient. It was composed by mixing 2 ounces of cumin seed, 1 ounce of ginger, 1 ounce of green rue, and 6 scruples of niter with 1 ounce of pepper, and 12 scruples of fine dates. 9 ounces of honey were then poured over the whole. Sometimes they contented themselves with macerating cumin seed in vinegar, which they left to dry, and then pounded it. That done, it was put into honey. The honey most esteemed is the white, granulated, and of an aromatic flavor. The honey from the French provinces of Narbonne, the Gâtinais, or Brittany, is the most esteemed. Honey is next of kin to sugar, having the same properties. It is frequently used in domestic economy and in medicine as a laxative. It enters into a number of remedies, either as a corrective or an excipient. Dictio encycl. Sugar. Theophrastus, the first among the ancients who speaks of sugar, classes it among the number of honeys. Dioscorides also calls it honey of reeds. He adds that these reeds grow in India or in Arabia Felix, and that the agreeable substance they contain has some analogy with salt. Pliny also gives it the same name. It is, according to this naturalist, a kind of honey with which certain reeds are filled, and used only in medicine. This was also the opinion of many ancient authors, one of whom, Polygnetta, calls sugar Indian salt. The sugar cane appears to be originally a native of the East Indies. From the most remote ages the Chinese have understood the art of cultivating it. The histories of the Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Jews make no mention of it. The Greek physicians are the first who speak of it. It was not till the year 1471 that a Venetian discovered the method of purifying brown sugar and making loaf sugar. He gained an immense fortune by this discovery. Sugar cane, well purified and disburdened of all foreign matter, is white, solid, inodorous, soluble in water, of a soft and agreeable savour. Its specific gravity is 1.6065. It is used as a seasoning in a multitude of dishes, in preparing syrups, preserving of fruits, etc., etc. Cinnamon. In the time of Theophrastus it was said that cinnamon grew in a dark and silent valley, guarded night and day by fearful serpents. Animated by the hope of gain, some individuals, careless of their existence, risked their lives by gathering some of this precious bark. When they had the good luck to avoid the vigilant reptiles, they consecrated to the sun part of their booty, which the radiant orb immediately consumed to prove his acceptance of the offering. Others, thinking this little tale on the subject of cinnamon rather too dramatic, pretended that the shrub furnishing it was found only on high mountains, to which man was forbidden all access. But fortunately certain birds, the phoenix among others, great amateurs of aromatics, make their nests of its small branches. These nests are taken, and in this manner, whether the year be good or bad, a sufficient stock of cinnamon is obtained without much trouble. Pliny recognizes 2 kinds of it, one white, the other black, both of which were brought to Rome from Ethiopia in the reign of Vespasian. 80 years after, A.D. 164, Galen informs us that cinnamon was still very scarce in Italy, that the emperors alone possessed any, and that they even preserved it among the curiosities they made it their pleasure to collect and keep in their palaces. The same writer regards this so precious and uncommon cinnamon as an excellent cordial and a good digestive. We may add that it was only well known in Europe after the frequent voyages of the Portuguese to India. However, in 1168 an abbot of St. Gilles in Languedoc, having a favour to ask of Louis le Jeune, thought there was no better means of persuading him to grant it than to send him a small stock of cinnamon. Our forefathers in the Middle Ages had their tables furnished with cinnamon sauce, nutmeg, mustard, and garlic sauces, cold sauces, parsley and vinegar sauces, hot sauces, hell sauces, burger sauces, cherry, plum, mulberry, grape, gorse, rose, and flower sauces. They were served with roast meat. Cinnamon is daily employed in medicine and diarrhea, several fevers, etc., etc., and in pharmacy. That from China is much thicker than the others, its color darker, and its odor more powerful. Essential oil is drawn from it and preserved in flagons sealed with the arms of government, and sold at a very high price. Cloves. Cloves were very little known to the ancients. Theophrastus, Dioscorides, and Galen do not speak of them. Pliny says that some cloves were brought to Rome very similar to grains of pepper, but a little longer, that they were only to be found in India in a wood consecrated to the gods, and that they served in the fabrication of perfumes. The conquest of India by the Portuguese rendered them common throughout Europe. Cloves contained a considerable quantity of essential aromatic oil, thick, brown, and very heavy, to which it owes its aromatic properties and sharp burning savour. Cloves are employed as a seasoning or as medicine. Pepper. The two great cities of antiquity knew how to appreciate pepper and employed it largely in their culinary labours. They distinguished two kinds, one round, the other long and thin. Dioscorides and Pliny describe the shrub on which are to be seen pods filled with seeds of pepper, resembling millet according to the first of these writers, and like small beans according to the other. Our readers no doubt remember the importance which Apicius ascribes to pepper in the learned recipes of that skilful Archimagirus. Verjuice. Verjuice, the use of which is very ancient, was used more in pharmaceutical preparations than in the seasoning of food. Galen attributes to it refreshing qualities and advises it in certain cases. Verjuice is a kind of grape, very acid, and which never gets perfectly ripe. The suck of verjuice is used in medicine and culinary preparations as an astringent. The juice is not proper to make wine, but a very agreeable syrup is obtained from it. Vinegar. The greater part of ancient nations were acquainted with the use of vinegar. Reapers in the East soaked their bread in it to freshen it. The Greeks esteemed that of Cnide, of Sphet, of Cleon, and above all the vinegar of Egypt, which was reputed to be the best among the Romans, who tempered its acrimony by mixing it with some sweet substance. These masters of the world did not fancy they possessed all the comforts of life when they wanted vinegar. Therefore they always had a large provision of it in their cellars, as all their seasonings proved. This passion, for it certainly amounted to a passion, is easily explained by the admirable qualities they attributed to the pungent liquid. It was believed to be astringent, digestive, antibilious, refreshing, and an antiscorbutic. Mixed with water, it was the drink of the soldiers, who, thanks to this beverage, braved the intemperance of the seasons in the different climates of Europe, Africa, and Asia. The Greeks and Romans esteemed highly their pickles. These consisted of flowers, herbs, roots, and vegetables preserved in vinegar, and which kept a long time in cylindrical vases with wide mouths. They were prepared with the greatest care, and these plants were often macerated in oil, brine, and vinegar, with which they were impregnated drop by drop. Meat also cut in very small pieces was treated in the same manner. Vinegar of an exorbitant price was obtained from some precious wines, and that price was again increased by the proverbial cupidity of some butlers in great houses. We doubt much, however, whether any of those worthy personages ever made such a bill as a certain French seigneur dared to do under the reign of Louis XIII. It is said that the Duc de la Meilleraye, Grand Master of the Artillery of France, presented to the minister a bill in which figured an article of 1,300,000 francs, £52,000, for vinegar to cool the cannons. The sum appeared rather large, but La Meilleraie was a near relation of Richelieu, and the article passed without the least contestation. A truffled turkey was to be eaten at a dinner where Buffon was invited. A few minutes before setting down to table, an elderly lady inquired of the celebrated naturalist where the truffle grew. "At your feet, madame." The lady did not understand, but it was thus explained to her: "C'est au pied des charmes, yoke elm tree." The compliment appeared to her most flattering. Towards the end of the dinner, someone asked the same question of the illustrious writer, who, forgetting that the lady was beside him, innocently replied, "They grow au pied des vieux charmes, old yoke elm trees." The lady overheard him, and no longer thought anything of his amiability. Nevertheless, Buffon was right. It was around the yoke elm trees of Lampsacus, Acarnidea, Alopecomesia, and Ales, that these famous truffles were discovered, whose reputation was spread in all parts in which Italy envied Greece. The truffle, beloved treasure that the earth conceals within her bosom, as she does the precious metals, which she seems to have yielded grudgingly to the patient researches of the gastronomist. The magiric records do not tell us at what memorable epoch this exquisite tubercle astonished, for the first time, the palate of man. But a doubtful tradition maintains that a vile animal, a pig, guided by his marvellous gluttony, found out the existence of this pearl of banquets. Pliny was very much inclined to range the truffles amidst the astonishing prodigies. He fancied that he saw it at its birth increase without roots, without the slightest fibre, without the least capillary vessel likely to transmit to it nutritious juices. Therefore he believed that, sown by thunderbolts in the autumnal storms, this daughter of thunder grew like minerals by juxtaposition, and relates on this subject the history of Lardius Licinius, governor of Spain, who, while biting a truffle with avidity, broke one of his teeth against a Roman denarius, which chance alone had enclosed within it. The Greeks thought a great deal of a delicious species of truffles, smooth outside, red within, which were found just under the surface of the ground, and did not show the slightest appearance of vegetation. Another kind was also much sought after by amateurs, probably on account of their scarcity. They were originally from Africa, and called Cyrenac, white outside, of an excellent perfume and exquisite flavour. The Athenians, enlightened appreciates of all sorts of merits, accepted with gratitude a ragout with truffles invented by Cherips. That culinary genius did not long enjoy his glory. A premature death carried him off from his stoves, his honours, and his fortune. But the Greeks did not bury their gratitude in his tomb. His sons became citizens of Athens, and the name of their father, more fortunate than that of Christopher Columbus, clung for ever to his brilliant discovery. The doctors of other days did not exactly agree upon the quality, either good or bad, of truffles. Philoxenes, whose opinion met with many partisans, would have it that a great quantity should be eaten cooked under the ashes and deliciously impregnated with a succulent sauce. It was, however, recommended to choose them with the most particular attention, because some had the reputation of being as poisonous as mushrooms. The Romans were as fond of truffles as the Greeks, and that is not saying little. Apicius gives a method of preparing them, which is as follows: after they are boiled in water, put a little stick through them, and then place them for an instant before the fire. Season them afterwards with oil, a little meat gravy, some skirrets, wine, pepper, and honey in proper proportions. When the sauce is boiling, make a thickening and serve. The illustrious Epicurean prepared them also with pepper, benzoin, coriander, and rue, to which he added a little honey, oil, and gravy. The estimable Platina insists that in the first place truffles should be washed in wine, and afterwards cooked under the ashes, and that they be served hot and sprinkled over with salt and pepper. This is the composition of a syrup of truffles, taken from the old Arabian medicine. We believe it to be very little known, and should not be surprised if it were some day to obtain the renown it seems to deserve. It was composed of truffles, balm, and holy thistle, boiled in water with sugar, and to each pound of the decoction was added 1 scruple of water distilled from honey, and half an ounce of some spirit, say for example spirits of wine, to each pound of liquor. The whole was aromatized with musk and a little rose water. 2 ounces of this syrup were administered hot in cases of weakness. Salmasius, who knew much of the Greek tongue and very little of cookery, avers that the ancients knew two different kinds of truffles. One species was similar to ours, and the other a variety from Africa already mentioned, white outside and the size of a quince. Leo the African says that the Arabs cook these truffles in milk, and that they think them exquisite. Thereupon Salmasius exclaims against the insipidity of this dish, or the ignorance of Leo the African, and immediately points out with an air of triumph the celebrated Avicenna, who informs us that after the truffles were peeled and cut in small pieces, they were cooked in water and salt, and then dished up with oil, benzoin, and spices. Salmasius will have it that Avicenna's truffles had no other flavor than that given by the sauce, and he has no forgiveness for those poor Arabs who dared to dress them otherwise. If this clever Hellenist had studied this savory tubercule with as much care as he bestowed on the writers of the history of Augustus, he would have learned that the peculiar perfume which distinguishes it retains, in the midst of seasoning, the most laboriously prepared, the same power it possesses when eaten by itself and without any dressing. Apicius had less of literature than Salmasius, but he was most assuredly gifted in a very superior degree with that mens divinior which makes great cooks and illustrious poets. This assimilation has nothing surprising in it, if we only remember that genius is nothing else than the faculty of producing. And whoever bequeathed to posterity productions more exquisite than those of Archestrades and Apicius? Let us hear from this latter how to preserve truffles. You must be careful not to put them in contact with water, that is to say, they ought to be kept very dry. They are placed separately in vessels and covered with iron filings or sawdust. Close each vessel hermetically with plaster and keep them in a dark and cool place. The truffle is a very remarkable vegetable, which, without stems, roots, or fibers, grows of itself, isolated in the bosom of the earth, absorbing the nutritive juice. Its form is round, more or less regular, its surface is smooth or tuberculous, the color dark brown outside, brown, gray, or white within. Its tissue is formed of articulated filaments between which are spheric vesicles, and in the interior are placed reproductive bodies, small brown spheres called truffinelles. Truffles vegetate to the depth of 5 or 6 inches in the high sandy soils of the southwest of France, of Piedmont, etc., etc. Their mode of vegetation and reproduction is not known. Dogs are trained to find them, as well as pigs and boars also, who are very fond of them. They are eaten cooked under the ashes or in wine and water. They are preserved when prepared in oil, which is soon impregnated with their odor. Poultry is stuffed with them, also geese's livers, pies, and cooked pork, besides numerous ragouts. They possess, it is said, exciting virtues. Mushrooms. Agrippina, desirous of securing the crown to her worthy son Nero, went to a celebrated female poisoner and procured a venomous preparation which defied the most powerful antidotes. The princess slipped this terrible poison in a very fine morel, a species of mushroom, which Claudius eat at his supper. The unfortunate emperor died according to the desire of his amiable consort, who was, of course, inconsolable for a long time, and placed among the gods the husband she had murdered. Nero ascended the throne, and every time that mushrooms were served at his table, true to the memory of his father-in-law, he facetiously called this preparation the dish of the gods. To the poisonous effects of this vegetable have been attributed also the death of the Emperor Tiberius, that of Pope Clement VII, King Charles VI of France, and many other important personages who either knew very little of good cooks or of morels. Notwithstanding these tragic events, mushrooms always retained a proud position among the ancients, above the most inoffensive culinary plants, and their rather doubtful reputation has not prevented them from maintaining their ground down to our time, for we find that they now claim the same rank which they formerly occupied in gastronomic reunions of Athens and Rome. A sad image of those fortunate criminals whom society dreads, and yet often loads with its favours. This voluptuous poison, as Seneca the philosopher calls it, which compels us to eat of it again, even when not hungry, was much relished by the wealthy inhabitants of Roman Italy. These free livers, careless of the morrow, preferred the field mushroom, which they devoured with delight, having previously covered it over with a pungent sauce, which they afterwards neutralized with various iced beverages. It is true that this dish worthy of the gods often inflicted a severe penalty on those who yielded to its irresistible seduction. But what mortal could think of the anguish of an uncertain poisoning, when he had the good luck to meet with some boleti, or mushrooms of the rarest description, which the price of a beautiful toga would hardly have purchased, and which promised some mouthfuls of ineffable though ephemeral enjoyment? Besides, does not pleasure possess more piquant charms when danger is attached to it? The greater part of mushrooms are very dangerous, say the ancients, but blind destiny perhaps reserves for us certain kinds which are not so. Reassured by this judicious reflection, they gave orders to their cooks to stew some, and season them with vinegar, oxymel, and honey. However, reasonable people, and there were still some to be found, abstained entirely from this vegetable, or procured it by the method which Nicander recommends. That is to say, they frequently watered the trunk of a fig tree after the manure had been placed around it. That philosopher assures us that by these means we may grow mushrooms perfectly wholesome. Those of our readers who are in possession of fig trees will be able to give their opinion on the merit of Nicander's method. To obtain the seeds of most mushrooms, it only requires to expose them, when fresh, upon glass. The superficies of the glass is soon covered with it. It is also obtained by shaking in the water the mushrooms which are sufficiently developed. This water thus impregnated is used to water the beds, which become thereby more productive. The natural supply of mushrooms from the fields not being thought sufficient, the art of raising them on beds during the whole year was therefore indispensable, and required a mixture of crottin de cheval, rotten dung, and mould, which is deposited in layers of 1 foot and a half in thickness and width. Seeds of mushrooms are sown on these beds, that is to say, some of the mould of a former bog impregnated with it. It is then covered over with all the dung not consumed, and then copiously watered. At the end of a very few days the beds begin to produce mushrooms, and keep on producing until the winter. Bosc. End of section 25. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 26 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Pastry. The art of the pastry cook consists in preparing certain delicate and nice pastes in all sorts of shapes, in seasoning them with discretion, and in sufficient quantity, with meat, butter, sugar, preserves, etc. It is a most important branch of the culinary science, unceasingly occupied with flattering the sight as much as the taste. It raises graceful monuments, delicious fortresses, seductive ramparts, which, as soon as they are on all sides attacked, totter, crumble, and no longer present anything but glorious and ephemeral ruins, like every other work of man. All pass away, whether they be temples, columns, pyramids, or pies. This charming art was known to ancient nations as soon as their intellectual development had enabled them to understand a certain gastronomic truth, long since become a trivial axiom, and of which we dare scarcely remind the reader. On ne mange pour vivre que lorsqu'on ne sait pas vivre pour manger. People only eat to live when they do not understand how to live to eat. The original nations were acquainted with the art of making pastry at a very early period. The Egyptians served many different sorts of cakes at their tables. The Jews knew of at least 3 kinds. One sort kneaded with oil, another fried in oil, and the last was merely rubbed over with oil. The enlightened gluttony of the Greeks and Romans inspired them with a host of combinations more or less ingenious, and destined to revive a failing appetite, or one already greatly compromised by vigorous onslaughts. Some of these pastries would appear very nice to us in the present day; others we should think but little worthy of the epicure of Rome and Athens. However, let us not be in too great a hurry to condemn these great masters. Doubtless they had excellent reasons to like that which modern taste may despise and dislike. In return, they might have thought some of our most fashionable dishes detestable. Perhaps Apicius might have made a strange grimace at the sight of a dish of sauer kraut, or an olopedra, or an immense plum pudding. Obolies, a light dainty for those who have weak stomachs, were thin sheets of paste composed of flour and honey, which rolled into a spiral form as soon as they approached the oven. They were eaten soaked in cooked wine. Persons of taste preferred oblies to fritters, a bold mixture of flour kneaded with wine, seasoned with pepper, and then worked up with milk, and finally with a little fat or oil. Some cooks employed the finest flour only, mixed with oil, and served this paste after having cooked it in a dish. Others worked sesame flour in long time with honey and oil, and fried it. These various kinds of fritters were, doubtless, much sought after by the populace, for Cicero speaks of them with profound disdain. The Jews, less dainty than the eloquent orator, offered some of this paste in sacrifice. The recipe for its composition is given in Leviticus. It was made of the finest flour, moistened with oil, and cooked in the frying pan. Women and children, these two fragile roots of society, were always fond of sweet and delicate cakes. The pastry cooks of Attica prepared for them some very excellent kinds. Sometimes it was merely a sweet mixture of honey and milk. Others were made of honey, sesame flour, and cheese or oil. Delicious fruit was frequently covered with a light and perfumed paste. These Athenian dumplings met with a great success. Rome made the conquest of these precious recipes, and vanquished Greece, conquered by her, had still the glory of dictating laws to her haughty enemy. She imposed her cookery. Gingerbread was not unknown to the ancients. Rhodes owed its reputation to it. It was sweetened with honey, and that island furnished it to the whole of Europe. The Greeks called this delicacy melitates, and eat it with pleasure at the close of their repasts. Let us not forget, in this rapid survey of ancient sweets, that learned and exquisite mixture now designated under the name of nougat, which among the Greeks was composed of dried currants and almonds, and which has lost none of its attractions, nothing of its celebrity after so many centuries. The muscatium did not deserve to occupy so high a standing, and yet this rustic cake, composed of sweet wine and flour, a symbol of abundance and happiness, never failed to be presented to the guests at a wedding repast, and the newly married pair sent a piece of it to each of their absent parents or friends, who, in return, addressed them congratulations and wishes for their happiness. The muscatium was the wedding cake of the Romans. Modern civilization has also rejected with equal disdain the Savilium pie, always eaten with pleasure by the voluptuous inhabitants of Rome when they went to their villas in order to rest from their prodigious excesses, and from the fatigues of intemperance. This nourishing and agreeable dish required but little art in its composition. Half a pound of flour and 2 pounds and a half of cheese were well mixed together. 3 ounces of honey and 1 egg were then added. When the whole had been well beaten, it was placed in an earthen vessel rubbed over with oil, and which was covered with a tart dish cover. It was carefully watched to see that the process of cooking was going on. Afterwards it was taken from the dish, the pie was smeared with honey, and for an instant replaced under the tart dish cover, after having dredged the top with pounded poppy seed. It was always served in the dish in which it had been cooked, and was eaten with spoons. We have already mentioned the artocress, a kind of hashed meat mixed with bread, which Rome borrowed from Greece, together with its original name. This pie, welcomed by modern gastrophagy, has reached our days with merely some slight modifications, and deprived of its sonorous Hellenic appellation. Formerly the Roman emperors, for the greater part, ruled badly, but in return they eat well. In that gastronomic era, gone never to return, Caesar's supper engaged the attention of the court, the city, nay, the whole empire. The conquered universe furnished the details for a banquet, and a royal hand sometimes deigned to write the ordinance. Now and then, even the monarch, wrapped in profound culinary meditations, long reflected, dictated to his archimagirus a new dish, on which complacent senators the next day bestowed enthusiastic praises and a sincere admiration. Thus the Emperor Verus, inventor of a pie, barely escaped an apotheosis, of which his genius was deemed worthy. It is true that, without an exaggerated flattery, this pie was excellent, and that never was there imagined a more happy mixture, a more ingenious combination, of meats, or a more refined flavour. If any one be curious enough to wish to test this imperial dish, let him prepare a succulent amalgamation of a so's flank, suman, pheasant, peacock, iced ham, and wild boar's flesh. Let him enclose this mixture within the thick casing of a laboriously worked crust, and he may attack this kingly dish when a gentle and slow cooking causes it to emit burning yet sweet emanations. Here is a more modest recipe for a cake, but then it does not claim the paternity of an emperor. However, Cato brought it much into fashion, for the wise Cato often busied himself in the science of cookery, for which reasons he is greatly worthy of esteem. Well, we recommend to the reader for the libum of that philosopher who indicates the manner of preparing it. Crush, he says, 2 pounds of cheese, mix with it a pound of rye flour, or, in order to render it lighter, throw in merely half a pound of wheat flour and an egg. Stir, mix, and work this paste. Form of it a cake which you will place on leaves, and cook in a tart dish, on the hot hearth. This libum was much esteemed about 20 centuries ago. In honour of Cato, may it again be brought to light, if not completely unworthy of our attention. Could we not also rehabilitate the reputation of the most celebrated of ancient pies, the placenta, which so delighted mankind, and by which the gods even allowed their fury to be appeased? Renowned writers have granted it the authority of their praise, and the illustrious Geopontist, already cited, describes with lengthened compliance the manner of preparing this important dish. Place on one side 2 pounds of rye flour, which will serve to form the foundation, on which must be placed biscuits, formed of crisp paste. On the other, put 4 pounds of wheat, and 2 pounds of alisa, grains of fine wheat, stripped of their husk and crushed, to which was added, in order to whiten them, a peculiar kind of chalk found between Naples and Pozzuoli. This latter must be left to infuse in water, and when well soaked, it must be thrown into a kneading trough, and well worked with the hand. You then mix with it the 4 pounds of wheat flour, in order to make the whole into biscuits, or dry marchpans. This paste must be worked in a basket, and as it dries, each separate marchpan must be shaped. When they have acquired a convenient form, rub them on all sides with a piece of stuff soaked in oil, and the same must be done to the foundation of the placenta before placing the marchpans on it. During these preparations, make the hearth very hot, as well as the cover of the tart dish intended to cook it. Then spread the 2 pounds of rye flour you have in reserve over 14 pounds of cheese of sheep's milk. Make of this a light paste for the foundation already mentioned. This cheese ought to be very fresh, and previously soaked in 3 waters. It is allowed to drain slowly between the hands, and when it has been left to dry, it is kneaded. Take a flour sieve, and pass the cheese through it before mixing it with the rye. Then add 4 pounds and a half of good honey. Mix well, place the foundation, furnished with its band, on a board a foot square, covered with bay leaves rubbed with oil, and form the placenta. Begin by covering the whole of the base with a layer of marchpans, which you place one after the other, and cover slightly with cheese mixed with honey. Finally, you arrange the marchpans on the foundation, and prepare the hearth to a moderate degree of heat. Place the placenta on it. Cover it with the tart dish cover already heated, and spread live charcoal underneath and all around. The cooking must be done very slowly, and as soon as the pie is taken from the hearth, it must be rubbed with honey. The great desire we had to inform the reader of some of the methods of making ancient pastry will, perhaps, induce him to receive with indulgence the rather diffuse recipe of the worthy Cato. The following is much more concise. It relates to the relishing globi, little globes or balls, eaten at dessert. Mix cheese and alicia, and of this mixture make the globi, which cook one after the other, or 2 at a time, in boiling oil. Stir them constantly with a spoon. Take them out, rub them over with honey, and serve, having previously dredged over them a little poppy seed. Every one will confess that all these cakes are inferior to the simple and elegant pastry with which the inhabitants of Picenum, marshes of Ancona, regaled themselves. They placed some alicia to soak in water, and left it there for the space of 9 days. The 10th day they kneaded it, and formed it into round, flat cakes, which they cooked in the oven in earthen baking dishes easily broken. When these kind of biscuits were to be eaten, they were first softened in milk and honey. Apicius also made globi of great delicacy, with the crumb of fine bread, shaped into balls, which are left to soak in milk, and which, on their being withdrawn from the boiling oil, he lightly covered with honey. We conclude with 3 recipes from this amateur cook, in the hope that they may appear worthy of his genius. Mix pine nuts, pepper, honey, rue, and cooked wine. Cover with eggs well beaten. Submit this mixture to a low fire, and serve, after having smeared it with honey. Cook the finest flour in some milk, of which make a tolerably stiff paste. Spread it on a dish, cut it into pieces, which, when you have fried in very fine oil, cover with pepper and honey. Make a compact mixture of milk, honey, and eggs. Let it cook very slowly, and serve, after having sprinkled over it a little pepper. These details will, we hope, give a sufficient idea of ancient pastry. We must remember that these recipes form, as it were, the starting point. The oil fritter of the Hebrews and the meringues of our period are wide apart. More than 33 centuries separate the two. 2000 years have elapsed since Cato wrote the recipe for his somewhat heavy tart. The author of the culinary art, Apicius himself, is very old. The private life of the ancient people appears to be worthy of serious study, but we too often only bestow it on our disdain. The author of this work has observed their customs in the kitchen and in the dining room, the only places to which he had access, and he has taken the liberty of writing the result of his investigations. Sometimes he admires, but never does he despise, a civilization different to our own, but which was not without its good side. He conjures the reader to believe him when he says, that whatever eccentricities the gastronomy of ancient nations may present to us, those people, he has perhaps acquired the right to venture such an assertion, doubtless eat in a very different manner from ourselves, but they certainly knew how to eat. The pastry just mentioned is certainly not altogether irreproachable. That is clear, but many kinds reveal that exquisite sentiment of the good, which is nothing else than taste, whether it relate to art, literature, or cooking, and the entire development of which seems to have been the appurtenance of a small number of privileged centuries. Great epochs, such as those of Pericles, Augustus, Leo XII, Louis XIV, and Queen Anne, have seen roses and myrtles flourish by the side of the laurels with which the muses are crowned. Charles XII was fond of tartlets. Frederick II gave himself fits of indigestion by eating Savoy cakes, and the Maréchal de Saxe rested from the fatigues of glory before a plate of macaroons. We have renounced the kind of pastry with which our ancestors used to regale themselves in the 14th century. Their stag pies are no longer in vogue, neither have we any taste for their great pies which contained a lamb or a stuffed kid, surrounded with goslings by dozens and scores. Their tarts have fallen into the same oblivion. Who thinks now of their Janus, or double-faced, tarts, herb tarts, rose-leaf tarts, oat tarts, or chestnut tarts? The first statutes given to the pastry cooks by St. Louis, May 1270, sanctioned their custom of working on all festival days without exception. Now the motive for such a toleration was probably this: the pagans had their festivals, which they passed in banqueting; the Romans called them dies epiculate. The early Christians, although they gave up the worship of false gods, preserved certain customs in which they had been brought up, among which was that of public and private banquets on festival days. We still see some remains of these customs in the village rejoicings on the continent, on the day of their patron saint. The fathers of the church and the councils raised their voices against this abuse, but they were obliged to tolerate it, and the pastry cooks, who were very busy on those occasions, profited by the indulgence. It is as well to remark that they were, at one and the same time, publicans, roasters, that is, they would roast anything for anybody, and cooks. Under the ministry of the Chancelier d'Hôpital, little pies or patties were hawked through all the streets of Paris, and there was an enormous consumption of them. The severe minister considered them a luxury, which it was incumbent upon him to suppress, so he prohibited, not their sale, but the crying of them, as a temptation to gluttony. There is a kind of cake much in vogue in England on Good Friday, designated hot cross bun, because it always marked with a cross. The reader will, perhaps, take some interest in the observations of Bryant on the subject of this pastry. "The offerings," says he, "which people in ancient times used to present to the gods were generally purchased at the entrance of the temple, especially every species of consecrated bread, which was denominated accordingly. One species of sacred bread which used to be offered to the gods was of great antiquity, and called boon. It was a kind of cake, with a representation of two horns. Julius Pollux mentions it after the same manner, a sort of cake with horns. Diogenes Laertius, speaking of the same offering being made by Empedocles, describes the chief ingredients of which it was composed. He offered one of the sacred libra, called a bons, which was made of fine flour and honey. England seems, then, to have retained the name and the form of the ancient bons, though the people do not recognize in the bun anything sacred or holy. Titus Livy said, in speaking of Rome, "The greatest things have small beginnings." This applies equally to pastry, which appears so unworthy of attention at the commencement of the Middle Ages, that nothing seems to announce its high destiny. At first, in the southern provinces, people simply mixed flour, oil, and honey. The Roman school was still in force. The inhabitants of the north had a mind to innovate. They employed eggs, butter, and salt. Then came the idea of enclosing within this paste cooked meat, seasoned with bacon and spices, and, from progress to progress, they at last enclosed cream, fruit, and marmalades. We find pastry mentioned for the first time in a charter of Louis Debonair, 802. It is there said that a certain farm of the Abbey of St. Denis is to furnish, at certain festivals, 16 measures of honey, 1100 oxen, and 5 hogsheads of flour to make pastry. A charter of the Church of Paris, 1202, mentions chenilles or wigs, under the name of pain lèvres qui décaturent et chandaient. Joinville speaks, in the Life of St. Louis, of cheese fritters cooked in the sun, which the Saracens presented to that king and his knights when they restored them to liberty. And finally, so early as the 13th century, the flans of Chartres, the patties of Paris, and the tarts of Dorlans were in great renown; and a charter of 1301 informs us that, at the epoch, several lords imposed on their vassals a tribute of fugues, or puff pastry. The cook of Charles V. says, that the word tort signified a household loaf of a round form, that this name was afterwards given to delicate pastry, and that by corruption it was called tart in certain provinces. Taillevent speaks of cream, almonds, and rosewater as the accompaniments of darioles, a kind of custard, and of talmoses, a sort of cheese cake made of cheese, eggs, and butter, coloured with the yolks of eggs. Platina cites tarts made with radishes, quinces, gourds, elderberry flowers, rice, oatmeal, millet, chestnuts, cherries, dates, May herbs, roses, and lastly the white or cream tart. End of section 26. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 27 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Section 27. Water. Thales, who borrowed from Egypt the elements of philosophy which he afterwards spread in Greece, taught that water is the vivifying principle of all things, that nature is thereby made fruitful, and that without it the earth, arid and laid waste, would be a frightful desert, where every effort of man to support his existence must fail. These ideas, for a long time adopted by pagan theology, peopled fountains, rivers, and seas with divinities, and often confounded in the same worship those gods, sons of gratitude, with the limpid waters consecrated to them. The Persians carried their veneration for this element so far that they dared not wash their hands, and would have preferred being consumed to the very bone rather than dip themselves in a river. The Cappadocians were proud of treading in the same path. The Egyptians offered prayers and homage to water. The Nile in particular received their adorations under the name of Epeus, or Ceres, and they offered to it as a sacrifice barley, wheat, sugar, and fruit. The Scythians honored the Danube on account of its vast extent. The Thessalians prostrated themselves before the majestic shores of the Peneus. The ancient combat of Achelous with Hercules made it sacred to the Aetolians. By a special law, the Lacedaemonians were compelled to implore the Eurotas, and a religious precept forced the Athenians to incense in honor of the Ilissus. The Greeks and Romans did not fail to follow such good examples. The fountains and rivers had their altars. The Rhine was called a god, and when Aeneas arrived in Italy he prayed that it might be favorable to him. However strange such superstition may appear, it is nevertheless conceivable that paganism, struck with wonder at the flux and reflux of the sea and at the phenomena presented by several celebrated springs, and seduced by the charming fictions of doubtful poesy, should have deified an element both beneficial and terrible, since it could not cry out with the prophet king, "The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea." Thence came the innumerable number of tutelary gods to which the ocean alone gave an asylum. By Thetis it became the father of the 72 Oceanides, and the 50 Nereides called it their grandfather. Hesiod numbered 3,000 nymphs, and he probably forgot a few of them. We say nothing of the Naiades, the Napii, the Lemnides, and so many others whom fable was pleased to recognize, and whom it described as joyfully disporting in the water. Greece exhausted the treasures of its poetical imagination to embellish her fountains, beloved retreats of the timid Naiades. Several were remarkable for the beauty of their architecture and the extreme delicacy of their execution. Megara in Achaia possessed one celebrated for its magnificence. That of Pyrene at Corinth was surrounded with white marble, in which were placed grottos which unceasingly supplied a vast and superb basin. Another fountain of Corinth, named Lerna, offered to loungers an elegant portico, under which some very commodious seats allowed them to enjoy during summer the freshness which the water communicated to the atmosphere. In the sacred wood of Aesculapius at Epidaurus, a splendid fountain was seen whose marvellous beauty attracted all eyes. Lastly, those of Messina, known under the names of Arsinoe and of Clepsydra, yielded nothing in richness of material and finish of details to the most renowned monuments of Greece. The Athenians named 4 officers to keep watch and ward over the water. The other Greek towns followed the example. These officers had to keep the fountains in order and clean the reservoirs, so that the water might be preserved pure and limpid. The Romans at first contented themselves with water from the Tiber. King Ancus Martius was the first to build aqueducts, destined to convey the water of the fountain of Piconia from Tiber to Rome, a distance of about 33,000 paces. Some have honored the censor Appius Claudius for this magnificent undertaking, to whom is certainly due the celebrated Appian Way. These gigantic works greatly multiplied in time. Under the reign of Nero, Rome had 9 principal aqueducts constructed, the pipes of which were of bricks, baked tiles, stone, lead, or wood. According to the calculation of Vigenerus, 500,000 hogshead of water were conveyed into Rome every 24 hours by 10,850 small channels, the internal circumference of which was 1 inch. The water was received in large closed basins, above which were raised splendid monuments. These basins, or chateaux d'eau, castella aquarum, supplied other subterraneous conduits connected with the various quarters of the town, which conveyed water to small reservoirs, fonts, furnished with taps for the exclusive use of certain streets. The water, which was not drinkable, ran out by means of large pipes into extensive enclosures where it served to water cattle. At these places the people washed their linen, and here too they had a ready resource in case of fire. Augustus created water commissaries, who took care that all water coming into Rome by the aqueducts was fairly distributed in every public place, and to those of the inhabitants who had obtained the privilege of having it enter their houses. But the ingenious thirst of the conquerors of the world could not content itself with the delicious water which nature furnished free of expense. Was it not too much for human endurance that not only the air and the sun could not be offered to the highest bidder, but that the same spring was to quench the thirst of obscure plebeians on equal terms with the rich patrician? Intemperance and luxury very soon contrived to find excellent means of remedying a state of things so intolerable. The custom of preserving snow in cellars to obtain cool beverages is very old. Aristotle pointed out the method of boiling water and putting the vessel afterwards in snow, in order to obtain ice. Rome had recourse to this expedient, which was afterwards replaced with advantage under Nero, by constructing ice houses for the use of opulent Epicureans. This even was not enough for voluptuous Romans, slaves to their strange caprices. Their beverages did not appear to them as yet sufficiently cool, and the summit of the Alps was put under contribution to furnish ice for the fashionable tables of the imperial city. The Romans were also frequently supplied with snow water, clarified by being passed through the column navarium, or snow cullender, a charming little utensil of silver, pierced with a great number of holes through which the iced beverage passed into a recipient beneath. This drink was sometimes mortal, but always exquisite. From this vessel it was poured into an ampulla, or a sort of crystal bottle of rotund form, which was often enormously dear on account of the elaborate chasing with which it was embellished. This water bottle, with its long and narrow neck, was the principal ornament of the sideboards and tables, when it bore the name of some skilful artist from Campania, or the Isle of Samos. Iced beverage lost all its charm at the end of the fine season, and hot water took its place during winter. The same custom existed in Greece in the best classes of society. At Rome it was much more general, for there were a great number of taverns where the middle classes and citizens of the lowest order gorged themselves copiously with pork and warm water. The Emperor Claudius caused them to be closed, and severely punished the proprietors of those houses who opposed his ordinance. At the commencement of the repast a copper vessel was placed on the table purposely to boil water. It was much like a French bouilloire, which nearly resembles a tankard, and contained a cylinder of about 4 inches in diameter, covered with a moving lid, and pierced with holes for the ashes to pass through. They fell into the lower part of the cylinder. The space around was filled with water by means of a small funnel soldered to the boiler. The taps of these vessels were always slightly above the bottom, so that the sediment of the water should not pass into the cups. Ancient medicine attributed to water a singular curative virtue, which it has also been supposed to possess in our days. This system, so much talked about now by some persons, is therefore not new. Hippocrates carefully distinguished the difference between good and bad water. The best, according to him, ought to be clear, light, inodorous, without any flavor, and drawn from springs exposed to the east. He interdicts all those which proceed from melted snow. Asclepiades made his patients drink plentifully of water, and frequently ordered them cold baths. The physician Musa prescribed to Augustus the same regimen, and the emperor found himself much benefited by it. Under the reign of Nero, Charmis acquired a great vogue by extolling cold baths even in the depth of winter. This dexterous native of Marseilles knew so well how to persuade people that he could hardly attend to his immense connection, and as he sometimes required as much as £800 from his patients, he soon became as celebrated for his riches as for his pretended medical genius. Who will say after this that the water cure system is good for nothing? In Egypt, rich people have the water brought to them from the Nile in leather pouches. Large and porous earthen pots of an oval shape, kept up by supporters, are filled with it. The water, at the end of a few hours, has deposited the slime it contained. It is afterwards distributed in small vases of terra cotta called bardaks, of the size of our water jugs. These vases are taken in the most showy part of the habitation. In a short time the clay of the bardaks is impregnated, their surface is covered with water, which, after borrowing from the liquid within the caloric it requires for evaporation, reduces this to a temperature of 6 or 7 degrees under that which it had before. Parmentier. More than 5 centuries ago, the Sieur de Joinville described the same process. The water of the Nile, he said, is of such a nature that when we hung it in white earthen pots made in the country to the rigging of our ships, the water became in the heat of the day as cold as spring water. Sea water is not potable, but it has long since been remarked that the vapors which rise from the sea are soft, and it was thence concluded that by collecting and condensing them it would be possible to obtain a potable liquid fit for domestic purposes. This phenomenon was known in the time of Pliny, who informs us that fleece spread about the ship after having received the exhalations from the sea becomes damp, and that fresh water may be extracted from it. About the middle of the last century, means were found to remove the saline substances from sea water. Boyle, Leibnitz, the Count of Marsigli, all had made a great number of fruitless experiments. Mr. Poissonnier invented a very simple distillating machine, with which, and an absorbing powder, he succeeded in depriving sea water of its insufferable bitterness and rendering it perfectly salubrious. About 1784 a successful experiment was made at York with a machine which produced the same result. Some travellers have related that at the Iron Island the only soft water was that which was collected from a large tree in the centre of the island, and which was incessantly covered with clouds. The water ran continually from the leaves and fell into 2 large cisterns constructed at the foot of the tree, which, according to Jackson, furnished enough for 8,000 souls and 100,000 cattle. Let us see, said the Bory de St. Vincent, what amount of credit is due to the marvellous tree of the Iron Island. Abrugalindo, in his manuscript treatise on the Canary Islands, preserved in the archives of the country, said that he wished to see with his own eyes what the tree was. He embarked, arrived, took a guide to conduct him to a place called Tigulahe, which is separated from the sea by a valley, and there at the extreme boundary, under a large cliff, was the holy tree, which in the country is called Garot. Its trunk is 12 spans in circumference, 4 feet in diameter, and nearly 40 feet in height. The branches are wide apart and tufted. Its fruit resembles an acorn, and the kernel is, in color and taste, like the little aromatic almonds which pine nuts contain. It never loses its leaves, that is to say, the old ones do not fall until the young ones are formed. On the north side are 2 large stone pillars of 20 square feet, hollowed out to a depth of 20 spans. These pillars are so placed that the water falls into one and is preserved in the other. Vapors and mists rise almost every day from the sea, particularly in the morning, and at no great distance in the offing. These vapors are carried by the east wind against the cliffs which block their passage, so that they cover the tree, become condensed on its smooth leaves, and run off drop by drop. The more the east wind reigns, the more abundant is the supply of water. It is distributed by a man who guards the tree. A whirlwind tore up the Garot in 1625. End of section 27. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 28 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Beverages, of which water is the foundation. Water is certainly the most ancient beverage, the most simple, natural, and the most common, which nature has given to mankind. But it is necessary to be really thirsty in order to drink water, and as soon as this craving is satisfied, it becomes insipid and nauseous. What is then to be done? Cyrus would have said, "Drink no more." So would a teetotaler of the present day. In the first ages of the world, the human race, bound by no oath of temperance, succeeded by sheer application of their ingenuity in finding something better, or perhaps worse, according to the ideas of certain moralists, whose wise teaching, however, commands respect. Certain it is that water, continuing to be regarded with peculiar favour, was called to play a principal part in various combinations by which it lost its insipidity and inoffensive properties, and acquired the wonderful power of provoking a sort of madness, known by the name of drunkenness. Those beverages which man imbibes when he is no longer thirsty, which cloud his weak mind, and render him ill when in good health, are called fermented liquors. Beer is one of the most ancient. If we are to believe Diodorus of Sicily, Bacchus himself invented it. However, it is certain that the absolute injunction not to drink wine caused the inhabitants of Egypt to have recourse to a factitious beverage obtained from barley, often mentioned in history under the name of zythum and kurmi, and whose invention has been often attributed to Osiris, which means that its precise origin is entirely unknown. It was a kind of beer composed of barley, and capable of being preserved for a long time without decomposing, for instead of hops, utterly unknown in that country, a bitter infusion of lupins was added. The Egyptians also used Assyrian corn in its composition, and probably other aromatic plants, in which each one followed his peculiar taste. The method of brewing varied much among them, but the one here mentioned was that most generally in use to procure zythum in Lower Egypt, where it was converted, like our beer, into vinegar, which the Greek merchants of Alexandria exported to the European ports. The Egyptians long drank nothing but this fermented liquor, because the followers of Osiris believed that when Jupiter crushed the Titans with thunderbolts, their blood, mixing with the earth, produced the vine. They invented the zythum as a substitute for wine. It is not probable that the Greeks, whose wines were so renowned in antiquity, thought much of beer. Nevertheless, Aristotle mentions drunkenness being caused by drinking a beverage drawn from barley. Aeschylus and Sophocles mention a liquor procured from the same cereal. The use of beer spread rapidly in Gaul, where wine was but little known before the time of Probus. The Emperor Julian, governor of this country, acquaints us of this fact in an epigram. The Spaniards and the aborigines of Brittany and Germany also delightfully intoxicated themselves with an infusion of barley, called by the first of these nations Keawe, Syria, Cerevisia, and Kurmi by the two latter. These various denominations signify literally strong water, and this fermented drink was common to the nations just indicated. All the people of Western Europe drank a strong liquor made with grain and water. The manner of preparing it was not the same in Spain, in Gaul, and elsewhere, but everywhere it possessed the same dangerous properties. Man, says Pliny, is so skilful in flattering his vices that he has even found means to render water poisonous and intoxicating. The Danes and Saxons gave themselves up to an enormous consumption of zythum and kurmi, kinds of ale and beer, varying in no other respect than in the manner of preparing them. The warlike piety of their ingenuous and coarse-minded heroes desired no greater recompense after a life of fatigue and rough combats than to sing the praises of Odin amidst eternal banquets, where these exhilarating beverages might unceasingly maintain the joy and bravery of the warriors. The ancient Britons had many vines, but they esteemed them only as ornaments to their gardens, and they preferred, says Caesar, the wine of grain to that of grapes. It is historically demonstrated that the English at a very early epoch applied themselves to the making of beer. It is mentioned in the laws of Ina, chief or king of Wessex, and this liquor held a distinguished rank among those that appeared at a royal feast in the reign of Edward the Confessor. Under the Normans, ale acquired a reputation it has ever since maintained. 2 gallons cost only 1 penny in the cities. In the country 4 gallons might be obtained at the same price. Happy age, happy ale drinkers! At that period, the golden age for the apostles of the Britannic Bacchus, the brewers rendered no account of the preparation of this beloved beverage. The English nation did not yet purchase the right of intoxicating themselves. It was not till the year 1643 that this authorization was to be bought. The use of hops would appear to be of German invention. They were employed in the Low Countries in the beginning of the 14th century, but it was not till the 16th that they were appreciated in England. Can it be true that beer or ale possessed, in certain cases, strange curative properties? We find the following fact in a statistical account of Scotland. A poor coal miner in the county of Clackmannan, named William Hunter, had been long suffering with acute rheumatism, or obstinate gout, which deprived him of the use of his limbs. The eve of the first Monday of the year 1758, some of his neighbours came to pass the evening with him. Ale was drunk, and they got merry. The jolly fellow never failed to empty his glass at each round. Scotch ale is a seductive drink, and as perfidious as pleasure. It bewilders the senses, and finally masters the reason. William Hunter lost his completely, but his legs were restored, and he was able to make marvellous use of them for more than 20 years. After that happy evening, never did his old enemy, the gout, dare approach him, and the worthy coal miner took care to keep it at a distance by reiterating the remedy which had proved so beneficial. Nobody could blame him. Ale had become so dear to him. Gratitude and prudence combined to make it a duty to remain unalterably attached, and he was faithful to it till he breathed his last. Antecedent to the use of hops, beer was made in England as follows. Quote, to make a hogshead of strong ale, it was necessary first of all to make the grout, which was thus done. 9 gallons of water was to be well boiled, and put into a brewing vessel. When it was a little cool, there was put therein 3 pecks of malt, which was left standing for an hour and a half, and then it ought to be drawn off into a cooler. When it was near cold, it was put into a vessel provided for that purpose, perfectly clean, and having a cover to stop it down close. Being therein, it was closely covered down, that it might there stand to sharpen. If the weather should be cold, it might require about 18 hours, but if it was hot, not quite so long. When it was ripe enough, upon the sudden opening of the vessel, the strength of the fume arising from the liquor would near, if not entirely, extinguish a lighted candle, which ought to be provided short on purpose, and holden over for the proof thereof. When the brewer was satisfied that the grout was properly ripened, he poured it forth into the copper, and boiled it moderately upon a slow fire for about an hour, constantly stirring it all the while, and to know when it was boiled enough, he provided a small ashen stick, which being alighted at the fire, he thrust suddenly into the boiling liquor, drawing it forth as quickly as possible, when, if the fire on the stick remained still unextinguished, it was well boiled, but not if it were otherwise. This being done, the liquor was put into a vessel of 20 gallons or thereabouts, and yeast put to it, that it might work, which, when it had sufficiently done, it was ready for the wort to be put to it. The wort might be brewed of what strength the brewer should please, so that it did not exceed 60 gallons to the above proportion of grout. The grout being now properly ripe, and having worked enough, a quantity of the wort, sufficient to fill up the 20-gallon vessel into which the grout is put, must be poured upon it, and then the whole drawn off into the yealing fat. Note, F-A-T-T, and there, being mixed with the remainder of the wort, is left to work together, which when it hath sufficiently done, it must be strained off into the hogshead, through a hair sieve made for that purpose, where it must also work like other beer or ale. End of quote. In the 9th year of Edward II, things being very scarce, a gallon of ale was sold for 2d, of the better sort for 3d, and of the best for 4d. But the Londoners ordained that in the city a gallon of the bettermost sort of ale should be sold for 3 halfpence, and of the small ale for 1 penny only. Holinshead says that every kind of wine could be procured in England. Nevertheless, he adds, ale and beer bear the greatest brunt in drinking, which are of so many sorts and ages as it pleaseth the brewer to make them. The beer that is used at noblemen's tables is commonly of a year old, or peradventure of 2 years' tunning, or more, but this is not general. It is also brewed in March, and is therefore called March beer, but for the household it is usually not under a month's age, each one coveting to have the same, stale as he might, so that was not sour, and the bread new as possible, so that be not hot. End quote. Formerly they drank beer in some parts of France, in others wine. Perhaps it is the same now. This difference of taste gave rise to the rather jocose dispute between a grey friar and a white friar. One, who was a Fleming, was for beer, the other, who was from Bordeaux, was for wine. The Fleming cited passages without number from antiquity in proof of the excellence of beer, known by the ancients under the name of zythum or curmi. The one from Bordeaux was not so learned, but he was a native of Bordeaux, and with one word he terminated the dispute. "Brother," said he to his adversary, "I maintain that there is as much difference between wine and beer as there is between St. Francis and St. Dominic." The whole community were for the Bordeaux monk, and the Fleming was reduced to silence. Brachet was formerly the cherished drink of the lower classes in England. Arnold describes the preparation of it in his Chronicles of London. Quote, "Take a pot of good ale, and pour thereto a portion of honey and pepper in this manner. When thou hast good ale, let it stand in a pot 2 days, and then draw out a quart or a pottle of that ale, and put to the honey, and set it over the fire, and let it set well, and take it off the fire, and scum it clean, and then set it over the fire, and scum it again, and then let it keel a while, and put thereto the pepper, and then set him on the fire, and let him boil well together, with easy fire but clear. Take 4 gallons of good ale, a pint of fine tried honey, and about a saucerful of powder of pepper." End of quote. Beer was not unknown in Italy, but the Romans never granted it their serious attention. We will give a brief sketch of those beverages which, among them and the Greeks, replaced wine with greater or less advantage. Convalescents, sober persons who resisted the sweet seductions of Falernian and Chios wines, drank a kind of barley water pitsana, a sorry liquid of which the following is the recipe for the use of the abstemious of the present day. They placed barley in water and left it there until it swelled. It was then dried in the sun, then beaten to deprive it of its husk, and ground. Then, when it had been boiled in water for a long time, it was again exposed to the sun. When they wished to drink barley water, a small quantity of this flour was boiled, the water was strained off, and a few drops of vinegar were added. The disciples of Comus have always shuddered at this beverage when only mentioned. The oxycratus was not much better. It was a mixture of water and vinegar, with which the lower orders contented themselves when they could obtain nothing more exhilarating to drink, and with which the soldiers, especially in the camp, were compelled to quench their thirst. Some passages from Pliny, and also from other authors, prove that the ancients were acquainted with cider. It is, however, asserted that the use of this beverage goes no farther back than 3 or 4 centuries, either in England or France. But this cannot be a fact with regard to the last named country, since the capitulars of Charlemagne place among the number of ordinary trades that of sicerator, or cider maker. This wine of apples, it is said, was very common among the Hebrews. That is possible, but it would nevertheless be difficult to prove it from the holy writings, since the word shekar, which has been translated by sicera, and which again has been rendered into cider, signifies all kinds of intoxicating beverage, whether made from grain, honey, or fruit. Gaul, covered with forests, and swarming with bees, possessed an immense quantity of wild honey, of which, by the aid of fermentation in water, the inhabitants composed a strong and intoxicating drink called hydromel. This beverage, highly esteemed both in Rome and Greece, was prepared in the following manner. Rain-water was kept some time, and then boiled until reduced to a third, to which honey was added. This mixture was exposed to the sun for the space of 40 days. It was then placed in a vessel, and by these means they obtained in time a vinous hydromel, very similar to our Madeira wine. To make oxymel, still more heady, 10 pounds of honey were mixed with 2 pints and a half of old vinegar, and 1 pound of sea salt, the whole boiled only an instant in 5 pints of water. This liquor was left to get very old. Juice of quinces and honey, boiled in water, produced hydromelon, a delicious drink which our century might envy the delicate drinkers of Athens and Rome, especially when roses had been added to this nectar, which changed it into hydrorosatum. The apomeli was nothing more than water in which honeycomb had been boiled. Omphacomeli, an ingenious mixture of honey and verjuice, quenched thirst during the summer, and produced that agreeable gaiety which is to drunkenness what doziness is to sleep. A mixture of honey and juice of myrtle seed, of course diluted with water, composed myrtitis, the aromatic flavour of which flattered the palate and rendered the breath more sweet. Sometimes pomegranates were substituted for the myrtle, and it was then called rhoites, and possessed an agreeable and pungent flavour. Wine made of dates enjoyed a general esteem in the East. The Romans, who knew also how to appreciate it, prepared it by throwing into water some common, though very ripe, dates, and when they had well soaked, they were put under a press. The same means were employed to procure fig wine, but often the sediment of grapes was used instead of water, to prevent its being too sweet. Artificial wines were also procured by the aid of several other kinds of fruits, such as sorbs, medlars, and mulberries. Fermentation dispelled the sweet and insipid flavour which generally distinguishes these fruits, and at the commencement of a repast the guests swallowed with delight large cups of these beverages. It was also the custom to serve very cold water, in which certain plants had been infused, and which was freshened by being surrounded with snow after it had been boiled for some time. The invention of this iced water is attributed to the Emperor Nero, who made great use of it, and who appears to have bitterly regretted it when, dethroned and flying from his assassins, he was constrained through excessive thirst to drink muddy water from a ditch. The unfortunate Caesar then, for the first time, thought of the strange vicissitudes of fortune, and casting a sorrowful glance at the disgusting fluid he held in his hand, "Alas!" he exclaimed with a sigh, Is this the iced water that Nero drank? Tea. This plant is a native of China, and it is only in the Celestial Empire that tea is cultivated to any great extent. Why then is it neglected on all other points of the globe situated in the same latitude? Doubtless because the soil of China is superior for its culture to that of any other country. The shrub that produces tea is cultivated between the 23rd and 33rd degrees of latitude. It thrives on the mountainous parts, on the slope of the hills, and that which grows on high ground is far superior to that gathered in the valleys. It is the same with this plant as with the vine in France and in Europe. It grows on flat land, and succeeds wonderfully on plains exposed to the sun's rays. The Chinese export teas of the first quality in much greater proportion than those of an inferior kind. In England there is a larger consumption than in any other country in the world. In China, the tea that forms the habitual beverage of the people is a very inferior species of the bu tree. The provinces of Kiangnan, Kiangsi, and Zhejiang furnish green tea to Russia, the United States, Calcutta, and various European countries. The province of Fujian furnishes black tea to England, with the exception of a third of the bu tree, or bohea, which is exported from a district called Wuping, lying to the northwest of the province of Canton. It is in Fujian that the cultivation of this precious shrub is held in the highest estimation. In this province it is deprived of a large number of its buds at the beginning of the spring. Of these are made the tea Pekoe, the most renowned of all kinds. Congo tea serves to perfume part of these buds, and to impart to them a more agreeable flavour. A first gathering of full-grown leaves takes place at the commencement of May, a second towards the middle of June, and a third and last at the end of the summer. This produces a tea inferior to the preceding kinds in point of quality and perfume. The inhabitants of Fujian cultivate tea in enclosures, and at the time of harvest sell the leaves to a class of persons who undertake their preparation, which consists in drying the leaves in houses, first by the simple contact with the air, afterwards in heated warehouses. When the preparation is terminated, the merchants come and make choice of the best qualities. Then the desiccation of the tea is finished, and it is forwarded in packets, each bearing its proper designation. As soon as the leaves have been gathered and selected, they are plunged in boiling water, where they remain about 30 seconds. They are then quickly withdrawn, strained, and thrown on iron plates, large and flat, placed above a furnace. The workman's hands can hardly endure the heat of these plates. They continually stir the leaves till they are sufficiently heated, after which they take them off, and spread them on large tables covered with mats. Other workmen then busy themselves with rolling them with the palm of the hand, while others cool them as quickly as possible by agitating the air with large fans. This operation must be continued until the leaves have completely cooled under the hand of the person who rolls them, for it is by being quickly cooled that the leaves remain longer curled. Thanks to the operation of rolling them, which is repeated 2 or 3 times, the leaves are deprived of their humidity and the unwholesome bitter juice they contain. For teas of the first quality, each leaf must be rolled separately, but for more common kinds, several may be rolled at once. Tea thus prepared is dried and put into boxes or cases free from moisture. The Chinese then aromatize it with various odoriferous plants, such as the flowers of the oleofragrans, or those of the Camellia sesangua, shrubs of the same family as tea, or those of the scented tea roses and orange flowers. This tea is destined for mandarins of the higher class, for the kalaos, or ministers, or even for the celestial sovereign of the centre of the earth, or in more simple words, the emperor. There are in reality but 2 kinds of tea, black tea and green tea. Each kind is again subdivided into many varieties. The best black tea is the scented liangxing, worth in China about 10 shillings the pound. The first of all green teas, destined for the great, and bearing an exquisite perfume, is that called Kulang Finyi. Monsieur de Rienzi assures us that he has seen it sold in Canton for 32 shillings a pound. New tea is considered by the Chinese as a powerful narcotic, therefore it is never sold until a year after the gathering. The Europeans and Americans who trade with tea in Canton have recourse for their transactions with the Chinese to native tasters, or others who know how to distinguish the different qualities at the sight of the colour produced by the infusion. It is generally believed in Europe that tea exported thence has already served as a beverage to the Chinese. It is a mistake, propagated by persons who, having seen the tea put in water, have doubtless not well understood the reason of this operation. We must, however, admit that the merchants sometimes mix tea already used with tea of good quality, a fraud only to be discovered by the weakness of the infusion. Tea seems likely to spread over the world. Our books, wines, brandy, cutlery, and jewellery go round the globe and are sought after by the civilized nations as well as the wild tribes. On the other hand, we receive our food, together with spices, from Malaysia. We sweeten them with sugar from the Antilles or Siam. We enjoy the flavour and perfume of coffee from Arabia and the island of Bourbon. We intoxicate ourselves with tobacco from Manila, Virginia, of Havana and Latakia, and we imbibe with luxurious pleasure the tea of those Chinese we are continually laughing at, but of whom we have borrowed so many useful things. We must, however, acknowledge that France is the country the least advanced in this respect, and the use of this beneficent drink is far from being as common as it ought to be. We do not fear to say that when once acquainted with the method of preparing it better than is generally done, this inferiority in the consumption will disappear. Some witty delineator of manners and customs has portrayed upon the joyous scene of a comic theatre of Paris that famous tea party of Mother Gibou and Madame Pochet, one of those ridiculous Parisian and really home scenes, much more common than is generally supposed, and although the picture is overcharged, it is nevertheless true. It is not necessary here to give our private recipe to prepare an infusion in which that excellent lady, Madame Pochet, thought herself so perfect. Suffice to say that to make it agreeable to her guests, she added salt, pepper, some cinnamon, the yolk of an egg, and a tiny drop of vinegar. We would beg the reader not to fail in attending these charming and daily meetings at which each housewife presides, and we would say to strangers, let us seriously study an English tea. Quote, "The use of tea in China dates from the greatest antiquity. The Japanese attribute to it a miraculous origin. They say that Dharma, a very pious prince, and son of an Indian king, landed in China in the year 510 of the Christian era, and wishing to edify mankind by his example, imposed upon himself privations of all kinds. It happened, however, that after several years of great fatigue, in spite of his care, he fell asleep, and believing he had violated his oath, and in order to fulfill it faithfully for the future, he cut off his eyelids and threw them on the ground. The next day, returning towards the same spot, he found them changed into a little shrub, hitherto unknown to the earth. He ate some of the leaves, which made him merry, and restored his former strength. Having recommended the same food to his disciples, the reputation of tea soon spread, and has continued in use since that time." End quote. Desfontaines, see also Kemper in his Aménités Exotiques. We are ignorant of the period and motives which persuaded the Chinese to use tea in infusion. Perhaps it was to render water more agreeable, which is said to be brackish and of a bad taste in many parts of China. In 1641, Tulpius, a Dutch physician, was the first to mention this plant, in a dissertation he published. In 1657, Jonquet, a French physician, called it the divine plant, and compared it to ambrosia. In 1679, Cornelius Benteke, a Dutch physician, published a treatise in which he declared himself a partisan of tea, and asserted that this beverage in no way could injure the stomach, even if drunk to the extent of 200 cups a day. Many of his countrymen went even beyond this. They made of it a universal panacea. As at first the leaves of the tea plant were rare and but little known, many persons thought they had discovered in Europe what others fetched from such a distance. Thus Simon Pauly introduced the royal pimento, Myria Galli of Lynne, as the real tea of China. Others thought to have found the marvellous virtues of tea in plants growing in our own country, such as marjoram, veronica, myrtle, sage, agrimony, and so on, but it happily ended in granting the preference to the real tea of China and Japan. Coffee. In the trade, 5 principal kinds of coffee are enumerated, or rather 5 sorts, according to the different countries from whence they come, although all derived from the same kind of coffee tree, Coffea arabica. These 5 kinds are as follows. First, Mocha coffee, thus called from the country whence this kind of coffee originates, a plant now so commonly spread over every American colony. The grain of this coffee is generally round and small. From Mocha coffee is derived the most sweet and agreeable beverage. It is also the most esteemed, the dearest, and holds the first rank in the trade. Second, the Bourbon coffee, cultivated in the island of Bourbon. For some time it occupied the second place in quality, but the gourmets prefer to it coffee from Martinique or Guadeloupe. Third, there are several kinds of Martinique or Guadeloupe, distinguished by the various preparations. Fourth, the Cayenne coffee. This kind is less known on account of the small quantity cultivated there and introduced in trade. This kind is superior to the Martinique coffee. Fifth, the San Domingo coffee, in which is comprised that from Puerto Rico and other leeward islands, is considered inferior to the 4 other kinds. Let us mention a few of the methods by which coffee in infusion is obtained. It is not exactly known who introduced the custom of taking coffee. Some attribute its use to the prior of a convent, who, becoming acquainted with the properties of this plant by the effect it produced on the goats which fed upon it, tried its influence on his monks, in order to keep them awake during the performance of divine service. According to others, the discovery is due to a mufti, who, wishing to surpass in devotion the most religious dervishes, made use of coffee so as to banish sleep, and thus be enabled to pray longer without interruption. Whatever may be the origin of the use of coffee, it has become so general up to the present day that it may almost be classed among the articles of the greatest necessity. This extensive use has stimulated the industry of inventors to seek means of rendering it most pleasant to drink, as also its great consumption and high price have awaked both economy and fraud, in order to find a substitute for this agreeable beverage. It would be useless here to describe the different methods of making coffee. It will be sufficient to mention that all those which tend to prepare it without boiling the water in which the pulverized coffee is placed are almost equally good. In order to supplant coffee, which in Europe was found very expensive, many different means have been tried. About 50 years since the Swiss porter of a nobleman in Paris thought of roasting acorns, which he mixed with roast coffee ground. He sold it cheaper than anyone. All bought it, and the Swiss made his fortune. The trick, however, being discovered, all sought means of gratifying their taste without emptying their purses. Barley and rye began to be mixed with coffee. In the mountains of Virginia and America, the inhabitants make a coffee simply of roasted rye. They by these means obtain a beverage in no way resembling coffee, but it goes by that name, and at least the imagination is satisfied. In Belgium, in the province of Liege, coffee is mixed with wild chicory root. This method, generally known, is at the present time practised throughout the whole of Europe, and wild chicory root then opened for Liege a new branch of commerce. Lastly, in Flanders, some of the inhabitants cultivate the lupin, which they complacently call coffee, and whose seed, roasted, they drink instead of real coffee. Quote, "The infusion of coffee is thought to be beneficial to stout and phlegmatic persons, and for pains in the head, but it appears that its admixture with cream or milk prevents these good effects, on account of the relaxation it thus causes to the stomach. On the contrary, it gives strength when taken pure. It is doubtless for this reason that the inhabitants of the colonies take it 3 and 4 times a day, that is, at 4 o'clock in the morning, a very strong infusion, sometimes without sugar, at breakfast with milk, after dinner pure, and often in the afternoon for the 4th time." End quote, by Beauvais. We are unacquainted with the period of the introduction of coffee into Europe. Rauwolf is the first who speaks of coffee, in 1588. Prospero Alpini then came, and described the coffee tree in Egypt by the name of bun, or boon. His work appeared in 1591. In 1614, Bacon mentioned this oriental beverage, and Meissner published a treatise on it in 1621. It was not, however, until towards the year 1645 that it began to be drunk in Italy. The first cafés were opened in London in 1652 and in Paris in 1669, a time at which a pound of coffee was worth 40 crowns. It was principally Solomon Aga, the ambassador from Turkey, who caused coffee to become fashionable in Paris. It penetrated into Sweden in the year 1674, where it was thought of use in scorbutic diseases. The first person who made trial of coffee with milk was Nieuwhof, the Dutch ambassador in China, in imitation of tea with milk. Quote, "The physical effects of coffee are well known. It accelerates the circulation of the blood, but sometimes causes palpitation of the heart and giddiness. It has even been thought to occasion apoplexy and paralysis. Nevertheless, celebrated writers, such as Fontenelle and Voltaire, made constant use of it, almost to an abuse. They were told, 'It is a slow poison.' It was indeed slow for these learned men, who died, the one at 100, the other 84 years of age. However, at the present time, coffee is a beverage whose power over our intellectual or moral habits has perhaps never been calculated as it deserves, since it has become general and almost suppressed the drunkenness which disgraced our ancestors at the end of their great repasts." End quote, by Viré. The subject we have just slightly touched upon recalls to our recollection a whim of the charming Sévigné. "Le café et racine passion," said this amiable lady, nearly 200 years ago. The beautiful Marchioness was mistaken. Both coffee and Racine have remained, and do not appear likely soon to bid us adieu. Chocolate. Every one is aware that chocolate is an aliment obtained from the cocoa nut, roasted and reduced to paste, with sugar and aromatics. But first, the choice of cocoa nuts is not indifferent. Those from Soconusco, from Caracas, and Maracaibo are the best and sweetest. It is, however, well to mix with them other kinds, to correct their insipidity by a certain sharpness far from being unpleasant. Thus, to 4 parts of Caracas cocoa, earthed, that is, rendered mild by a sojourn of some weeks under the moist earth, a part of cocoa from the Antilles, or Maragnon and Para, is added. This kind contains more of sharp and bitter matter. These cocoas are slightly torrefied in an iron pan. The Spaniards burn their cocoa much less than the Italians. Being left to grow cold, this cocoa is slightly crushed to separate the envelopes or shells, which are thrown away. However, in England, Switzerland, and Germany, these shells serve to make, with boiling water, a warm infusion, mixed with milk, and drank in lieu of real chocolate. The envelopes of torrefied coffee are employed in a similar manner in the East for the sultana coffee. The mixtures of torrefied cocoa are reduced into a fat paste of a brown colour, either between stones or by means of an iron roller upon a porphyry rock, warmed underneath by live coals. This paste, regularly ground, is at last incorporated with sugar equal to its weight. Then it is mixed together as perfectly as possible. In this chocolat de santé, a small quantity of very fine cinnamon powder is admitted, which makes it more palatable, and neutralizes the action of the fat and heavy substance, or vegetable butter, contained in the cocoa. Quote, the term chocolate belongs, it is said, to the language of the Mexicans, and is derived from the two words choco, sound or noise, and atle, water, because it is beaten in boiling water to make it froth, according to the custom of this people. Before their conquest by the Spaniards, it formed the principal aliment of the Mexicans. They held the cocoa tree in such estimation that its kernel served as current coin, and this custom even now remains." End quote, by Humboldt. The Mexican chocolate, besides the pimento, contained the chile, or Indian wheat flour, with honey or sweet juice of the agave. To this was added anoto, an astringent tinctorial juice of a rosy hue, obtained from the seeds of the Bixa orleana. The chieftains or lords and warriors only enjoyed the right of feeding on chocolate, as the most restoring aliment, and the most capable, in their opinion, of repairing worn-out strength, and producing vigour. The addition of the perfume of vanilla, again, augments this quality, according to the testimony of physicians and travellers. Diaz of Castillo relates that Montezuma drank vanilla chocolate, and the Maréchal de Belle-Isle says, in his Testament Politique, that the regent, Louis Philippe d'Orléans, regaled himself every morning with chocolate at his petit lever. The ladies of Chiapa, in Mexico, are so fond of these perfumed chocolates that they even have them carried to eat in church. The Spanish Creole nuns have also brought to great perfection the art of preparing fine chocolate, perfumed with amber. The use of chocolate was soon brought from Mexico, after its conquest by Fernando Cortés, into Spain, and this food has there become quite habitual. First, it easily deceives hunger, by reason of its oily qualities and slow digestion. Then it is softening and cooling, which renders it particularly desirable in warm climates, especially such as the Iberian Peninsula. Thus the Spaniards but slightly roast their coconuts. They prefer preserving but a very slight bitterness, and mixing with it more aromatics. Besides, chocolate, so useful to dry and nervous temperaments, is an agreeable analeptic, recommended against hypochondria and melancholy, two affections so common to the Spaniards. The beggars even could not live without it, and they accost each other in the morning with inquiring if their lordships have taken their chocolate. This aliment is favourable to idleness, augments the calm of the body and mind, and plunges one in a sweet quietude of farniente, at a small expense. From Spain, the fashion of taking chocolate was introduced into Italy, especially by the Florentine, Antonio Carletti. The Italians extract from cocoa more exalted qualities by torrefication. They burn it till it becomes bitter. The grave question arose among them whether chocolate taken in the morning by the monks broke the fast principally in Lent. The Cardinal Brancaccio and other learned casuists battled long in order to prove that chocolate, being evidently a beverage made of water, could not be in the least considered as an aliment, nor break the fast. We see, indeed, in the correspondence of the Princesse des Ursins, all-powerful at the court of Philip V of Spain, and Madame de Maintenon, that the consciences of pious persons had been placed in full tranquillity by this decision, and that any one might fast during the whole Lent as perfectly by drinking chocolate as if he had only partaken of a glass of cold water. Quote, chocolate became pretty common in France from the time of Anne of Austria, mother of Louis XIV. However, it does not appear to have ever excited the same enthusiasm as coffee. It is not favourable to good cheer, nor is it exhilarating. To this may be traced perhaps the indifference of the English for this beverage." End quote. Vire. In trade, as we have said, are distinguished a great variety of cocoas, and they are all called by the name of the country whence they come. Thus we have the Caracas cocoa, the Suriname cocoa, and so on. That which comes from the French possessions is called also cocoa of the Isles. The Caracas is the most esteemed of all. It is more oily than the other kinds, and has no sharpness of flavour. It is known by being larger, rough, of an ovoid oblong shape, not flattened, covered with a greyish dust, and by the kernel being easily divided into several irregular fragments. Quote, the name of cacao, of which in French has been made the word cacaoyer, is that given by the inhabitants of Guyana to this grain. As to the scientific name Theobroma, Linnaeus formed it from two Greek words signifying food of the gods. End quote. By de Maisel. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Drinking Cups. If men were wiser, the 19th century would probably not have seen a beneficent apostle preaching temperance everywhere, and making his name cherished and celebrated by a series of successes which could hardly have been expected. Numerous societies of hydropotes, or teetotalers, would not alarm, in our days, those joyful disciples of Bacchus' temple. Hydrophobes, by profession, by taste, and interest, who sincerely bewail the desertion of newly made abstemious members, and no person would promise, by a solemn and formidable pledge, to forego the drinking of anything but water. The abuse must have been very great, since it was necessary to have recourse to such a remedy. It is true that the evil had taken deep root, and that the most ancient people, the gods, and the heroes, have left us examples of the dangerous seduction. The Scythians, the Celts, Iberians, and Thracians were confirmed drunkards. The wise Nestor himself, who was so good a match for Agamemnon, often felt some difficulty in finding his tent. Alexander the Great slept sometime 2 days and 2 nights, after having paid too much devotion to the god of good cheer. And Philip, his father, very frequently left the table with a very heavy head and staggering legs. It is reported that Dionysius the Younger, tyrant of Sicily, lost his sight through drinking too much, which will not be wondered at if what is supposed be true, that this miserable man was drunk every day, without fail, for 3 months together. Shall we mention Tiberius, surnamed by the army Biberius (Tippler), who, after he became emperor, passed the days and nights drinking with Flaccus and Piso, at the very time they were working at the reformation of the Romans. This pagan Solomon having to choose from among several very distinguished candidates who offered themselves for quaestorship, preferred the least known, because he had drunk a whole pitcher of wine, which the prince himself had condescended to fill. Intoxication, with the Greeks, was noted as belonging to low company, if we are to judge by certain personages whom Aeschylus and Sophocles did not fear to bring on the stage, and who struck each other with vases, a thing which the modern theatre had judiciously banished. Homer is more reserved, for Achilles, after copious libations, only threw a neat's foot at Ulysses' head, which probably was not of much consequence. The fact is, that the ancients did not at all profess the same principles that we do respecting intemperance. Hippocrates himself advised men to seek mirth now and then in wine. Seneca recommends us to drown cares and fatigue in it, and Musaeus decorates with crowns of flowers the foreheads of the sages who, sitting by the side of Plato at all new banquets, should find in continual drunkenness the sweetest reward for their virtues. A singular bliss, which only reason in delirium could have imagined. We have spoken of the delicious beverage which was so costly a seduction to choice Epicureans, who took merit to themselves for not resisting it. For this reason it was necessary to invent vessels worthy of containing it, and art, encouraged by luxury, produced those magnificent vases of which ostentatious antiquity had only left us a faint idea. The cups of the Homeric times were all equal capacity; one of them was offered to each guest, but several were offered to persons of high distinction. The Greeks thought much of their cups. For them they were sacred relics from father to son, and were only used on certain solemnities. Thus Epictetus delivers the most frightful imprecation against his son Polynices, who had presented, at a common repast, the cup of his ancestors. That of Nestor was so large that a young man could hardly carry it; as to him, he lifted it up without the slightest difficulty. The Athenians drank from cups in the shape of horns. Wax vases were sufficient for the Spaniards. The Gaul who had thrown down an urus (wild ox) took his horns, decorated them with silver and gold rings, and made his guests drink out of them. Often the skull of an enemy, killed in single combat, was transformed into a cup of honour, and reminded a Gallic family of the memorable action of a valiant ancestor. The first cups of the Romans were made of horns, or of an earthenware of Samos. Those conquerors of the world had not yet enervated their manly courage with the luxurious spoils of conquered nations. Afterwards, some very simple ones were made of beech wood, or elder. These possessed a marvellous property which they ought to have always preserved. The wine only escaped from them, and they retained the water which had been mixed with it. But Rome, always tired of its austere simplicity, and its disdain for the Greek cups of glass and crystal, soon began to desire something finer. Those magnificent chalices, masterpieces of patience and skill, in which gold and silver were amalgamated with a more brittle material, were soon in much request, and appeared worthy of their renown. But it is to be observed, that the crystal of which the most precious cups were made had not the slightest similarity to that which we make use of now, and which the least shock will break. It was flexible and malleable. it might be thrown on the pavement with impunity, and remained unhurt. Here is, on this subject, a curious anecdote, which has been left to us by Petronius. A certain skilled workman used to make crystal vases as strong as vases of gold and silver. He produced an incomparable masterpiece. It was a chalice of astonishing beauty, which he thought worthy of Caesar only, and which he felt a pride in offering to him. Tiberius highly praised the skill and the rich present of the artist. This man, wishing to increase still more the admiration of the prince, and secure his favours to a greater degree, begged of him to give back the vase. He then threw it with all his might on the marble pavement of the apartment. The hardest metal could never have resisted this terrible shock. Caesar appeared moved, and was silent. The artist, with a triumphant smile, picked up the vase, which had only a slight dent, and which, by striking it with the hammer, soon brought to its original state. This being done, no doubt remained on his mind that he had conquered the good graces of the emperor, and the esteem of an astonished court. Tiberius asked him if he was the only one who knew how to work crystal in so remarkable a manner. The workman immediately answered that no one possessed his secret. "Very well," said Caesar, "let his head be struck off without loss of time. For if this strange invention were known, gold and silver would very soon have not the least value." Thus did the Emperor Tiberius encourage artists and the arts. There were, besides, cups made of the most pure crystal, the brittleness of which seems to have added to their price, and which were paid for dearer than gold and precious stones, but much less, however, than those famous murrhine vases, which have so long exercised the useless sagacity of ancient commentators. Among the rich spoils that Pompey, conqueror of Mithridates and master of part of Asia, ostentatiously displayed in his triumph, the Romans, for the first time, admired vases and cups, the material and workmanship of which surpassed all that the imagination could fancy the most graceful and delicate. They were much in request, the price was exorbitant, and thenceforth they were indispensable. One of the ancient consuls thought himself too happy to give only a little more than £6,000 for one of those murrhines. Such was the name given to the brittle and rare novelty. Petronius paid for a large basin £28,000, and Nero spent the like sum for a vase with two handles, which he forgot 2 days afterwards. The murrhine cups appeared on the table with the wine of the 100 Leaves, and the valerian was poured into them, so as to preserve all the generous delicacy of its odour. The murrhines were much sought after, on account of their form and brilliant transparency. They were made of mother of pearl, according to Belon, but others say of agate. Their dimensions, however, would incline one to doubt it. Saliger, Cardan, and Madame Dacier thought that the ancients gave unheard of prices for simple porcelain vases, which were precious on account of their rarity. This opinion, which several modern literati have adopted, rests plausibly enough, it appears, on one verse of Propertius, in which this poet speaks of murrhine cups, baked in the furnace of the Parthians. It has been said that, perhaps, the Parthians learnt from the Chinese how to make porcelain, But this supposition, entirely void of proof, has been contradicted in a most peremptory manner by the author of a very curious book, who demonstrates irrefragably that the moirines were not of porcelain, but of stones of the species of onyx. The following fact will leave but very little doubt on that subject. In 1791 the Constituent National Assembly appointed a commission to make an inventory and valuation of all objects in the garde meuble of the crown. They found, among other very beautiful sardonyx, two very antique vases, one made in the form of an ewer, 10 inches in height and 4 inches in diameter, having its handle cut out of the same piece, and the second, hollowed out as a bowl, 10 inches in diameter, which was recognized as real moirines, beautiful white and blue veins and other shades, circulated about the bowl without interfering with its semi-transparency. The bottom was of the same color as the ewer. The jewellers estimated these vases at £6,000 each, although there was nothing engraved in the hollow nor in relief, but merely on consideration of the beauty of the material, the fineness of the polish, and the difficulty that must have attended the hollowing out of the ewer. These valuations would appear exaggerated, if it were not known that the antique vase of the Duke of Brunswick, which formerly belonged to the Dukes of Mantua in 1631, and made of sardonyx, in the cruet shape, was valued at 150,000 German crowns, or dollars of 3s. 4d. The relief engraving represented the mysteries of Ceres and Bacchus, but it had no primitive handle, and the diameter was only 2 inches and a half. By the side of these inestimable moirines were standing very graceful chalices of amber, the prodigious workmanship of which absolutely gave to them a most arbitrary value, but which Romans prodigally never found too high. Silver cups engraved were also nearly as much esteemed, when they came from the hands of some well-known workmen, such as Myos, Mentor, or Myron. They were even preferred to gold cups, unless these latter were enriched with precious stones. All these vases presented still greater varieties in their forms than in the materials employed. There were very large ones, some narrow, some oblong, many ornamented with 2 handles, others had only one. Some were much like tympanon, or zoph, a musical instrument of the ancient Hebrews, a small boat or ewer. In one word, the Greek or Roman artist never listened to anything but his own fancy, and was then far from supposing that he was preparing very long and wakeful hours of study to many antiquarians, zealous to explain seriously the strange wanderings of a fantastical imagination. End of section 29. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 30 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Section 30. Wine. Bacchus, son of Ammon, was born in Egypt, and was the first who taught his countrymen the act of cultivating the vine and of making wine. He is the same as Osiris, the famous conqueror of India. Should this assertion be contradicted, we shall only entreat any and every disputant to make his own choice of the god of vineyards, from among the 5 heroes bearing the name of Bacchus, as we are too impartial to prefer any one in particular. Oenopion, worthy son of one of these heroes, enriched the inhabitants of Chios with the first rosy wine that ever yet obscured their reason. Greece, Italy, and Sicily owed this wonderful liquor to the Egyptians. The Gauls received this sweet present from a Tuscan, who had been banished from Clusium, his country. And the cultivation of the grape spread rapidly till the reign of the sanguinary Domitian, who completed the catalogue of his crimes by tearing up the vines. The Emperor Probos restored them to the disconsolate Gauls. That prince was certainly worthy of his name. Modern science, agreeing with Holy Writ, in Genesis 9, verse 20, looks upon the East as the common cradle of the vine and the human race. Palestine was renowned for its vines. Pliny speaks in praise of them. The vineyards constituted a part of the riches of the country, and they were preserved with the greatest care, so much so that Moses, with an especial view to vines, forbade the sowing of different seeds in the same field, on pain of confiscation, and it was done to encourage their cultivation, that wise legislator exempted every person who had planted one from military service, and from all public duties, until the first vintage. Genesis chapter 22, verse 6. The growths of Lebanon, of Helbon, and of Sorek enjoyed an extraordinary reputation, and the delicious wine they produced was capable of inspiring the lyric David with that celebrated praise, by which intemperance has often dared to authorize reprehensible excesses. Psalm 103, verse 15. However, the Hebrews, a sober people, like all Eastern nations, rarely made use of pure wine. They generally mixed it with a quantity of water, and only drank a little at some ceremonial feasts, and at the end of their repasts. They sometimes mixed it with perfumes and odoriferous drugs. Some nations seem to have had a great horror of wine. The Persians drank nothing but water, and the inhabitants of Pontus, the Scythians, and the Cappadocians partook of this strange taste. The Arcadians, who lived on chestnuts and acorns, were not worthy of the favours of Bacchus, neither were the troglodytes, ichthyophagists, and other swarms of hydropotes, who were as yet too little civilized to ask of drunkenness its illusions and its enchantments. The Egyptians would have thought it a profanation of their temples to carry in a flagon of the rosy liquid. But Psammetichus came 670 B.C., and that wise prince made them understand that a pot of beer is not worth a cup of good wine. The Romans asserted that their old king, Janus, planted the first vine in Italy, and that later Numa taught them how to trim it. That noble people knew how to appreciate such blessings, and in order to demonstrate that wisdom is always to be found in wine, they never failed to place on their altars the statue of Minerva beside that of Bacchus. The inflexible muse of history has preserved to us the name of the individual who doomed himself to a sorry sort of immortality by inventing the custom of mixing water with wine. It was Cranaus, king of Athens, 1532 B.C. The gods, doubtless to punish him, caused a great part of Greece to be inundated, and it was not long before he was dethroned. Pliny accuses the obscure Staphil, son of Sithon, of this depravation of taste, which gained upon imitators to such an extent that, in the time of Diodorus of Sicily, 45 B.C., the guests still mixed water with their wine at the end of the repast. It is true that they were then all intoxicated. Lycurgus was no doubt ignorant of this practice, when he had the barbarity to destroy the vines of the Lacedaemonians, under pretext of putting an end to the disorders caused by intemperance. It would have been preferable, says Plutarch, to have united the nymphs with Bacchus. The ingenious philosopher insists on the mixture being made by a fourth, a fifth, or an octave, in the same manner as the chords in music, which charm our ears. The fifth was obtained by pouring 3 measures of water on 2 of wine. 1 part water and 2 parts wine made the octave. A quarter of wine and 3 quarters of water produced the fourth. A most inharmonious chord, struck only by inexperienced and unskilful hands. Hippocrates, great physician as he was, had already somewhere advised this deplorable dereliction from all wise doctrines. So true is it, that science sometimes goes astray. But happily for his glory, that learned man further on recommends us to drink pure wine, and to drink enough for joy to dissipate our griefs, and rock us in the sweet errors of hope. The god of grapes had everywhere fervent admirers, except perhaps among the Scythians. These schismatics refused to worship a divinity who caused the faithful to become intoxicated. In other places they sacrificed to him a tiger, in order to show the power of his empire, and zealous disciples, with their heads crowned with branches of the vine, holding in one hand a crater and in the other a torch, ran with dishevelled hair about the streets, shouting to the son of Jupiter, the terrible Evius, in the silence of the night. The Romans addressed to him special prayers twice a year on the occasion of the wine festivals, which took place in the months of May and September. In the first they tasted the wine, and during the second they implored the god to grant Italy fine weather and abundant vintages. The god could not reasonably refuse this request, for the vine dressers spared neither labour nor fatigue to procure an abundant harvest. They were constantly seen disencumbering the plant of a too luxurious foliage, thereby exposing the grapes to the sun's rays, which bring them to maturity, and breaking with indefatigable perseverance the least clods of earth, which, accumulating around the tendrils, appear to fatigue them by their weight. And woe to the thief whom they detected by night stealing any of these carefully reared grapes. His crime was punished with death, unless the inexperience of youth pleaded in his favour. In that case, a severe flagellation impressed on him permanently the remembrance of his fault and of the rights of property. The imperial jurisprudence afterwards softened the draconian rigour of this law of the decemviri. The ancients, like ourselves, were fond of seeing fresh grapes appear on their tables at all periods of the year. They preserved them by covering them with barley flour, or by placing fine bunches in rainwater, diminished to 1/3 by boiling. The vase was hermetically sealed with pitch and plaster, and then placed in a spot where the sun's rays could not enter. This water was an excellent beverage for the sick. The method of making wine was precisely the same both in Greece and Italy. The vine gatherers carefully rejected the green grapes, and piled the others in deep baskets, the contents of which were instantly emptied into large vats. There men, hardly clothed in the lightest garments, trampled them under their feet, whilst joyous songs and sounds of flutes hastened their movements, and animated them to work faster. Wine obtained in this manner was much esteemed, and kept very well. The wort which escaped from the vat as soon as they had thrown in the grapes, and which came from the pressure occasioned by their laying one on the other, enjoyed the preference. This first liquor was transformed into an exquisite wine. The grapes, crushed by the feet, were placed under the press, and an opening made in the lower part of the vat allowed the wort to flow into earthen jars, whence it was subsequently poured into the barrels. The press was always raised at a little distance from the cellar and kitchen. Its mechanism was very simple. The antiquities of Herculaneum will furnish us with an example. 2 trees were firmly fixed in the ground at a few feet distance, one from the other, and a strong horizontal beam rested on their summit. Other pieces of wood, similar to the top piece, were placed underneath. The grapes occupied the space between the vat and the lower plank. Between each of the cross planks wedges were introduced, and 2 persons kept striking them with hammers, one on each side. It is thus the pressure was effected. Wine from the press, inferior to those just mentioned, served for the ordinary consumption of the family and for the servants. It was not racked, but simply taken from the barrel as it was wanted. The lees were taken from the press when it yielded no more liquor. A certain quantity of water was poured over them, and the whole subjected to a second pressure. The weak kind of wine obtained by this new operation must have somewhat resembled that acrid stuff called piquette in France. It was the beverage of the people, and especially of the country people, during the winter. A part of the wort, that which was required for immediate use, was put aside and clarified with vinegar. A portion of that obtained from the crushed grapes was put to boil on furnaces, supported on 3 legs, at a little distance from the press, in coppers, the contents of which were continually stirred. This liquor, reduced by 1/3, was called carenum. When the half only remained, it was called defrutum. And lastly, when the ebullition left only 1/3 part remaining, this substance, very similar to honey, took the name of sapa. It was mixed with flour to flatten the snails reared by skilful speculators, who reserved them for the Roman sybarites. This wort, thus prepared by night when the moon did not shine, and carefully skimmed, served to preserve wines, to give more body to those which were thought too weak, and became the base of several beverages sought in preference by Roman ladies at that period of life when maturity of years made alliance with sensuality. Those who wished to preserve sweet wine during a whole year filled with the second wort, that is to say, that which was produced by the pression of the feet, some amphorae covered with pitch inside and out. They were then hermetically sealed and buried in the sand, or plunged in cold water, where they remained at least 2 months. There still was left a large quantity of wort as it came from the grapes. This was taken into the cellar, which was always situated a little below the level of the ground, or to the ground floor, where no kind of smell was allowed to penetrate, or any emanation capable of spoiling the bouquet of the wine it contained. Description of plate number 22. Number 1, wine press, explained in the text. Number 2, a large vase, in which a man is sitting, supposed to be Diogenes. This amphora is broken, and the pieces are joined by ties of lead, cut dovetailed. It is a bas-relief from the Villa Albani, published by Winkelmann. Number 3 represents a beast of burden, with a pack-saddle loaded with 2 amphorae. This piece of terracotta, drawn the size of the original, is taken from the collection of children's playthings of Prince de Biscari. The difficulty of carriage was so great in mountainous countries that the inhabitants of the Alps substituted for vessels of terracotta casks or wooden tubs, put together with wooden circles, similar to our own. At Herculaneum a spacious cellar has been discovered, round which hogsheads were ranged and built into the wall. Another cellar at Pompeii, remarkable for its small size, is divided into 2 compartments, both containing barrels, and divided one from the other by a horizontal wall. Large earthen vessels were found there, with and without handles, very carefully executed and smeared with pitch. We know that the cynic Diogenes dwelt in one of these vases, and that the king Alexander found him crouching in this strange kind of carapace. The ancients had butts also, but they used them only in cold countries. The dolia, for so they were named, were first subjected to a fumigation with aromatic plants, then watered with sea water, and buried halfway in the earth. They were separated each one from the other, and strict attention was paid to see that the cellar contained neither leather, nor cheese, nor figs, nor old casks. Sometimes persons who inhabited the country paved the store-room, spread sand, and placed the dolia on it. At the end of 9 days, when the fermentation had cleared the wine from those substances it rejects, they carefully covered the dolia, after having smeared all the upper part of the inside, as well as the covers themselves, with a mixture of defrutum, saffron, mastic, pitch, and pine nuts. The butts of aqueous wine were exposed to the north. Spirituous wines often braved the rain, the sun, and every change of temperature. They accelerated the fining of the wine by throwing in plaster, chalk, marble dust, salt, resin, dregs of new wine, sea-water, myrrh, and aromatic herbs. The butts were uncovered once a month, or more frequently, in order to refresh the contents, and before the head was put on again, it was rubbed with pine nuts. Wine was also clarified by drawing it off into another butt, and mixing yolks of egg, beaten with salt, or straining it through the colum nevarium, already described, covered with a piece of linen. Fine wines were kept in the wood for 2, 3, or 4 years, according to their different properties, after which they were transferred to amphorae, and that operation required the greatest care. Description of plate number 23. Colum nevarium. A strainer used to separate the dregs from the wine. 2 are preserved in the collection of Herculaneum. They are made of white metal and worked with elegance. Each is composed of 2 plates, round and concave, of 4 inches in diameter, supplied with flat handles. The 2 dishes, as it were, and their handles adapt to each other so well that when put together they appear as one. Holes, in great number, are symmetrically perforated in the upper dish, which keeps the dregs and lets the clear liquid pass through the lower one. The strainer here represented is taken from Montfaucon's Antiquities, and was found at Rome towards the end of the 17th century. It is of bronze and ornamented. On the handles are reliefs in silver, referring to the worship of Bacchus. The amphorae were earthen pitchers with 2 handles, reserved for choice wines. To prevent evaporation through their pores, they covered them with pitch, and stopped the neck with wood or cork, covered with a mastic composed of pitch, chalk, and oil, or any other fat substance. The name of the wine was inscribed on the amphora. Its age was indicated by the designation of the consuls who were in office when it was made. When the amphora was of glass, it was ticketed with these details. For this kind of vessels they had storerooms, which were commonly at the top of the house. By exposing them to the sun and to smoke, the maturity of the wine was hastened. The discovery of this means of ripening, which the Roman onophiles never failed to practise, was attributed to the consul Opimius. Pliny assures us that the vineyards of the entire world produce 195 different kinds of wine, or double that number if we reckon every variety. The whole universe, says he, furnishes only 80 of superior quality, and of this number 2/3 belong to Italy. Modern agriculture must have singularly disturbed the calculations of the Roman naturalist. Let that be as it may, the best Greek wines were those of Thasos, Lesbos, Chios, and Kos. Italy boasted of the Centenum, the Falernum, the Albanum, and the Mamertinum. After these, a number of other excellent wines occupied a very distinguished place in a long nomenclature to be found in Pliny and Athenaeus. Description of plate number 24. Number 1. Amphora or dolium. Upon one of the handles is engraved the sigle, PSAX. The first 2 probably are the initials of the proprietor, and the last describes the capacity of the vase, being 250 quarts. Montfaucon's Antiquities. Numbers 2 and 3, smaller dolium, found at Herculaneum, buried at the bottom of a cellar. The mouths of these vases were fixed in a marble slab, and closed with a cover of the same material. There is in the Villa Albani an amphora of terracotta of this kind, which contained 18 Roman amphorae, or 463 quarts, as marked by numerical letters engraved upon the outside. In 1750, one of these amphorae was found at Puzzole, which was 5 feet 6 inches in height and 5 feet in diameter, containing 1,728 quarts. Several amphorae from Herculaneum and Pompeii have inscriptions written in colours, and which give the name of the praetor Nonius, the same as those found at Rome, which were inscribed with the name of the consul to fix the year of the vintage. The ancients professed to have a very particular veneration for wines of a renowned growth, which had ripened slowly in amphorae. Some gastronomic archaeologists produced on their tables certain wines which had so far dried up in leather bottles that they were taken out in lumps. Others, placed in the chimney corner, became in time as hard as salt. Petronius speaks of a wine of 100 leaves. Pliny says that guests were served with wine more than 200 years old. It was as thick as honey. This wine was thinned with warm water and passed through the straining bag. Succatio vinorum. This predilection for good old wine was common to the Greeks, the Romans, who liked it for the bitterness it had contracted by age, and the Egyptians, who, notwithstanding their time-honoured love of beer, were not unjust towards the beverage with which their Osiris found it so delightful to intoxicate himself. Athenaeus sets no bounds to his praise of old wine. He says it is excellent for the health. It is the best thing to dissolve the food. It strengthens, it assists the circulation of the blood, and assures a peaceful sleep. Who then would be ungrateful enough to refuse to drink? The topers of antiquity did not disdain white wine, but they seem to have viewed it as of secondary importance. It digests easily, says the writer just cited, but it is weak and has but little body. Red wine, on the contrary, is full of strength and energy, and it is the first that the inhabitants of Chios learned to make, when Oenopion, the son of Bacchus, had planted the vine in their country. However, there was no lack of amateurs of white wine, and like ourselves, the ancients doubtless preferred it when they eat snails, oysters, or any of those shellfish with which the Lucrine lake abounded. They even took it into their heads, how ingenious is gluttony, to change red wine sometimes into white. To do this, it was only necessary to put 3 whites of egg, or some bean flour, into a flagon, and shake it a long time. The same result was obtained with ashes from the white vine. Now, is Apicius jesting with us a little when he gives this recipe? Or was it a legerdemain trick to amuse the guests at the end of a repast, when too frequent libations had rendered them incapable of distinguishing clearly one colour from another? The Greeks endeavoured to preclude the disastrous effects of intoxication by putting sea water into the wine, a mixture which they also thought had the effect of assisting digestion. 1 measure of water was enough for 50 measures of wine. And again, the merchants of that nation took so much interest in the health of foreign consumers that they never shipped the wines of the archipelago for Rome or elsewhere without diluting them in this manner. Such, for example, was the course followed in concocting that celebrated wine of Chios, which Cato imitated so as to deceive the best judges. That honest geoponic has transmitted us his secret. 56 pints of old sea water are thrown into a pipe of sweet wine made with grapes dried in the sun, or 2/3 of a bushel of salt are put into a rush basket and suspended in the middle of the pipe, where it is left to melt. This very simple process metamorphoses the most indifferent liquor into that delightful nectar which gave renown and fortune to the Isle of Chios. The saline wine of the Greeks, vinum de thalassomenon, was nothing else. Their thalassitas wine, so much in demand in Italy on account of its apparent age, owed its reputation to the fact of its having been plunged for some time in the sea. This little trading knavery was a tolerably innocent means of increasing the profits of the speculator, who hastened the maturity of his wines without employing any of those deleterious ingredients which illicit traders have introduced at a later period. When the wine had remained a sufficient time in the sea to give it age, it was drawn off into goatskin bottles, well coated with pitch, and in this manner it supported the longest sea voyages. The following are the made wines most in vogue in olden times. The passum was one of those most esteemed in Rome, particularly when it came from Crete. It was made with grapes, spread in the sun until they were reduced in weight to 1/2. The pips, thus dried, were then put into a butt containing some excellent wort. When they were well soaked, they were crushed with the feet, and then subjected to a slight pressure in the wine press. Sometimes they simply plunged the fresh grapes into boiling oil instead of exposing them to the sun, and the result was the same. The dulce wine was obtained by drying the grapes in the sun for 3 days and crushing them with the feet on the 4th, at the time of the greatest heat. The Emperor Commodus thought this a most delectable drink. The mulsum, or honeyed wine, was an exquisite mixture of old Falernian wine and new honey from the Mount Hymettus. The physician, Caelius Aurelianus, recommends the holding of warm mulsum in the mouth as a palliative in cases of violent headache. The name anisetes wine was given to that in which some grains of aniseed had been infused. The granatum was prepared by throwing 30 broken pomegranates into a pipe of wine, and pouring over them 10 pints and a half of a different wine, hard and sour. This drink was fit for use at the end of 30 days. Apicius gives us the recipe for the rosatum. Put, says he, some rose leaves into a clean linen cloth, sew it up, and leave it 7 days in the wine. Take out the roses and put in fresh ones. Repeat the operation 3 times, and then strain the wine. Add some honey at the time of drinking. The roses must be fresh and free from dew. The violatum is made in the same manner, only violets are used instead of roses. Rosatum may also be obtained without roses, by putting a small basket filled with green lemon leaves into a barrel of new wine before the fermentation has taken place, and leaving them there for 40 days. This wine is to be mixed with honey before it is drunk. Myrrh wine, myrrhinum among the ancients, was wine mixed with a little myrrh, to render it better and make it keep longer. They thought much of it. All these wines, like those previously mentioned, were strained through the colum vinarium before they were served to the guests. This strainer was composed of 2 round, deep dishes of 4 inches in diameter. The upper part was pierced and received the wine, which ran into the lower recipient, whence the cups were filled. In Rome, the price of common wine, sometimes adulterated, was 300 sesterces for 40 urns, or 15 sesterces for an amphora. That is to say, about 6d. per gallon. At Athens, it was thought dear when it cost 4d. per gallon. This measure was commonly sold for not more than 2d. In the early days of the Roman Republic, women were forbidden to drink wine, but that law fell into disuse, and noble matrons often carried intemperance as far as their toping husbands. Liqueur wine. It must be owned that the Roman law was for a long time tyrannical in the extreme with regard to women. Totally interdict the use of wine. Kill the unfortunate creatures who were unable to resist the seductions of that dangerous liquor. For the Roman history furnishes us with more than one example of that atrocious chastisement inflicted on the guilty thirst of the fair sex. The barbarous Messenius immolated his wife on the butt at which he caught her one day, quenching her thirst at the tap or the bung hole. The ferocious Romulus thought this act simple and natural. He did not even reprimand the cruel husband. Another unfortunate creature discovered the place where her husband kept the keys of the cellar. She took them, and had the imprudent curiosity to go and visit the mysterious and inauspicious treasure, to which she was forbidden all access. Her family perceived this innocent larceny, and refused her every kind of food, to punish her for an imaginary crime. She died in the tortures of hunger. Is it necessary to speak of C. Domitius, that uncourteous judge who deprived a lady of her marriage portion because she had taken the liberty to drink a spoonful or two of wine unknown to her lord and master? But let us say it at once, Roman civilization put an end to such strange manners, and so early as the age of Augustus, Livia, the consort of that emperor, affirmed when 82 years old that she was indebted to Bacchus for her long existence. Let us remark, by the way, that the great prince, her husband, honoured the labours of the vine-dresser and the serious study of wines, to which little attention had been paid down to his time. It began then to be understood that this grateful drink draws the ties of friendship closer, and all honest people, all generous souls, were eager to taste it. The good Trajan quaffed off numberless cups every day. Of course, he became the idol of the human species. Agricola wished to drink before he died. The imbecile Claudius often found some ray of wisdom at the bottom of an amphora. Domitian merited the pardon of his crimes, thanks to the streams of wine which during the night ran from the fountains. And Caligula would perhaps have obtained that popularity which always failed him, had he possessed sufficient sense to offer to the Roman people the delicious Falernian wine he allotted to his favourite horse. The ladies ventured, in the first place, to wet their lips with a few drops of those light wines which the sun seemed to ripen for them at Tibur, in the environs of Cumae, and throughout Campania. After a short time they braved the Falernian itself. True, they generally mixed it with iced water or snow, but the boldest are reported to have risked that dangerous liquor without taking such timid precautions. Falernian was a noble wine. They began to drink it as soon as it had reached its 10th year. Then it was possible to bear up against it. When it was 20 years old, it could only be mastered after it was diluted with water. If older, it was unconquerable. It attacked the nerves and caused excruciating headache. The ladies struggled a long time for the victory, but alas, the Falernian always had the best of it. Tired out at length with so many useless efforts, the wisest of them left it to their husbands, and sought other beverages which possessed less dangerous charms. Greece and Italy invented new drinks for them, which had a well-merited vogue, notwithstanding the discredit into which they have fallen for many centuries past. Our modern beauties would smile with an air of incredulity if we were to extol asparagus wine, winter savoury wine, wild marjoram wine, parsley seed wine, or those made from mint, rue, pennyroyal, and wild thyme. And yet these liquors were the delectable drinks of the most distinguished women of ancient Rome, of those women who could never find in the culinary productions of the entire universe anything sufficiently delicate or rare. Are we, then, to blame their taste, or question our own? Leaving aside this knotty question, which we do not feel ourselves called upon to resolve, let us state that these different drinks were prepared in a very simple manner. 2 handfuls of one of the above-named plants were put into a butt of wort. A pint of sapa and half a pint of sea-water were added. This wine was drunk by the Greek and Roman ladies at breakfast, and was an excellent substitute for the salatum, a drink prepared with ochre, and which we can hardly believe to have been introduced by sensuality alone. It frequently happened, after a banquet, that the wearied and palled stomach refused with loathing the least nourishment. An intelligent slave failed not, under such circumstances, to present his languishing mistress with a cup of wormwood wine before she quitted her couch. Anon, the livid paleness of her complexion brightened into the rosy hue of health, the dimmed eye resumed its wonted lustre, and that very evening the brilliant matron could seat herself fearlessly at a fresh banquet. That precious wine, that fashionable tonic, which modern sobriety, be it said to our praise, has rendered almost useless, sold well in Rome under the reigns of the emperors. It was composed by boiling a pound of wormwood in 240 pints of wort, until it was diminished 1/3. There was also a more simple method of making it, which was to throw a few handfuls of wormwood into a butt of wine. The live wood, or the leaves of the cedar, the cypress, the laurel, the juniper tree, or the turpentine tree, boiled a long time in wort, produced different bitter liqueurs, to which intemperance complacently attributed benign qualities and numerous medical virtues. Equal praise may be accorded to hyssop wine, that famous mixture of 3 ounces of the plant in 12 pints of wort. Its effects were surprising, and the most popular physicians would not have failed to prescribe it for their languishing patients, whose strength and gaiety it restored. But, thank heaven, our Roman beauties were not always obliged to have recourse to the gloomy experience of the disciples of Aesculapius, and when they were in good health, more exhilarating liqueurs lent their aid to toast their return to health and pleasure. They were then seen sipping myrtle wine, a mild beverage, the light vapours of which brought down calm and profound sleep. It was wisdom to drink it, for alas, not all that would can sleep. If the reader be troubled with wakefulness, he will hail with joy the recipe for this beneficent narcotic. Let him take young myrtle branches with the leaves, pound them, and boil 1 pound in 18 pints of white wine until it is reduced to 2/3. Let him drink this liqueur of the Roman ladies, and without doubt he will sleep as they did. The petites maîtresses, those delicate women whose life seemed to be a tissue of vapours mingled with tears, Rome abounded with them, would have fainted even at the smell of the wines made up in the manner indicated above. Their frail nervous organisation required a different kind of drink, and one was invented for them. The adynamon. This adynamon, or wine without strength, was the most inoffensive of liqueurs. It was obtained by boiling 10 pints of water in 20 pints of white wort. A small cup of this salutary beverage restored a debile Cynthia, a sickly Julia, when, negligently seated at her toilet, a Boeotian slave brought a nosegay of lilies instead of a crown of roses. These charming creatures would soon have lost the use of their senses if the adynamon had not been promptly applied to their lips. But hardly had they tasted the marvellous liqueur when animation resumed its calm and peaceful course. Nay, after the lapse of a few seconds, they were enabled without any inconvenience whatever to witness the chastisement of the slave, whose naked shoulders and breasts were lacerated by their orders with a thong studded with sharp points. Who, after that, would dare doubt the properties of the adynamon wine? The Unanthinum wine was destined for more vigorous constitutions, for natures of less exquisite delicacy. The Roman ladies, somewhat fond of rusticating, who passed a part of the year in their villas, prepared it by putting 2 pounds of wild vine flowers into a butt of wort. They were left there 30 days, and then the liquor was drawn off into other vessels. Such were the vinous drinks which fashion formerly brought into repute in the capital of the world. The women set no bounds to their taste for these concocted wines, but went on from one excess to another as long as the empire lasted. These strange habits, now buried under the Roman Colossus, have been replaced by a new order of civilization. Woman, that graceful being of whom antiquity was not worthy, now appears such as Christianity has made her, to reveal to us virtues which ancient Greece and Italy never knew. Daughter, wife, and mother, she consoles, encourages, and supports man amid the trials of life. Her sweet smile welcomes him at the cradle. Her prayer accompanies him to the tomb. It was she who softened the ferocious instincts of the barbarous hordes that the forests of the north vomited over Europe, and still exercising her empire over modern society, she is hailed as a queen, whose virtues and chaste attractions render her the living embodiment of the flower and the angel, those sweet symbols of love and beauty, between which a modern poet has gracefully placed her throne. The primitive inhabitants of Great Britain learned from the Romans to plant the vine, under the reign of the Emperor Probus. The conquerors taught them also the art of cutting it, and how to make wine. But, as Strutt observes, the wine could never be of any great utility in this country. It was more ornamental than useful, with the exception that it afforded the means of procuring a cool retreat and shade. However, some provinces of England became celebrated for their wines. The county of Gloucester is renowned for its vines, says William of Malmesbury, and the wines it produces are scarcely inferior to those of France. St. Louis was the first who established statutes for the dealers in wine. New ones were framed in 1585, and the dealers were then divided into 4 classes, each of which was designated by a particular name, namely, the innkeepers, the publicans, the tavern-keepers, and the wine dealers by measure. The innkeepers had accommodation for man and horse. The publicans served drink with tablecloth and plates, that is to say, they might serve food and drink at the same time. The tavern-keepers served drink alone, and the retail dealers could only sell it in considerable quantities at one time. In 1680, these 4 classes were reduced to 2, wine merchants and retail wine dealers. Under the reign of Louis XIV, a great dispute arose concerning the relative merits of Burgundy and Champagne wines, and the preference due to the one or the other. This quarrel originated in a thesis maintained at the commencement of the 17th century at the Medical School of Paris, in which it was asserted that the wine of Beaune in Burgundy was not only the most agreeable, but the most wholesome. This thesis excited no murmur at the time. From the 13th century, the wine of Beaune had always enjoyed the highest reputation, and no one dreamed of disputing it. But 40 years later, they risked a proposition much more rash than the preceding one. It was maintained in the same school that the wines of Burgundy were not only preferable to those of Champagne, but that the latter attack the nerves, cause a fermentation of the humours, and infallibly bring on the gout in persons not naturally subject to it. They fortified this incredible opinion with the authority of the celebrated Fagon, chief physician of Louis XIV, who had just forbidden the king, as they said, the use of champagne wine. The Champagne people took fire. It was time. The dangerous heresy threatened to spread, so they attacked the Burgundians bravely. The latter defended themselves with equal courage. The battle waxed warm. Each party sought to crush their antagonists with heavy writings. The inhabitants of Burgundy pretended that the wine of Champagne owed its vogue entirely to the influence of Colbert and Louvois, the then ministers, one of whom was a native of Champagne, and the other in possession of immense vineyards. The Champagne growers proved that this assertion was false in every particular. Long before the time of these 2 statesmen, said they, the French got tipsy on Champagne wine, ergo they valued that exhilarating liquor. This argument was irrefragable. They might have added that, from the 16th century, the wine of Aix, a canton of Champagne, enjoyed such renown that the Emperor Charles V, Pope Leo X, Henry VIII of England, and Francis I of France were anxious to possess this nectar. And tradition assures us that each of these great sovereigns purchased a close at Aix, in which a little house was built for a vine-dresser, who sent them every year a stock of wine, which enlivened their repasts. The Epicureans took part in this great discussion, and that they might give their judgment after mature deliberation, founded on a perfect knowledge of facts, they have been tasting champagne and Burgundy wines these 200 years. May the vouchers in this suit never fail them. Wine was long used for presents and fees, a custom established under Charlemagne. After a baptism, a marriage, or a burial, the priests received the vicar's wine. Before marriage, wedding wine was offered to the intended bride. After a lawsuit, the counsellor was presented with clerk's wine. The wine of citizenship was given to the mayor of a town in which any person took up his abode. This present subsequently took the name of pot de vin, or bribe, still in great favour. It has changed its character, certainly, but the variations have multiplied to infinity. In the Middle Ages, sober people intoxicated themselves regularly once a month. Arnauld de Villeneuve examines seriously the advantages of this hygienic custom. There was a kind of glory attached to the swallowing of more wine than any other man, without being non compos mentis. There was, however, a means of avoiding these bacchanalian encounters. It was to choose a champion who, as in judicial combats, accepted the challenges for his candidate, to whom the victory or defeat was attributed, as if he himself had drunk. In the Middle Ages and in the 16th century, intoxication was severely punished in France. By 5 ordinances in the years 802, 803, 810, 812, and 813, Charlemagne declares habitual drinkers unworthy of being heard before courts of justice in their own cause or as witness for another. Francis I decreed by an edict in the month of August 1536 that whosoever should be found intoxicated was to be imprisoned on bread and water for the first offence. The second time, flogging in the prison was added. The third time he was publicly flogged, and if the offender was incorrigible, his ears were cut off, he was deemed infamous, and banished the kingdom. Now everyone is free to quench his thirst and drink more if he chooses. Quote by Strutt. The craft to make hypocras. Take a quart of red wine, an ounce of cinnamon, and half an ounce of ginger, a quarter of an ounce of grains, and long pepper, and half a pound of sugar, and brose all this, not too small, and then put them in a bag of woolen cloth, made therefore, i.e. for that purpose, with the wire, and it hang over a vessel till the wine be run through. End of quote. The English were extremely partial to a drink they called clary, or clar. According to Arnold, it was compounded in the following manner. For 18 gallons of good wine, take half a pound of ginger, quarter of a pound of long pepper, an ounce of saffron, a quarter of an ounce of coriander, 2 ounces of calomel dromaticus, and the third part as much honey that is clarified as of your wine. Strain them through a cloth, and do it unto a clean vessel. John, in the first year of his reign, made a law that a tun of Rochelle wine should not be sold for more than 20 shillings, a tun of wine from Anjou for 23 shillings, and a tun of French wine for 25 shillings, except some that might be of the very best sort, which was allowed to be raised to 26 shillings and 4pence, but not for more in any case. By retail, a gallon of Rochelle wine was to be sold for 4pence, and a gallon of white wine for 6pence, and no dearer. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Pantropheon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pantropheon by Alexis SOYER. Repasts. Mortals were formerly remarkably sober, and the gods themselves set them the example by feeding exclusively on ambrosia and nectar. The most illustrious warriors in the Homeric ages were generally contented with a piece of roast beef. For a festival or a wedding dinner, the frugal fare was a piece of roast beef, and the King of Kings, the pompous Agamemnon, offered no greater rarity to the august chiefs of Greece assembled round his hospitable table. It is true that the guest to be most honoured received for his own share an entire fillet of beef. The vigorous but uncultivated appetites of these heroes were hardly satisfied when everything disappeared, and none of them thought to prolong the pleasures of good cheer. Happy times of ingenious and ignorant frugality, what has become of you? It must not, however, be imagined that they were entirely destitute of more refined elements. Homer gives to the Hellespont the epithet of fishy. Ithaca and several other islands of Greece abounded in excellent game. But the Magiric genius was asleep. It awoke at a later period. Beware, however, of a mistake. Those men, with so little choice respecting their viands, all possess stomachs of astounding capacity. Theagenes, an athlete of Thasos, ate a whole bull. Milo of Crotona did the same thing, at least once. Titormus had an ox served for supper, and when he rose from table, they say not a morsel remained. Astydamus of Miletus, invited to supper by the Persian Ariobarzanes, devoured a feast prepared for 9 persons. Cambus, king of Lydia, had such an unfortunate appetite that one night the glutton devoured his wife. Thais, king of the Paphlagonians, was afflicted with voracity nearly similar. The Persian Cantibaris ate so much and so long that his jaws were at last tired, and then attentive servants used to press the food into his mouth. These are the facts of which we do not exactly guarantee the truth, for history, it is no secret, has some little resemblance to the microscope. It frequently magnifies objects by presenting them to us through its deceitful prism. We close this singularly incomplete list of the ancient polyphagists by adding that the Pharsalians and the Thessalians were redoubtable eaters, and that the Egyptians consumed a prodigious quantity of bread. In more modern times, some men have acquired, by the energy of their hunger, an illustration they would have vainly demanded from their genius or their virtues. The Emperor Claudius sat down to table at all hours and in any place. One day, when he was dispensing justice according to his own fashion in the market-place of Augustus, his olfactory nerves scented the delicious odour of a feast which exhaled from one of the neighbouring temples. It was the priests of Mars who were merrymaking at the expense of the good souls in the surrounding locality. The glutton emperor immediately left his judgment seat, and, without any further ceremony, went and asked them for a knife and fork. Never, no, never, adds the biographer of this prince, did he leave a repast until he was distended with food and soaked with drink, and then only to sleep. Yes, the ignoble Caesar slept, but still the peacock's feather, an unseemly invention of Roman turpitude, was called into requisition to prepare the monarch for new excesses. Galba could taste nothing if he was not served with inconceivable profusion. His stomach imposed limits upon him, but his eyes knew none, And when he had gloated to his heart's content upon the magnificent spectacle of innumerable viands for which the universe had been ransacked, he would have the imperial dessert taken slowly round the table and then heaped up to a prodigious height before the astonished guests. Vitellius, the boldest liver, perhaps, of the whole imperial crew, and the most active polyphagist of past times, caused himself to be invited the same day to several senatorial families. This deplorable honour often caused their ruin, for each repast cost not less than 400,000 sesterces, or £3,200. The intrepid Vitellius was equal to the whole, thanks to the peacock's feather, which, doubtless, was cursed more than once by the unfortunate victims of his dreadful gluttony. True, this poor prince was continually tormented with a hunger that no aliment seemed capable of satisfying. In the sacrifices, like the harpies of whom Virgil speaks, he took the half-roasted viands from the altars and disputed the sacred cakes with the gods. As he passed through the streets, he seized the smoking hot food spread out before the shops and public houses. He did not even disdain the disgusting scraps that a miserable plebeian had gnawed the evening before, and which a hunger-stricken slave would have hardly contested with him. Such were the masters of the world, the proud Caesars, before whom haughty Rome bowed the head and trembled, and from whom it basely implored a smile, up to that day when some soldiers, tired of their shameful obedience, kicked the imperial corpse into the Tiber, after having mutilated it in presence of the populace, who crowded joyously around the Gemoniae. These terrific examples of insatiable voracity have become rare and obscure. A few isolated facts may perhaps be met with at very distant periods, which remind us of the polyphagic celebrities of Greece and Italy. There are, however, two which would have merited the attention of Vitellius himself. The ingenious Fuller speaks of a man named Nicholas Wood, to whom the county of Kent proudly claims the honour of having given birth, who once ate a whole sheep at one meal. One day 3 dozen of pigeons were placed before him, of which he left only the bones. Another day, being at Lord Wootton's and having a good appetite, he devoured 84 rabbits and 18 yards of black pudding for his breakfast. We leave to Fuller the responsibility of the figures. Anyhow, the brave Nicholas Wood must have been a vigorous trencherman. The second anecdote is from Berchoux. Marshal Villars had a house porter who was an enormous eater. "Franz," said he one day, "tell me, now, how many loins could you eat?" "Ah, my lord, as for loins, not many, 5 or 6 at most." "And how many legs of mutton?" "Ah, as for legs of mutton, not many, 7 or 8 perhaps." "And fatted pullets?" "Ah, as for pullets, my lord, not many, not more than 12. "And pigeons?" "Ah, as for pigeons, not many, perhaps 40, 50 at most, according to the appetite." "And larks?" "Ah, as for that, my lord, little larks, for ever, my lord, for ever." A truce to gluttons. Let us speak of Epicureans. It is to them that gastronomic civilization owes the laws by which it is regulated. They were the legislators of the table. They introduced regularity and order at repasts. The breakfast, dinner, collation, and supper were created by those sages. Fashion has often modified the nomenclature, but assuredly it will never be able to supersede it. The Greeks submitted to it for many years, and then that fickle people, whom everything wearied, declined the drudgery of masticating so frequently. The lower orders and the army ate twice a day. The fashionable people contented themselves with one repast, which some had served at midday, but the greater part just before sunset. The party of resistance had, as yet, yielded only on one point, the collation, and they continued bravely to breakfast, dine, and sup. But the monophagists were not sparing in their jokes, and the new fashion triumphed at last over the prescription of ancient usages. Pagan sobriety was doubtless far from suspecting that the book of Ecclesiastes, in accordance with it on this subject, pronounces an anathema against the kingdom whose princes eat in the morning. The Greek manners were introduced in Rome, and persons of a certain rank who did not make a profession of gluttony gave themselves up to the pleasures of the table only once a day. The tyranny of fashion was not, however, such that all persons thought themselves bound to obey it under pain of being shamed and ridiculed. Many unscrupulously transgressed its laws, and more than one respectable Greek of good family, following the example of Ulysses, who prepared his breakfast at sunrise, had the acratism brought so soon as the crowing of the cock announced the return of day. This frugal breakfast was composed of bread steeped in pure wine. The adults restricted themselves to this slight repast, but the children received more substantial nourishment. The Romans, when they were not asleep, breakfasted at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. A little bread and cheese or dried fruits enabled them to wait for the solemn hour of the banquets. It would appear that the Jews dined at midday. It was the hour at which St. Peter was hungry. This repast took place also among the Greeks about the middle of the day, if we are to believe Athenaeus. However, Cicero relates that the philosopher Plato appeared to be very much astonished when travelling in Italy to see the inhabitants eat twice every day. It will only be necessary to repeat that the supper alone formed the rule, and that the breakfast and dinner were exceptions. They depended entirely upon the casualties of will. About midday, the sober Romans had a slight collation. Seneca, who never loses sight of himself in his fastidious treatises on wisdom, informs us that a little bread and a few figs were all that his virtue required. The senators, the knights, and the luxurious freedmen spared no expense either for dinner or supper. The priests of Mars, of whom we have already spoken, set them an example too seductive for them not to follow it. It is to be remarked, by the way, that those worthy ministers of the god of war took this repast in the most secret part of their temple, where they hardly allowed anyone to come and interrupt them. This gastronomic quietude was also very much the taste of a celebrated modern sailor, the bailiff de Suffren. He was at dinner in Achem, India, when a deputation from the town was announced. Being a witty glutton, he conceived the happy thought of sending word to the importunate troop that an article of the Christian religion expressly prohibited every Christian from occupying himself with anything besides eating, that function being of the most serious importance. This reply singularly edified the deputation, who retired with respect, admiring the extreme devotion of the French general. The collation, merenda, was little in use. It took place about the end of the day, before supper, particularly in summer among the workmen and farm labourers. We now come to the principal repast, to that which threw such brilliancy over the latter centuries of Rome, when a culinary monomania, a sort of gastronomic furore, seems to have seized the sovereign people, who, no longer great by their conquests, betrayed a desire to become so by the number and audacity of their follies. The Hebrews supped at the 9th hour, that is to say, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Their custom of 2 repasts would be sufficiently proved by the fact that, on fast days, they took food only in the evening. Hence, when they did not fast, they also ate at another hour. Their ordinary aliment was very simple. We shall have to speak of it hereafter. In the primitive times, kings prepared their own suppers. Beef, mutton, goat's flesh, such were the viands which then satisfied the daintiest palates. Baskets filled with pure wheaten bread were carried round to the guests, and heaps of salt, placed on the table, gave proof of the hospitality of those simple and unsophisticated ages. The fierce warriors of that warlike period never forgot to invoke the gods before they satisfied their appetites. Libations of wine rendered them favourable. This pious duty once fulfilled, they gave themselves up without restraint to the joys of good cheer, and the sounds of the lyre and the buffooneries of mountebanks enlivened the banquet, which again received fresh animation from the copious healths which persons the least versed in the forms of society never forgot. It often happened that each one paid his share or brought provisions with him to these joyous suppers, of which the last rays of the setting sun always gave the periodical signal. The uncertainty of these amicable meetings constituted their charm. Picnics, as we see, may be traced rather far back. It was then that pleasure presided at those repasts. Dullness had its turn when luxury prescribed the supper in open air, and in common, after the manner of the Jews, who assembled in gardens or under trees, and mingled the sweet harmony of music with the less delicate seductions of their banquets. The breakfast has always taken place after rising, dinner in the middle of the day, the collation in the course of the afternoon, and the supper in the evening. In the 14th century, people dined at 10 o'clock in the morning. 1 or 2 centuries later, they dined at 11 o'clock. In the 16th century, and at the commencement of the 17th, they dined at midday in the best houses. Louis XIV himself always sat down to table at that hour. This order was not modified until the 18th century. The Sicilian cooks taught unheard of refinements, and were sought after with strange eagerness. The chine of beef and haunch of mutton of the Homeric epoch gave way to sumptuous banquets, and a learned prodigality divided them into 2 or 3 acts or courses, the order and luxurious majesty of which have been adopted in modern times. It appears that 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 9th hour, was the time invariably fixed for the supper of the Romans. Like the Greeks of yore, they contented themselves at first with simple aliments, and few in number. Subsequently, 3 courses, sometimes 7, or even more, appeared to them to be hardly sufficient to satisfy the ardent voracity of their eyes and glut stomachs, which odious precautions assimilated to the buckets of Danaus's daughters. These suppers, the details of which always appear to us bearing the impress of exaggeration, notwithstanding the authority of the writers who furnish them, were insufficient for certain prodigies of extravagance and furious gluttony, who were served at midnight with a sort of wake, commissatio, at which some of them gave proof of renewed greed and vigour. Vitellius was renowned for this kind of nocturnal debauchery. Others shone in the second rank, but no one equalled that monarch cook, who made the empire a market, and his shameful reign an unceasing banquet. Sensual enjoyments, and every variety of barbarity that follows in their train, were carried to the highest pitch. There was something vast and monstrous, of which nothing can give us an idea, in the eclipse of mind and the depravity of their hearts. All that force of intelligence and will which, under the influence of Christian spiritualism, has revealed itself in modern times by so many chivalric inspirations, so many moral institutions, so many scientific discoveries, so many industrial works, then engulfed in the senses, was taxed solely for their gratification. The sensual organisation of man had acquired a development apparently as vast as that of intelligence, because intelligence had become the handmaid of the senses. Hence those colossal proportions in the tastes, the banquets, the pleasures of the ancients when compared with ours, which make us regard them as an extinct race of giants, if we consider them in a sensual point of view, and as a race of pygmies if we measure them by that power of ideas, that metaphysical and moral elevation to which we have attained, and which would make a child of our days the catechist of all the philosophers of antiquity. Down to the time of the conquest of the north of Europe by the Romans, the food was very simple. Chopped herbs boiled in cauldrons, served in wooden bowls on the hide of an ox spread on the ground, in the midst of the forest. Balls composed of different kinds of flour, and some strips of meat grilled on the embers. Such was the food of our forefathers. The table at which the Anglo-Saxons took their repasts was covered with a very clean cloth. Each one received a horn cup, which contained some kind of pottage or ale, the beverage for which they had a predilection. The plates with which Strutt has enriched his work give a satisfactory idea of the culinary intelligence of the nation. They had spits, knives, plates, and dishes in abundance. England was marching with giant strides towards civilization. The Anglo-Saxons were particularly fond of boiled meat. They cut up the animal they intended to cook, put the pieces into a cauldron supported by a tripod, and then lighted a fire on the ground. They stirred their ragout incessantly with a long two-pronged fork, which also served them to take out the meat when it was done. All the deplorable excesses of the Romans ought not to divert us from the fact that religion and sound policy seem to have consecrated repasts in common as one of the means best calculated to unite men more closely in the bonds of concord and friendship. The Scriptures furnish us with the first examples. Among the Israelites, the banquets which followed the sacrifices always took place in an assembly of relations, neighbours, or friends. They eat together and in public, on wedding days and solemn festivals. The first Christians promptly adopted this custom. Their love feasts, their agape, were served in the church after the communion. The rich contributed to them abundantly, the poor according to their means, and the indigent who presented themselves with nothing in their hands were received and treated as brethren. Admirable association of penury and opulence, which will never be replaced by the crude utopias of modern philanthropy. As an act of justice to pagan legislators, we are compelled to say that sometimes they had excellent views, which go far to extenuate many of their aberrations. The laws of Minos prescribed to the Cretans the annual levy of an impost, the half of which was to be consecrated to the nourishment of the people. No one could eat alone. A certain number of families met together to take their repasts in common. At Lacedaemon, each one brought his share of the provisions necessary for the supper of the whole, or he sent at the commencement of the month to the steward of the common halls wine, cheese, figs, a measure of flour, and a small sum of money to defray other expenses. Friendship, sobriety, and concord presided, without exception, at these meetings. Solon decreed that the Athenians should assemble at the Prytanea to eat together, sometimes one, sometimes another, at the public expense. Each was invited in his turn, and was expected to be there on the day named. The Prytanea of Athens, Megara, Olympia, and Cyzica contained a great number of porticos, under which were the tables at which the citizens sat. The founder of Rome also had the wisdom to ordain that, in certain cases, the inhabitants of the same ward should take their repasts in common, as a sign of peace and good feeling. Nay, more, he decreed these suppers to be a part of the religious worship, and they were called sacred banquets. Man abuses everything. The Romans, tired of eating merely to support life, and disdaining, little by little, that austere sobriety which rendered them the masters of the world, gave themselves up at last to unbridled luxury, which appears to have redoubled during the War of Italy and the civil wars of Marius in 83 BC. Cornelius Sylla assumed the government, and one of the terrible dictator's laws, Lex Cornelia, renewed the ancient sumptuary regulations and fixed the prices of provisions. Julius Caesar also made great efforts to oppose the redoubtable invasions of Roman gastronomy. That prince stationed guards in the markets, with orders to seize whatever they found there in contravention of the laws. If, through want of vigilance or fidelity, they allowed anything to escape, it was sure to be confiscated by more active agents, on the very tables and in presence of the assembled guests. Resistance only increased the evil. Augustus thought to render the laws more efficacious by modifying them. He permitted 12 persons to meet in honour of the 12 great gods, and to spend 8 shillings in ordinary repasts, 12 shillings in the banquets of the Calends, the Ides, and the Nones, and even £2 on wedding days and the day following. Tiberius granted still more. Under his reign, a worthy citizen might spend for supper the sum of £4, without having to fear that anyone would find fault with it. Caligula, Claudius, and Nero, doubtless better judges of liberty than their predecessors, allowed everyone the right to ruin himself as joyously as he pleased. These good princes, so far from repressing the luxury of the table, strove to fortify it with the authority of their examples. Vitellius was by nature a non-reformer. That voracious Caesar operated on a large scale. He spent in 4 months for his suppers a little more than 5 millions sterling. a trifle for a Roman emperor. Did not the riches and labour of Europe, Asia, and Africa form his civil list? It is quite true that out of this modest revenue he had to find corn to stop the cravings of the proletarians, and provide the games of the circus in order to amuse them in their dangerous idleness. But Vitellius, who had no other passion than that of good cheer, was royally equal to the task. And these things cause no surprise when we remember that a Roman general, Lucullus, spent not less than £1,000 to offer a little collation to two of his friends, who refused him the time he required to treat them in a less unceremonious manner. We find in the history of Jack of Newbury instructions relative to the manner in which an English tradesman was to feed the persons in his employment in the 16th century, which would certainly not be very pleasing now to that useful and laborious class. You feed your folks with the best of beef and the finest of wheat, which is an oversight. Neither do I hear of any knight in this country that doth it. And, to say the truth, how were they able to bear that part which they do, if they saved it not by some means? Come thither, and I warrant you that you shall see brown bread upon the board. If it be of wheat and rye mingled together, it is a great matter, and bread most highly commended, but most commonly they eat barley bread, or rye mingled with peasen, or such like coarse grain, which is doubtless of small price, and there is no other bread allowed, except it be at their own board, and in like manner for their meat, it is well known that necks and points of beef is their ordinary fare, which, because it is commonly lean, they seethe therewith now and then a piece of bacon or pork, whereby they make their pottage fat, and therewith drive out the rest with more content. And this you must do. And besides that, the midriffs of oxen, and the cheeks, the sheep's head, and the gathers, which you give away at your gate, might serve them well enough. This would be a great sparing to your meat, and by this means you would save much money in the year, whereby you might better maintain your French hood and silk gown. The following is the style of living at the court of the Dauphin of France in the 14th century. As in all well-regulated houses, there were 5 repasts, namely, the morning, except on fast days, the breakfast, the repast of 10 o'clock, dessert, or décimer, by abbreviation décima, and by a second abbreviation dîner, the dinner, the second dinner, the supper, or souper, at which they eat no more soup than we do, and lastly the night repast, which they call a collation. As an everyday fare, the Dauphin took for his dinner a rice pottage, with leeks or cabbage, a piece of beef, another of salt pork, a dish of 6 hens or 12 pullets, divided in 2, a piece of roast pork, cheese and fruit. At supper, a piece of roast beef, a dish of brains, neat's feet with vinegar, cheese and fruit. Other days, other dishes, which were also prearranged with respect to kind and quantity. The barons of the court had always the half of the quantity of the Dauphin, the knights the quarter, the equerries and chaplains the eighth. The distributions of wine and bread were made in the same proportions. Such a rank, such weight, such measure, so that the young and delicate baroness had 4 pots of wine, while the chorister and the chaplain had but 1. We are indebted to the learned Montiel for the following details relative to the public repasts of Louis XIV. The usher of the court, at the hour named, goes and knocks with his wand at the door of the hall of the bodyguard, and says, "Gentlemen, to the king's table." A guard is dispatched, who follow him to the goblet, where one of the officers for the service of the table takes the nave. The guard accompany him, marching by his side, sword in hand. Having arrived at the dining room, the officers spread the cloth, try the napkins, the fork, the spoon, the knife, and the toothpicks. That is to say, they touch them with a morsel of bread, which they afterwards eat. The usher returns again to the hall of the bodyguard, knocks at the door with his wand, and cries, "Gentlemen, the king's meat." 4 guards then follow him to the ambry, where the equerry of the household and the chief steward, or major domo, test the dishes by dipping a piece of bread, which they eat. After this, the king's meat is carried, the guards marching with their drawn swords on either side, the chief steward, preceded by the usher, walking in front. When he arrives near the table, he approaches the nave and makes his obeisance to it, and if the announcer or any other person desire also to do it, he may. The gentlemen in waiting place the dishes successively, and the table being covered with them, the king then enters. It is to be remarked that it is always a prince or a great personage who presents the wet napkin to him with which to wash his hands, whereas it is a simple valet who presents him with a dry napkin to wipe them. The king takes his seat. The equerry carver carves the viands. The king serves himself on a plate of gold. When he asks for a drink, the cupbearer calls aloud, "Drink for the king." At the same time he makes his obeisance to him, goes to the buffet, takes 2 crystal decanters, one of which is filled with wine, and the other with water, returns to the king, makes another obeisance, removes the cover of the glass, and presents it to the king, who pours out wine and water according to his own pleasure. During the dinner or supper of the king, a group of lordly courtiers stand behind his chair and endeavour, though frequently in vain, to divert him and make him laugh, and another group, composed of ladies of the court, stand behind the queen's chair, who, on their part, try to amuse her and excite a smile. Whether the king ate in public or private, the table is always served in the same manner. At dinner, 2 large tureens of soup, 2 middling-sized ones, 2 small ones as side dishes. First course, 2 large dishes, 2 middling-sized ones, 6 small ones as side dishes. Second course, 2 large dishes of roast, 2 more as side dishes. At supper, the same number of dishes, only there is but 3/4 of the quantity of soup. The king eats only with the royal family and princes of the blood. Sometimes, however, the Pope's nuncio has the honour of sitting at his table, but always at the distance of 4 places. The luxury of the table was carried so far under Edward III of England that the prince was constrained, in the 17th year of his reign, to impose sumptuary laws on his subjects, forbidding the common people the indulgence of costly food and fine wines. The necessity for this measure is demonstrated by the fact, of which we read in the Chronicles of Stowe, that at the marriage of Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the 3rd son of Edward III, with Violentis, the daughter of Galicius II, Duke of Milan, there was a rich feast, in which above 30 courses were served at the table, and the fragments that remained were more than sufficient to have served 1,000 people. The same chronicler also informs us that King Richard II held the Christmas feast in the Great Hall of Westminster in 1399, and such numbers came that every day there were slain 26 or 28 oxen and 300 sheep, besides fowls without number. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, kept so good a table that his guests often ate 6 fat oxen for their breakfast. In number of dishes and change of meat, says Holinshead, the nobility of England do most exceed, sith there is no day in manner that passeth over their heads, wherein they have not only beef, mutton, veal, lamb, kid, pork, coney, capon, pig, or so many of these as the season yieldeth, but also some portion of the red or fallow deer, beside great variety of fish and wildfowl, and thereto sundry other delicates, wherein the sweet hand of the portingale is not wanting. So early as the 16th century, the inhabitants of the city of London were remarkable for the astonishing profusion of their repasts. If we are to believe the poet Massenger, men may talk of country Christmas and court gluttony, their £30 for buttered eggs, their pies of carp's tongues, their pheasants drenched with ambergrease, the carcasses of 3 fat wethers bruised for gravy, to make sauce for a single peacock. Yet their feasts were farce, compared with the cities. The description of one dish will enable us to judge of the others. 3 sucking pigs served up in a dish, took from the sow as soon as she had farrowed, a fortnight fed with dates and muscadine, that stood my master in 20 marks apiece, besides the puddings in their bellies, made of I know not what. Hang thyself, voluptuous Apicius, thou hast never dreamed of such delicate fare. In the comedy of the Parson's Wedding, the captain orders for his supper chines fried and the salmon carved, a carp and black sauce, red deer in the blood, and an assembly of woodcocks and jacksnipes, so fat you would think that they had their winding sheets on, and upon these, as their pages, let me have Waite, your Sussex wheatear, with a feather in his cap. Over all which let our countryman, general chine of beef, command. I hate your French pottage, that looks as if the cookmaid had more hand in it than the cook. The luxurious munificence of Norman kings is almost as remarkable as that of the emperors of degenerate Rome. William the Conqueror had himself crowned 3 times in the same year, and the banquets he gave on those occasions were such that they impoverished the kingdom. At the dinner given on the marriage of Richard, Earl of Cornwall, and brother of Henry III, with the daughter of Raymond, Earl of Provence, more than 30,000 dishes were served on the table of the bride and bridegroom. In the year 1252, John Mansell, the King's Counsellor, gave a stately dinner to the Kings of England and Scotland and their queens. There was also present Edward, the King's son, the Bishop of London, and many earls, barons, knights, and citizens. In short, so large was his company that his house at Tothill could not contain them. Therefore he set up tents and pavilions for their reception. 700 messes of meat was not sufficient to serve them for the first course. The following details, which we borrow from Monteil's excellent work, give us some idea of the style of living in the mansions of France during the 14th century. Whenever there is a dinner of ceremony, the clerks of the church are requested to bring holy water. The repast is commenced and concluded with fruit. The bread eaten is in loaves of 9 ounces only. Every basin of meat is surrounded with sage, lavender, or other aromatic herbs, and on Sunday, or any holiday, negus is given. The sideboard or buffet is always in the middle of the room, covered with jugs and large drinking cups of gold and silver. The cellars, storerooms, kneading troughs, dairies and fruit stores are filled and emptied unceasingly. Take who will, when he will, and as much as he will. Provisions of every kind are heaped up with a profusion that announces magnificence allied with riches. The great number of nobles, knights, huntsmen, falconers, pages, kitchen servants, butlers, bakers, the numerous valets, workmen, gardeners, harbingers, doorkeepers, porters and guards are not equal to the task of consuming so much. From all sides come relations, allies, neighbours, friends, pilgrims and travellers, all of whom remain or depart at will, being feasted as if it were the morrow of a wedding or a patronal festivity. The kitchen chimney places are not less than 12 feet in width. One man would not have strength sufficient to use the tongs or the shovels. The andirons do not weigh less than 100 pounds, the trivets 40 pounds. Copper saucepans of 30 pounds are common, and so are spits of 11 and 12 pounds. One roast is composed of 1, 2 or 3 calves, 2, 3 or 4 sheep, besides game, venison and poultry. The boiling of the saucepans, the exhalations from the grease, render the atmosphere so fat, so thick, that it is only necessary to breathe in it to feed. A person would not dare enter one of those kitchens on the eve of a feast day, for fear, as it were, of breaking his fast. In the 16th century, persons washed their hands at the commencement of a repast, and a second time when it was concluded. When the master of the house was particular on the point of civility, he had a basin sent round at this second ablution filled with perfumed water. When the person seated in the chief place was a guest of distinction, politeness made it indispensable to present him with water to rinse his mouth. One of the most difficult points of French civility in the 16th century was to drink to a person's health or return the compliment in a proper manner. A guest at one end of the table held up his glass and called out, "Mr. Such-a-one, to your health." He replied, "I love it from you." During the whole of the repast, healths were bandied to and fro in every sense. At the end they touched glasses together at a central point, which created a very singular kind of clash, and, at the same time, the arms underneath formed a sort of fasces of sleeves and cuffs. End of section 31.